Tears in the Darkness. The Story of the Bataan Death March and its Aftermath, by Michael Norman and Elizabeth M. Norman. Narrated by Michael Pritchard. Copyright 2009 by Michael Norman and Elizabeth M. Norman. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Farrar, Straus and Giroux, and was produced in the year 2009 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Ghosts. They were stationed far from home when the fighting started, 7,000 miles across the Pacific from San Francisco, in a large archipelago that stretches north and south for 1,000 miles between Formosa and the Dutch East Indies, in the warm tropical waters of the South China Sea. Compared to some of its neighbors, the Philippines, an American possession since 1898, was a bit of a backwater. None of Singapore's sparkle or the hustle of Hong Kong, but the guidebooks of the day called the place Paradise, and the books were right. Manila was beautiful, palms leaning gently over the sea wall along the bay, the night filled with the sweet scent of kamyas. Besides its charms, Paradise had the best deep-water port in the Southwest Pacific, and in 1941 that port, that strategic transit point, made the Philippines valuable to the Japanese and American generals and admirals who were furiously preparing for war. A war in the Pacific almost everyone in uniform believed was at hand. On December 8th, 8 hours after it attacked the American Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, Japan sent its bombers and fighters against American air, infantry, and naval bases in the Philippines. 2 weeks later, 43,000 Japanese troops invaded the islands. Waiting for them was a large force of American and Filipino defenders, more than 130,000 men, untried and ill-trained, most of them. The Japanese pushed them back and back again until they were forced to retreat to a small thumb of land on the west coast of Manila Bay, the peninsula of Bataan. There, in jungle wastes and tangled woodlands, they dug trench lines and bunkers, an army of Americans and Filipinos preparing to fight for their lives, the first major land battle for America in World War II. Starting in January 1942, the Japanese took the peninsula under siege and left the Americans and Filipinos cut off from all help and supplies. The two sides fought for 99 days, the Japanese taking horrendous casualties, the Americans and Filipinos falling back under the Japanese assaults from one final defense line to another. At last, on April 9th, sick and starving, without an air force to protect them or a navy to relieve them, the men of Bataan surrendered. More than 76,000 Americans and Filipinos under American command laid down their arms, the single largest defeat in American military history. The sick, starving, and bedraggled prisoners of war were rounded up by their Japanese captors and made to walk 66 miles to a railhead for the trip to prison camp, a baneful walk under a broiling sun that turned into one of the most notorious treks in the annals of war, the Bataan Death March. It is impossible, so the locals say, to walk the ground where this story takes place, the jungles and woodlands and savannas of the Philippines, without feeling the presence, the lingering tenancy of the men who once fought there, Americans, Filipinos, Japanese. Perhaps that is why, at night, Batanese villagers in their nipa huts often think they hear history stumbling along in the darkness outside their doors. Some nights it is voices they hear, voices begging for food and water, voices pleading for their lives. Other nights it is the sound of shuffling feet, thousands of feet heavy with fear and fatigue, dragging north through the dust mile after mile up the old national road. All of this is memory, of course, the memory of the old ones who lived along the route, or their children and children's children who tell and retell the stories of Bataan as if they were reciting from sacred texts. As the events of 1941-1942 passed into the hands of historians, both the battle for Bataan and the Death March became symbols, the former as a modern Thermopylae, a stirring last stand, and the latter as a crucible of courage, the courage to continue on a walk to the grave. In some sense these conceits were true, but when the dross of propaganda and myth is skimmed from the surface of history, what's left, in this case, is an example of the miscarried morality and Punic politics that underlie every appeal to arms. The bad leadership, the empty promises, the kind of cruelty that crushes men's souls. Proof, too, that the instant the first shot is fired, the so-called rules of war, guerre de règle, give way to guerre à outrance, war without clemency or quarter. So much suffering leaves any piece of ground spectral. Little wonder, then, the locals along the road hear voices, and the survivors of that battle and march, old men now, keep the company of ghosts. Ben Steele came of age as a cowboy, or an echo of a cowboy, which in his time, the early decades of the 20th century, was probably the same thing. He grew up in a pine-log house by a crystal spring in the shadow of the Bull Mountains on Montana's eastern plain. By the time he was 8, he could ride, rope, and shoot. He herded cattle, he drove horses, he tended sheep. Alone at night on the open range, he slept in a circle of rope to keep the snakes out of his bedroll. In 1940, just before his 23rd birthday, he joined the Army Air Corps and was shipped to the Philippines to fight the Japanese. After 99 days of battle, he became a prisoner of war and spent 3 years behind barbed wire and watchtowers. Every day he was starved or beaten by his keepers, the Bug, Mickey Mouse, the Killer. He never forgot those faces. They insinuated themselves in his psyche, permanent residents now, along with wild mustangs, sheep-herders, ambling cowboys, and antelope gamboling through the sage. This is all in his sketchbooks. The sketchbooks are stacked on shelves and in closets, black buckram and hardbound, most of them. They date from his first days in art school, more than 30 volumes of trials and exercises, 61 years of sketching and painting every day, searching for the perfect line, the exact color, the proper balance and emphasis, proportion and perspective. At 90 years plus, a lifetime of trying, as artists say of their work, to get the thing right. On occasion he works from models in a studio or tramps out to the prairie to sketch a scene. He likes to draw horses. He hasn't been on a horse in nearly 25 years, but his respect and affection for the animals run deep. Back to the blizzards of his boyhood, when his horse would lead him through a blinding whiteout, back to the safety and warmth of the pine-log house at Hawk Creek. By and large, however, the leaves of his sketchbooks hold his ghosts, page after page of prisoners of war and the imperial Hohe who guarded them, the men who held Ben Steele captive for 1,244 days. He cannot say why, after 6 decades, he still sketches the faces that followed him home from the camps, the faces of old comrades in prison rags, and the faces of the Japanese soldiers who herded them from place to place and kept them penned behind barbed wire. These ghosts pop up everywhere in his sketchbooks, sometimes like rogues in a gallery, but as often as not singly in quick profile or thumbnail, sometimes on the same page with bucking mustangs and cow-ponies, or, like interlopers, peering in from the edges of landscapes, intruding on the cottonwoods and sage. In the early sketchbooks, the ones he filled after the war while attending college and during his first decade as a professor of art, the drawings of his keepers and his comrades tend to be imitative, realistic, the faces filled with the meanness and misery of war, as if the artist's aim was to document his experience. After a certain point, however, 10 years post-battle, perhaps 15, the drawings become simpler, less emotive. No longer are the faces rendered with the kind of shading and cross-hatching that create tone and mood. Most are simple line drawings in pen and ink, quirky enough to qualify as caricature. In his later work, the prisoners look more hapless than hopeless, hobos in bedraggled dress, and the guards appear more often than not as comic grotesques, a little lunatic, or just plain goofy. This is perspective and proportion of a different sort, and it has nothing to do with either the geometry or the grammar of art. Ben Steele, brown eyes aglint, almost always wears a smile, like a man who knows he finally got the thing right. Chapter 1. He enlisted on the advice of his mother, Bess. In the late summer of 1940, Ben Steele was working as a camp tender at a large sheep outfit east of town. It was hard, sometimes filthy work, but the freedom of it made him happy. On his own every day, riding a horse or driving a rig between the far-flung camps of the sheep herders, delivering mail and supplies, sleeping in the open, wrapped in an oilcloth, staring up at a big sky dark with bright stars. One weekend that summer, Ben Steele's mother and father drove out from Billings to visit. His mother had an idea. He'd been a ranch hand most of his life, she said. He was 22 now, grown up. Maybe it was time to consider something else. She'd heard on the radio that President Franklin D. Roosevelt had just signed a law creating the first peacetime military draft. The inaugural call-up, she said, was scheduled for late October. "You know, I've been thinking," she went on. "You really ought to get in before they draft you. Maybe if you do, you could, do what you want in the Army." He wasn't sure he wanted to wear a uniform, but since he usually took his mother's advice to heart, he tucked her suggestion away. And a while later, over a smoky campfire, perhaps, or riding the green hills and valleys, he remembered something. The boys he knew from Billings who had enlisted in the Army were usually sent west for training to the golden valleys of California. He thought, going to California, that sounds good. A little adventure. And on a nice warm day in mid-September, he borrowed a car, went into town, ambled over to the Stapleton Building on 28th Street and into the recruiting station there, where he found a sergeant sitting at a desk. "I want to go into the Army," he announced. "Well, now," the recruiter said, looking up at the lean ranch hand standing in front of him, "we have the Army and we have the Army Air Corps. Which one you want?" Ben Steele knew nothing about soldiering, but some years earlier a couple of fellows up at the Billings Municipal Airport got themselves a Ford trimotor, a propeller under each wing and one on the nose, and for $1 a head started taking people for a ride. It wasn't much of a ride. The plane took off from atop the rim rocks, circled the Yellowstone Valley below, and a few minutes later landed to pick up another load of wide-eyed locals. But that short hop stirred something in Ben Steele. "The Air Corps," he said. "That sounds real good. Give me that." A few weeks later, on October 9th, 1940, a month shy of his 23rd birthday, Ben Steele stood in a line of enlistees at the United States Courthouse in Missoula, Montana, raised his right hand, and repeated one of the Republic's oldest oaths. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign or domestic. So help me God. Like everyone else, like every American who read the newspapers, listened to the radio, went to the movies, and watched newsreels, Private Ben Steele of the United States Army Air Corps was convinced his enemies would be German. Japan was a threat, all right. That fall, in fact, America cut its shipments of scrap steel and iron to Japan. But Germany, threatening all Europe, was the menace of the moment. The Germans had invaded Poland, Denmark, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. By the time Ben Steele arrived at the induction station in Missoula in the fall of 1940, the German Luftwaffe had been bombing Great Britain for 3 months. Reading about all this in the Billings Gazette or listening to it on KGHL radio, the most popular station in that part of the West, most Montanans wanted no part of the trouble overseas. Like the rest of America, they were focused on finding jobs and recovering from the Great Depression, not crossing swords with the saber-rattling Germans. In a national opinion poll conducted the week Ben Steele enlisted, 83% of those surveyed said they did not want to send American troops overseas. Young men looking for a job or a little adventure don't pay much attention to opinion polls. The Army was offering a paycheck, plus 3 hots and a cot, and perhaps a chance to travel. Since they had no feel for the killing and dying in Europe, no sense at all of facing Panzer tanks and Stuka dive bombers, the ranch hands, soda jerks, delivery boys, and railroad workers on their way to training camp with Ben Steele were full of brio and eager for action. If war's going to come, I want to be in it, Ben Steele thought. Hell, I want to be over there where it's happening. Saturday, October 4th, 1941. San Francisco. Blue sky, bright sun, 72 degrees, a good day to set sail for paradise. On a pier off the Embarcadero, the men of the 19th Bombardment Group, United States Army Air Corps, waited in long queues to board the United States Army transport General Willard A. Holbrook, a lumbering troop ship used to ferry men and materiel to American bases overseas. In the ranks on the wharf, moving slowly toward the gangway, was Benjamin Charles Steele, serial number 19018-989, a newly minted private. He had been in uniform nearly a year now, and he liked the life of a soldier. The Army had given him just what he wanted, a chance to cross the mountains and see the golden land. California wasn't as golden as he'd imagined, but he liked it well enough. Training camp was a dusty tent city on the dry brown flats at March Field near Riverside. The boys from the cities and suburbs thought these accommodations kind of primitive. But the men who had been ranch-raised looked around and saw luxury. Tents with wooden floors and gas stoves, hot showers nearby, latrines that weren't buzzing with flies, and a mess hall that served seconds if a man wasn't sated. Air Corps basic training was short, just 6 weeks, long enough for men who would be working as airplane mechanics, gunners, ground crews, and supernumeraries. They attended classes on military courtesy and discipline. They reviewed Army rules and regulations. They endured hours of close-order drill and the ritual of forced marches. These little walks, as Ben Steele thought of them, were too much for many of the men. After one 8-mile hike, the road was lined with recruits doubled over, gasping for breath and grousing about their training. Ben Steele had never heard such belly-aching. "Holy Christ," he said, to no one in particular, 8 miles is nothing. Back home I'd walk that far before breakfast." "Oh, yeah?" one of the malcontents came back. "Where the hell did you come from?" "I'm from Montana," Ben Steele said. The Army sent him to New Mexico after basic training and assigned him to the 7th Materiel Squadron, 19th Bombardment Group, Kirtland Field, Albuquerque. As soon as he was settled, he made inquiries about buying a horse. A local stockman wanted $50 for an old plug named Blaze. Not much of a horse, nothing like the spirited animals he was used to. But he missed riding. So he went to a finance company, borrowed the money, agreeing to pay $5 a week against the balance, and made a deal with a nearby rancher to pasture his mount. His father shipped him a saddle, and every weekend Ben Steele rode out among the cactus and scrub grass. It was hot, sandy country, but he didn't care. He was on a horse, and a horse reminded him of home. The Air Corps made him a dispatcher, tracking flights, and after a month or two of this work he got it in his head that he wanted to be a pilot. Never much of a student, he found a math professor at the University of New Mexico to tutor him privately in the algebra and geometry that he would need to pass the exam to become a cadet. He studied for several months and was about to take the test when word came down that the 19th Bombardment Group was being sent overseas. "You can't ship me out," he told his commanding officer. "I'm fixing to take the cadet exam." "Oh, yeah, we can," the squadron commander said. "The whole outfit's going." October 3rd, 1941. Dearest Mother and Family, thought would drop you a few more lines before departing the U.S. I'm sailing tomorrow afternoon. We don't know for sure how long we will have to stay in foreign service, but hope it isn't too long. But it may be all right. Will write you every chance I get so you will know where I am at. Just heard we were going to the Philippines, but that is just a rumor, not certain. Can't believe a thing you hear around here. Don't worry about anything, because everything is okay. Will write as soon as I can make connections. It is possible we will stop at some port along the way, and if we do, we'll send you a line. Lots of love to you all. Bud. America remembers the attacks on its bases in the Pacific in 1941 as acts of treachery. But to label them sneak attacks is more propaganda than plain truth. For more than 20 years, a standing committee of admirals and generals in Washington had been planning against just such an attack. They looked at Japan as America's chief antagonist in the Pacific, and they knew well the value of surprise and Japan's history of success with this tactic. The military planners were sure that when war came, it would begin with a sudden surprise attack. They did not know exactly where or precisely when, but they were convinced that the Philippines, just 1,800 air miles from Japan and sitting directly between it and the oil and mineral-rich Indonesian archipelago in the southwest Pacific, would top Japan's list of targets. So in the early fall of 1941, with war consuming Europe and with the Japanese army on the march in Asia, American war planners, more in an attempt to deter an attack than defend against it, began to rush cannon, tanks, airplanes, and men to the Philippine Islands. The men of the 19th Bombardment Group, United States Army Air Corps, were part of that consignment. The Holbrook set sail on the evening tide that October 4th. In the ship's galley, cooks had prepared a greasy ragout of pork, and as the men passed through the mess line, stewards slopped the dinner on their trays. Later that night the wind picked up, the waves began to swell, and the Holbrook began to pitch and roll. And it wasn't long before all that greasy pork began to reappear. Soon the crappers were clogged and the sinks were overflowing. October 10th, 1941. Dearest Mother and Family, have been sitting out on the deck this morning watching flying fish. They are about 6 inches long and sail through the air like a bird. The water has been sort of rough all the way. The ship is bobbing up and down and from one side to the other till I can't even sit still. I'm sitting here on the deck and writing on my knee. Hope you can read this. After Hawaii, the sailing was easy, flat water most of the way and light tropical breezes. Most men spent mornings topside, watching the water or staring at the horizon, absorbed by the vast vista of the sea. Some played cards on the hatch covers or spread out their towels and baked in the afternoon sun. In the evenings, Quentin Pershing DeVore of East Colorado came topside to listen to his Hallicrafter shortwave radio. One evening, a dark-haired fellow with a friendly face eased over and sat down next to him. "I'm Ben Steele," he said, holding out his hand. "I'm Pershing DeVore. What do you get on that thing?" the fellow asked. "I get the news. Sometimes I get music," DeVore said. DeVore, too, had grown up outdoors, working the land and livestock in the rye and wheat farming country of Yuma County, a day's drive or so from the Nebraska border. He considered himself a plain boy with no frills, and that's how this fellow from Billings struck him, too. Real plain. "Where did you get that name, Pershing?" Ben Steele asked. "Well, my name is Quentin Pershing DeVore, but they call me Pershing." "That's too complicated," Ben Steele said. "I'm just going to call you QP." October 18th, 1941. Dearest Mother, Dad, and family. Met a new friend. He likes hunting and fishing about as well as I do. We get together and talk over old times. It sort of makes me feel at home. They talked for hours about farming and ranching and cattle and sheep, about the hard-up life on a Colorado farm and the hard-scrabble days on a Montana homestead. Ben Steele often turned the conversation to horses. Cow-ponies, broncs and quarter horses, chestnuts, Appaloosas, and bays. QP thought, "This guy is crazy about horses." They talked about war as well. Their convoy was flanked by destroyer escorts, and at night the ship was blacked out, a shadow on the sea. A week and a half out of Hawaii, their company commander called them together. They were going to the Philippines to fight a war, he said. Thursday, October 23rd, 1941, Pier 7, Manila, Philippines. Assembled on deck, the 1,300 soldiers of the 19th Bombardment Group were preparing to greet paradise. Down the pier, a line of trucks was waiting to take them north to their billets at Clark Field, a lattice of sand and turf runways laid out on a hot, dry plain 50 miles northwest of Manila. As the young Americans made their way down the gangways and ladders to the queue of open trucks, they were wide-eyed with wonder and delight. October 24th, 1941. We're sure glad to get off the boat after being on it for so long. We were as dirty as a bunch of hogs when we landed. It is sure interesting around here. The natives are as thick as bees and live in little bamboo shacks. Drive little horses about the size of a good-sized dog, hitched to a little cart. Some have oxen, carabao, hitched to old wooden-wheeled carts. Sure is interesting to watch them. They are always trying to sell us something. They are running from one barracks to the other trying to get a job making our beds and shining our shoes. Would hate to think I was so lazy I couldn't make my own bed. We have to have mosquito nets over our beds at night so we can sleep. The mosquitoes here are like hummingbirds. Don't worry about me because I never felt better in my life and I'm having a swell time. So please don't worry. This will be one of the greatest experiences of my life. For decades, the Philippines had been a backwater post, a collecting pool for those on the way up, young officers eager to get their tickets punched for promotion, and those on the way out, the deadwood, the drunks, the disappointed who had been passed over for rank and were now holed up in a quiet billet, waiting to put in their papers and take a last parade. It was a gorgeous backwater. Manila was known as the Pearl of the Orient, and parts of the city, especially the precincts where the Americans and Europeans lived and worked, looked like arboretums. Along the boulevards the trees were trimmed and ringed with pink hydrangeas, and white butterfly orchids grew in the coconut husks. The duty was easy, too. Inspections and formations for the most part. Then, at noon, the workday ended, and the enlisted men would head for the beaches and ball fields and brothels of the nearest barrio, where they would shack up with their brown-skinned squaws, their Filipina concubines. Life had its annoyances, of course. The soaking summer monsoons, the suffocating heat of the hot season, the incessant insects, the choking dust. But for less than $1, a trooper could buy enough Ginebra gin and San Miguel beer to drink himself senseless. The officers lived like aristocracy. They played polo, tennis, and golf, then made for their private preserve, Manila's fabled Army and Navy Club, a 3-acre toft and croft along the east shore of Manila Bay that looked like a Beaux-Arts mansion set on a waterfront green of palms, flame trees, and bougainvillea. The club hosted dinners and soirees, women and their escorts dancing under the stars and toasting one another over centerpieces of yellow trumpet flowers and white cadena de amor. First, and above all, however, the Army and Navy Club was a men's club, and the men of the Philippine garrison and Asiatic fleet liked to drink. Almost every officer in the islands bellied up to the club's long polished bar. Pilots, tankers, artillerymen, chasseurs, submariners, marines. But none more frequently than the gentlemen of the 31st Infantry, the only all-American Army regiment in the islands. "We are the boys from the 31st. We are not so very meek. We never wash behind our ears, and seldom wash our feet. Oh, we're below the scum of the earth, and we're always looking for booze. Now we're the boys from the 31st, and who in the hell are yous?" That was garrison life. Then, it seemed to happen so fast, those unhurried mornings, sultry afternoons, and sybaritic nights were interrupted by an irritating interloper, the Japanese. Nippon had been on the march in Asia. In 1931, the Imperial Army occupied Manchuria. In 1937, that same army, reinforced, moved south to invade northern China. In 1940, Japan pushed into Lower Asia and stationed troops in Upper Indochina. To the Roosevelt administration, the Japanese now appeared ready to move against the Dutch East Indies, islands and archipelagos rich with tin, rubber, oil. Convinced that America would soon be fighting in Europe, the President wanted to avoid a two-front war, and he decided to impose economic sanctions on Japan, hoping to get them to pull back, perhaps even declare a ceasefire in China. He withheld the carrot. Then, in the early winter of 1940, he started to show them the stick. America's military planners began marshaling reinforcements for the Philippines. They knew they could never make the islands a redoubt. Japan, with millions of men under arms, could easily overwhelm any garrison. But, as the thinking went, the new defenses, especially a new long-range B-17 bomber, might deter the Japanese, make them reconsider the cost of attacking the Philippines. If not, then the presence of reinforcements might at least make them pause long enough for the garrison to ready itself to receive the blow. In the late spring 1941, the wives and children of American servicemen were ordered to evacuate the islands and sail for home. In July, the President recalled General Douglas MacArthur from retirement. He had been serving as a military adviser to the Philippine Commonwealth government since 1935, and named him commander of United States Army forces in the Far East. The same month, the Commonwealth government mobilized the tens of thousands of reservists that made up the Philippine Army. In September, American troop ships and freighters began to arrive regularly at Pier 7. By the end of November, the U.S. Army garrison had been increased to nearly 31,000 troops, 19,000 Americans, 12,000 Philippine scouts, triple its original strength. Almost immediately thereafter, MacArthur ordered beach defenses dug and manned by the Philippine Army at the most likely landing spots on the main island of Luzon. November 9th, 1941. Dearest Mother, Dad, and family, well, I suppose you have been reading the headlines about the U.S. and Japan, but don't get excited. Can just see you running around worrying yourself sick. Of course, we don't hear much about it. I think we are safe. We get some of the news, and there is a lot we don't get. The workday was longer now as men and machinery moved north and south from the piers and warehouses of Manila. Days carried the din of hammering and sawing. Nights, the rumble and whine of trucks on the roads. The polo fields were often empty, the tennis courts quiet. Some evenings the bar girls at Cavite's Dreamland Cabaret— "Call us ballerinas, please," the taxi dancers insisted— toured the dance floor alone or in one another's arms. And yet there was still an air of assurance in the islands, a sense that the latest alarm or clarion call would pass without incident, and paradise would soon be paradise again. Intelligence reports about Japanese troop movements arrived daily at headquarters, but the majority of officers under MacArthur's command had convinced themselves it would be absolutely impossible for the Japanese to attack the Philippine Islands successfully. Japan, they reasoned, had everything to lose by going to war and nothing to gain. So they went about preparing for war with little sense of urgency or imminence. And this strange stupor, this weakness, as Colonel Ernest B. Miller, a tank commander from Brainerd, Minnesota, saw it, led to things left undone. So many things that even in the end, with the black clouds of war directly overhead, it was well nigh impossible to quicken the tempo of the work. And why should they? General MacArthur had told his officers that intelligence reports on the existing alignment and movement of Japanese troops had convinced him that if Japan in fact attacked, it would not do so until the spring of 1942, April at the earliest. Many of his subordinates disagreed, but there was no arguing with the general. The enemy, he insisted, wasn't coming until spring. Japan wasn't much of an enemy either, or so the Americans believed. For more than a century, whites in Asia had looked on the tawny locals as less than human. They thought the Japanese monkey men, short, slight, buck-toothed, slant-eyed sons of bitches, who couldn't see straight, even through their horn-rimmed glasses, because, as everyone knew, their eyeballs didn't open up to the proper diameter. An enemy who could not see straight could not shoot straight, could not keep his planes on course or drop his bombs on target. The war wouldn't last 3 weeks, they told one another. We'll knock the living shit out of them. Even at General MacArthur's headquarters, where war planning should have sent up a din, men went about their work as usual. On the evening of December 5th, for example, MacArthur's clerk, Paul Rogers, settled himself in a seat at the Manila Symphony and enjoyed a program of Mozart. And it didn't take long for the young enlistees and reservists fresh from the States to assume that same attitude of indifference. To be sure, there were a few who went against the tide, officers who'd come to the islands to soldier, as they put it, professionals who now bridled at being part of a military force afflicted with siesta-itis. But their complaints were lost in the laughter around the bar and the sighs coming out of the seraglios. Monday, December 8th, 1941, December 7th across the international dateline, Manila, Philippines. Frank Hewlett, a United Press Wire Service reporter, got the cable from a colleague in Hawaii around 2 a.m. local time. Stunned and looking for official confirmation, Hewlett quickly called the office of Admiral Thomas C. Hart, commander of the Asiatic Fleet. At fleet headquarters in Manila, a duty officer answered the phone. Hewlett read him the cable. Flash: Pearl Harbor under aerial attack. What did he mean, under attack? The man at Fleet HQ thought Hewlett was goading him. He was tired and in no mood for another Jap joke. "Tell your Pearl Harbor correspondent to go back to bed and sleep it off," he told Hewlett, then hung up. At the same time, across Manila Bay at the Cavite Naval Base, Seaman Second Class Frank Bigelow, a tall, lean message clerk from Pleasant Lake, North Dakota, stumbled aboard the submarine tender USS Canopus tied up at a wharf. Bigelow had been out drinking and catting around with the local amorettes at one of many brothels in nearby Cavite City. Now, about half drunk, he crawled up into his bunk and was just about to drift off when another sailor came running into the compartment. "They're bombing Pearl Harbor," the man shouted. "They're bombing Pearl Harbor." Bigelow didn't believe him and turned his face to the bulkhead to sleep. The first public word of the attack came over KZRH commercial radio sometime after 2:30 a.m. A short while later, MacArthur and Admiral Hart alerted their commands. But the officers, for the most part, did not tell the men in the ranks until they awoke for breakfast. North of Cavite and Manila, some 50 miles up the dusty main highway, was Fort Stotzenburg, an army base adjacent to Clark Field. At the nurses' quarters near the fort hospital, the women had just settled themselves down in the mess to their fruit, eggs, rolls, and coffee, when someone reached up and switched on a radio, and the familiar staccato of announcer Don Bell started to issue from the box. "Hey, listen to that," one of the women said. "They're having a war in Hawaii. And here we are in the Philippines, and we're going to be left out of it." Less than 2 miles away, on a road just east of Clark Field, Corporal Zoeth Skinner of Portland, Oregon, part of a 5-man crew in a half-track, a kind of tank without a top, was parked in the sun at the side of the highway. The tank battalions had a complement of half-tracks to cover their flanks and scout their points, and for several days the battalions had been on maneuvers near the field. In fact, they had been deployed to protect the airplanes, but the crews thought they were on another pointless exercise. Then their platoon commander rolled up on a motorcycle. "Hey, fellas!" He was excited. "The war's started. They've bombed Pearl Harbor." Then he roared off. That's just part of the maneuvers," one of the men said. West of the road, across acres of bamboo and sugar cane, sat airplane hangars and barracks for the ground crews at Clark Field, among them the men of the 19th Bombardment Group. At morning chow, an officer had climbed up on a chair and announced, "We've been attacked by the Japanese at Pearl Harbor, but there is no word yet on the extent of the damage." Maybe it wasn't all that bad, Ben Steele thought. Then, throughout the morning, each new report brought a few more details. Battleships had been hit, sunk, or badly disabled. Casualties were rumored to be high. There was talk that the country's formidable Pacific Fleet had been hard hit, perhaps crippled. The men at Clark Field could hardly believe what they were hearing. They had not expected war to start so soon, or the enemy to sally that far from home. It just didn't seem real. Shocking, perhaps, but not real. A war without pain or pounding fear, far away, 5,000 miles to the east. So the men at Clark Field went to work. The flight crews reported to the flight line, the armorers to the armory, the pilots to their planes. And they waited. They waited and watched the sky. 7 o'clock, 7:30, still nothing. They were also waiting for word to strike back. Air Corps commanders in the Philippines knew from intelligence reports that Japanese Army and Navy bombers would likely come at them from Japanese bases on Formosa. 500 miles due north, and Major General Lewis H. Brereton, the commander of the Far East Air Force, and his staff, had been prepared since November 27th, the day Washington warned all commanders in the Pacific that it believed Japan was ready to go to war, to bomb the Formosan airfields or the harbor at Takao, the likely place the Japanese would gather an invasion force. To his staff, Brereton was a square-rigged, stout-hulled believer in action. Earlier that morning, after he had learned of the attack on Pearl Harbor, he had rushed to MacArthur's headquarters at 1 Calle Victoria in Manila and asked permission to arm and launch the 19 new B-17 bombers of the 19th Bombardment Group standing by at Clark Field. MacArthur's Chief of Staff, Major General Richard Sutherland, told Brereton to wait for MacArthur's approval. Brereton went back to Air Corps headquarters at Nielsen Field and sat. And sat. At 7:15 he could sit no more and returned to headquarters. Again Sutherland told the Air Corps commander, "Wait." At Clark Field, Ben Steele and his Air Corps comrades wanted to hit the Japanese on Formosa before the Japanese came at them. Most of all, they wanted to get their bombers and fighters off the ground, where they were the most exposed and vulnerable. Word had come down that the Air Corps planes at Hickam Field in Hawaii had been parked wingtip to wingtip, an easy target for Japanese bombardiers. Enraged by the folly at Hickam, the Air Corps chief in Washington, Major General Henry H. Arnold, had called General Brereton in the Philippines and warned him not to make the same mistake at Clark. Sometime between 8 and 9 a.m., Major David R. Gibbs, the acting bomb group commander at Clark, was handed an alert. Enemy planes had been spotted over Lingayen Gulf northwest of Clark Field, headed toward Manila. Fearing Clark might be their target, Gibbs immediately ordered the squadrons of bombers into the air, but without bombs. MacArthur still had not given his permission to arm the planes for an attack on Formosa, so the bomber pilots were told to cruise high overhead. At last, around 11 a.m., MacArthur authorized a reconnaissance flight over Formosa to be followed by bombing missions later that afternoon, and the bombers from Clark were immediately recalled to arm them for the mission. The squadrons of pursuit fighters that had been flying protective cover over Manila and other parts of Luzon that morning were also brought down to refuel. By 11:30, most American warplanes in the Philippines were on the ground, being serviced and readied to take off again. After the crews and pilots at Clark Field finished this work, they went to lunch in shifts. Some of the aircraft were properly protected behind revetments, others dispersed, but many, too many, were parked in neat rows in the open on their ready lines, noses to the runway. From above, they looked like toys on a large lawn, silver toys perfectly outlined against the green sward of Luzon's wide central plain. December 8, 1941, 11 a.m. 19,000 feet somewhere over the South China Sea in the cockpit of an Imperial Navy A-6 M20 fighter. It was not a lonely impulse of delight that had sent Saburo Sakai aloft to make tumult in the clouds. It was duty, a sense of obligation born of both politics and myth. The myth begins in heaven before the world was the world. Looking down one day, the celestial kami, gods, created a new domain, the 8 great islands at the center of the world, a misty land of emerald hills and jade valleys known to moderns as Dai Nippon, Great Japan. The rest of the earth, so the Shinto myth goes, was mere matter, sea foam and mud. But Nippon, the issue of the gods, was sacred soil, superior to all other lands, the aegis of Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun. Amaterasu sent her grandson, Ninigo no Mikoto, to consolidate her domain. Then she named her great-great-grandson, Jimmu Tenno, to rule there. By heavenly charge he became emperor, the first of Amaterasu's earthly line. Grateful for the appointment, Jimmu Tenno made his illustrious foremother a promise. He and his semi-divine seed would extend the rule of heaven to embrace the entire earth. Hako Ichiyu, the world under one roof, they called it, the plan of a people blessed by heaven and ruled by the descendants of the goddess of the sun. The myth of Amaterasu instilled in the Japanese an unfaltering feeling of uniqueness, Yamato Damashi, the spirit of being Japanese. The feeling, more powerful than any sense of self, stirred every Nipponjin, especially Japan's fighting men like Petty Officer First Class Saburo Sakai. The 25-year-old Imperial Navy fighter pilot, flying south with a squadron of Mitsubishi Zeros on the late morning of December 8, 1941, marveled at his luck. It was a perfect day for an attack. Bright sun, clear sky. Just before 11:30 a.m., Sakai looked down and saw the Philippine Islands hove into view, a deep green against the rich blue of the ocean. Then the coastline slipped beneath him, beautiful and peaceful. It was the opening hours of what the Japanese would call the Greater East Asian War, or the Great Pacific War. The Japanese had marshaled 4 armies and fleets to strike American, British, and Dutch targets in the Central and Southwest Pacific, as far south and west as Malaya, and as far east as Hawaii. A battle zone shaped like an immense fan, some 4,000 miles long and 7,000 miles wide, with Tokyo as its pivot. The fan covered a large slice of the globe, all the way from Burma west to Hawaii, 6 major meridians of time into the heart of the vast Pacific. Saburo Sakai, stick in his right hand, throttle in his left, was part of this great effort. The effort to bring the world under one roof and, myth and religion aside, to take the territory and resources Japan claimed were hers by right and necessity. A holy war and a fight for survival rolled into one, and draped with a cloak called honor. The atavists in the army, and there were many of them, liked to use history and an old injury to advance their agendas and aims. They looked back a century, to July 8, 1853, when the ambitious Commodore Matthew C. Perry sailed into Edo, Tokyo, harbor, with 4 black-hulled warships and orders from the President of the United States to open Japan, a closed and feudal society, to the west. Those black ships and Perry's implied threats shamed the Japanese, and to recover their honor and preserve their independence, they moved quickly to make themselves modern. In the 4 decades that followed, they cast aside the feudal shogunate, the moribund military autocracy that had governed Japan since the 12th century, and replaced it with a constitutional monarchy. Then, with help from the French, British, and Prussians, they created a modern Western-style army and navy. They also set up new industries, built transportation networks, and established a national system of public schools. But in their rush to strengthen their emerald domain and safeguard their precious sovereignty, the parvenus who were racing to embrace the present also held hard to the past, for at heart they were traditionalists, aristocrats, many of them, who did not want Japan to lose its soul, that deep sense of divine origin and the ancient impulse to loyalty and sacrifice that they believed held their society together. They borrowed from the West, these reformers of the Meiji Restoration, as that great change came to be called, borrowed some of the West's social science and many of its machines and fashions. But their aim always was to keep Japan Japanese. Eastern ethics, Western science was the adage of the day, though Eastern ethics apparently included the West's inclination for empire and the notion that a strong arm was needed to acquire it. After the turn of the 20th century, Japan found itself in conflict with Russia over concessions in Korea, just across the Sea of Japan and strategically important to the Japanese. Most military observers of the day predicted that the Russians would swiftly overwhelm the force Japan sent against them. "The eagles had already fixed their talons on the carcass," wrote one British officer. Nippon, however, struck fast, and its troops, as fierce as any the West had ever seen, defeated the mighty Russians at Port Arthur. In just 50 years Japan had transformed itself from a feudal overlordship into a modern military and industrial state, and now it was ready to share in the swag and booty of empire, to grab territory and force concessions in China and domains south, just as the Europeans had been doing in the Pacific since Magellan's famous sorties in the first decades of the 16th century. Japanese diplomats, pressed to defend their country's aggression, claimed necessity. Japan had suffered a series of recessions, and by 1929, the year of widespread financial collapse, the economy was faltering. Ultranationalists in government, aided by right-wing army officers, pressed for a military solution. And by 1937, the army had provoked so many military incidents on the Asian mainland that they got what they wanted: a full-scale war. By the end of 1938, the Japanese had more than 1 million troops fighting in China. Alarmed, America began an economic war of nerves with the Japanese. Using embargoes of vital materials, such as scrap iron, machine parts, and aircraft, America hoped to force Japan to pull back from China. When nothing worked, President Roosevelt in July 1941 froze all Japanese assets in the United States, in effect creating an embargo of the commodity Japan needed most: crude oil. And since America was Japan's chief source of oil, the boycott left the Imperial Army and Navy in a crisis. The Japanese decided to take what they needed, and what they needed was in the hands of the British and the Dutch. War planners in Tokyo knew well that by striking the East Indies, they would provoke Europe's ally, the United States, into a fight. They also knew that they could not defeat the industry-rich Americans. The United States, with its vast resources and its capacity to manufacture whatever war material it needed, would eventually wear them down. Japan's only chance was to win as much as they could as quickly as they could, then sue for peace and the status quo. Keep the Americans off balance for 6 months, seize the mineral-rich colonies in the Southwest Pacific, then set up a ring of defenses to protect their gains. Surprise was essential. Surprise had helped Hideyoshi in Korea in 1592, and had carried the day against the Russians at Port Arthur in 1904. Officers of the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy also knew well the words of the kendo master Miyamoto Musashi: "You win in battles with timing, the timing of cunning, a timing which the enemy does not expect. Surprise leaves an enemy low, outwitted, taciturn. America will be utterly crushed with one blow," an Imperial Navy admiral told the commanders of the Pearl Harbor Task Force at a briefing before the battle. "It is planned to shift the balance of power, and thereby confuse the enemy at the outset, and deprive him of his fighting spirit." But a surprise attack, a modern coup de main, demanded careful planning, constant practice, strict secrecy, a willingness to sacrifice, and a lot of luck. The Japanese have 7 gods of good fortune, and on December 8, 1941, these 7 kami were with them. The attack on Hawaii left much of the Pacific Fleet burning or at the bottom of Pearl Harbor. The surprise sorties against the other targets in the Pacific were stunning victories as well. Still, of all the units on the attack that day, the force with the most luck was the 11th Air Fleet, Saburo Sakai and his fellow pilots in the fighters and bombers that had soared into the air from bases on Formosa to bomb Clark Field in the Philippines. The battle plan had originally called for the Formosa squadrons to take off at 2:30 a.m., which would have put them over the target just after first light, roughly the same moment that the Pearl Harbor attack force, some 5,000 miles to the east, was diving on Honolulu's airfields and on the battleships of the American Pacific Fleet. But a rare and very unseasonal thick pea-soup fog rolled in from the straits of Formosa that morning, and standing on the tarmac in their flight suits, Saburo Sakai and his comrades could not see more than 5 yards in front of them. Through the fog came a voice from the loudspeakers on the control tower. "Takeoff is delayed indefinitely." And with that announcement, every pilot instantly understood that the element of surprise had been lost. For surely the Americans at Clark Field and at the other U.S. bases in the Philippines would have heard of the attack at Pearl Harbor, and would be prepared for them. Or perhaps the enemy was on its way to attack Formosa and the Japanese airfields there. Sakai and his fellow pilots, cupping their hands to their ears and listening for the sounds of American bombers overhead, waited for the fog to lift. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. At last the fog gave way to mist to blue sky, and by 8:45 all squadrons were headed south. The attack was now 6 hours behind schedule, and Sakai was sure, after the long delay, the enemy would be awaiting us in great strength. Just after noon, the formation of 53 bombers and 45 Zeros came roaring in from the South China Sea and the Zambales Mountains. Below them, on the plains of Pampanga Province, was Clark Field, the main air base of the United States Army forces in the Far East, General Douglas MacArthur's army in the Philippines. When Sakai looked down, he saw some 60 enemy bombers and fighters neatly parked along the airfield runways, squatted there like sitting ducks. The Japanese airman was astonished. Why, he wondered, weren't the Americans in the air, waiting for us? The bombers made their passes first. To Sakai, whose squadron of fighters was circling above, protecting the bombers, the attack on Clark Field looked perfect. He watched from his cockpit as long strings of bombs tumbled from the bays of the bombers and dropped toward the targets. When they hit, the entire airbase seemed to rise into the air with the explosions. Pieces of airplanes, hangars, and other ground installations scattered wildly. Great fires erupted, and smoke boiled upward. Now the Zeros took their turn. They circled down to 13,000 feet, still without enemy opposition. Then, with his 2 wingmen in tow, Sakai nosed over, pushed the stick forward, and dove at a steep angle for the ground. He picked out 2 American B-17s sitting on the runway, unscathed by the explosions, and poured a fusillade of bullets into the big bombers. Later, safely back on Formosa, the Japanese pilots were elated. "Now," said one, "we have dealt a spectacular blow." But overall they were surprised by their success and bewildered by their luck. They told their debriefing officers that they had found the enemy's planes lined up on the target fields as if in peacetime. It was almost as if the enemy did not know that war had started. The American pilots and ground crews were eating their lunch when they heard the drone of planes overhead. Some of them rushed outside and looked up. A few, veteran pilots mostly, knew immediately it was the enemy, but many on the ground, the uninitiated and unknowing, mistook the formations for friendlies. The planes, flying in giant V formations, were perfect in their spacing, their precision, their unerring course. Beautiful, some men thought, and starring against the vault of powder blue. Then they began to see something strange, something that seemed to be floating beneath the giant V's. Small strips of silver glinting in the sun like tiny pieces of tinfoil. Sparkles, Ben Steele thought. And all at once they knew. Bombs. Suddenly the air raid klaxon began its urgent warnings. "Yeah, yeah, yeah." "Japanese!" Ben Steele heard someone yell. "Take cover!" At roughly 12:15 p.m., the first of some 42 tons of incendiary and fragmentation bombs started to fall toward the field. Some of the men simply stood there and stared, transfixed by the V's and the silver sparkles falling from the sky. Then the base erupted. A line of explosions advanced across the field, then another line and another. Each bomb held roughly 100 pounds of explosive in its warhead, enough TNT to bring down a building, blow up an airplane, blast a hole in a runway 12 feet wide, and turn a flesh-and-blood human being into a spray of red. The men on the south side of the field watched the explosions approach. 500 yards, 300, 100. A burst of blinding white, a sharp, painful crack, followed by an enormous rip, a tearing of the air. Then, finally, a deep shudder in the ground. The earth set a-tremble. A bomb blast is lethal science, fluid mechanics meant to maim. First, the shock wave, a surge of air that hits a man like a wall of wind, hits him so hard his cerebrum starts to shake concussively in his skull, swelling at first, then hemorrhaging, rivulets of blood running from his nose and ears, vomit from his mouth. An instant after the shock wave passes, the atmosphere turns hot and dense, high pressure sucking the low pressure from every recess around it, from a man's lungs and ears and eye sockets, leaving him gasping for breath and fighting the feeling his pupils are being pulled from their sockets. Finally, fluid mechanics turn to terminal ballistics as the blast blows apart the bomb's casing, sending hundreds of jagged fragments, pieces of white-hot shrapnel, some no bigger than a pebble, others as big as a brick, slicing into anything in their path. Q.P. Devore was hit right away. He had spent the morning sorting armory supplies, and at mess call had met his friend Ben Steele for lunch. He ate quickly that afternoon. The fellows in the control tower had invited him up for a look, so he climbed the stairs to the cupola on top of the first hangar to chew the fat with the operations boys and take in the view. All at once a voice came over an intercom. "Enemy bombers overhead." Devore laughed. Another false alarm. "Hey, fellas, I'm going to step out on the stairs for a look," he said. And he began to descend from the cupola, down the stairs that hugged the outside of the hangar. When he heard the drone of engines, he stopped and looked up. He was halfway down the stairs when he heard the loudest noise he'd ever heard, and just like that, his world went blank. When he came to, he was on the ground, lying among a litter of empty gasoline drums at the bottom of the stairs. His body ached, his head was thick and heavy. And he kept hearing a voice, faint at first, as if it were far away. "Help! Help!" As his head cleared, the voice grew louder. "Help me! Please! Somebody help me!" Devore rolled over and saw a man he knew, a lieutenant from his unit. He blinked and looked again. The man was wobbling, struggling to stand, to get up on the one leg he had left. A truck stopped nearby, and the driver rushed over to the two men. "Let's get this officer to the hospital at Stotzenburg," he said. And Devore helped him load the lieutenant in the pickup, then jumped in the back. At Stotzenburg Hospital, the wounded from Clark Field were everywhere, filling the wards, the halls, the concrete porch and back. When Q.P. Devore arrived with the mangled lieutenant, orderlies were putting men on blankets on the front lawn, and a nurse pressed Devore into service as a litter-bearer, unloading truckloads of hobbled, bleeding, unconscious men. He hefted and hauled, stretcher after stretcher, until a nurse stopped him and said, "Hey, what's the story with you?" "I'm okay," Devore said. "Really? Take a look." His coveralls were soaked with blood and riddled with tiny holes. "Oh," he thought, "I didn't even feel it." Now and then a nurse, doctor, or patient would wander over to a window or the front door and look toward Clark Field, less than 2 miles away. The base was burning. Airplanes, hangars, huts, barracks, trucks, and fuel tanks. Even the fields of Kogon grass were ablaze, and giant twisters of black and gray smoke and clouds of ochre dust were rising high over the runways. Soon the sky, the great blue dome above the central plain, was dark with carbon and ash. Then they heard gunfire from that direction, the stabbing chat-chat-chat of machine guns and airplane cannon. The Japanese Zeros had come down from the clouds to rake and strafe what the bombers had left. The attack was over in less than an hour, but all afternoon and into the evening trucks and cars carted the casualties up the road to Stotzenburg. The injured, when they could talk, described brimstone scenes and Stygian slaughter. Bombs falling in trenches, dismembering and decapitating those caught cowering there. Orange fireballs of gasoline and oil rimmed with a coxcomb of thick black smoke. Pilots trying to take off, shot in their seats or trapped in their flaming cockpits. An airfield that looked like an airplane junkyard, the runways and aprons littered with pieces of wings, tails, and fuselage, and the riddled wrecks of bombers and fighters still smoking. Finally, amid all, derelict corpses and other detritus of war. An arm, a leg, a helmet with holes in it. When the Zeros came down to finish the attack, they came in low, often just 30 feet off the ground, flying through the smoke and fire left by the bombs, shooting their rounds and tracers into planes and buildings, emplacements and men. Some of the wounded swore they could see the faces of the Japanese pilots and shot at them with their rifles and sidearms, sometimes sighting on the big red circles on the Zero's fuselage and wings, those goddamn red meatballs and big fried eggs, the Hinamaru of Amaterasu, the circle of the sun. In the operating room at Stotzenburg the wounded were taken 4 and 5 at a time, laid out on wooden doors set on crates and boxes. Helen Cassiani, a surgical nurse from Bridgewater, Massachusetts, had never seen such carnage. "Oh, Lord," she said to herself, "this is a madhouse." In truth, it was more like a knacker's yard, with stretchers of flayed flesh and splintered bone all over the lawn, the porch, the hallways, anywhere you looked. Outside was better than inside, where the smell of suffering, the stench of blackened flesh, and the reek of green bile and vomit collected in the still air of the corridors and wards. Most of all, the overpowering smell of blood, sweet with a hint of musk, so much that it made Cassie, as they called Helen, think of her family's chicken farm, and the way the barn smelled on days when the birds were being slaughtered. Some of the wounded shrieked and howled, but overall the scene was strangely quiet. Cassie noticed that most of the wounded were shuddering from the deathly cold that comes from shock, or were so numb with morphine they kept their pain to themselves. Now and then a man with a crushed or dangling limb would summon a nurse to come close, and he would whisper a question. Was he going to lose his hand, his foot, his arm, his leg? Don't worry, Cassie would tell them. The doctor would do what he could. In the end, of course, the doctor would amputate. There was no time, no equipment, no way to reconnect what had been torn loose and left hanging, or rebuild what had been blasted into shards of bone and bloody bits of flesh. So they would shoot up the man with more morphine and clamp off the wound's arteries and veins, and a surgeon would take a scalpel and pare down the muscle, pare it down to the bone. Then the room would fill with the sound of sawing. Q.P. Devore had been lucky. The shrapnel had bounced off a rib instead of slicing into him. His legs had been peppered with fragments, too, but looking at the litters queued up for surgery, he considered himself almost unscathed. Medics cleaned his wounds and gave him new coveralls, and in the afternoon sent him back to Clark Field. He was tired and sore when he wandered into the barracks, and there, waiting for him, was his good friend Ben Steele. Each man had prepared himself for the death of the other. And now, sitting side by side in a barracks full of bullet holes even in the blankets, each counted himself twice lucky, once for his own sweet life, once for the life of his friend. "And what happened to you?" QP asked. "After lunch, I went on back to the hangar area," Ben said. "A bunch of us were walking about 50 yards from a trench when we hear this high drone, and we look up. They'd dropped so damn many bombs the sides of the trenches were caving in, you know. Then the fighters came in, just coming in right out of the smoke. Hell, I was shooting at them with my .45. Really. Right at point-blank range." The conversation carried them outside, over to the wreckage of the hangar and control tower stairs where QP had been hit. Ben told QP that after the attack he had run to the tower to look for him. But all he found was a jumble of gasoline drums under the stairs, and he reached into his pocket this wristwatch, which he held out to show him. QP looked again. "Hey, that's mine," he said. "That's my watch. I didn't even know I'd lost it." The two stood there, looking around them. The base was a wasteland of debris and burning junk. Gone were most of the barracks, offices, hangars, repair shops, fuel and ammo dumps, chow halls, and the base communications shack. In the gray half-light of evening, the two runways had so many craters that the field looked like a moonscape. 17 of the 19 B-17 bombers and most of the American pursuit planes had been destroyed or heavily damaged. MacArthur's Far East Air Force was now a line of wrecks smoldering in the sun. "They really demolished this place," Ben Steele said. "They got everything." The Graves Registration Unit was still busy past sundown collecting the dead. More than 250 men had been wounded and some 100 killed, roughly 10% of the force manning the base. Many had fought well, pilots taxiing down the runway under fire, anti-aircraft crews staying at their guns as fighter planes bore down on them, soldiers rushing into burning buildings to save buddies or retrieve valuable gear. But surprise strikes deep, and a large number of men, green privates bewildered by the bombs and veteran corporals and sergeants who had left their courage in a warm bed or in a bottle, were finished. At dark, they simply abandoned their posts and fled into the woods and hills and barrios. The barracks were almost empty. Just Ben Steele, QP, and a few others. Where the hell had everyone gone, they wondered. One of the officers said that sentries along the shoreline had spotted troop transports up north in the South China Sea. An invasion force. Invasion? How were they going to stop an invasion now, without an air force? Another man was sure he could hear the sound of tanks in the distance. But whose tanks? QP was in rough shape. He told Ben he was so sore he could barely stand. Most of all, his nerves were shot. He was sure the barracks would be hit again, and he wanted to get out of there. "That bombing put the fear of God in me," QP whispered to his friend. "I'm afraid." Ben Steele helped his buddy outside and across the airfield and into the relative safety of the woods. He bedded him down on a rush of Kogon grass, and for 2 nights he ferried food to him and kept him company until he was ready to fall asleep. Going to ground. Ben Steele was 5 years old the first time he fell off a horse. Happened over at the Gilberts, neighbors a few hills away who raised racers. Grover Gilbert had put him on a retired plug named Old Pardner. "You just grab a hold of the horn and hang on, bud," Gilbert said. But as soon as that horse stepped onto the hardpan oval, it took off, pitching the child into the bunch grass and dirt. He was too young to remember the spill, but he heard about it often enough. His father had been a cowboy, among the last to ride the open range, so it was only natural that the old man would take the measure of his oldest son by the boy's ability to keep his seat. At their ranch at Hawk Creek, the old man put him on a frisky cow-pony, a mare named Squaw. In the afternoons — he was 6 or 7 years old now — father and son would saddle up, cross a meadow, and climb into the hills. Their second, maybe third time out, Squaw caught a hoof on broken ground, and Bud went flying. The old man stopped his horse, looked down, shook his head. "Horse stumbles and you fall off? You're a hell of a cowboy." Then he dismounted, brushed the boy off, and hoisted him back into the saddle. For a while Ben Steele was about half afraid of that animal, but he never spoke of his fear lest the old man leave him home and ride the hills without him. Chapter 2. December 8th, 1941, 11 a.m. Takao Harbor, Formosa. Aboard the troop ship Yai Maru. Lieutenant Ryotaro Nishimura, commander of the 5th Company, 2nd Battalion, 9th Infantry Regiment, 14th Army Group, was below decks with his men staging for the invasion of the Philippines when he heard the news over the ship's loudspeakers. "Today, December 8th, before dawn, the Imperial Army and Navy entered into a state of war with American and British forces." So the hour was at hand. Soon now he would sail with the 14th Army, one of 4 Japanese armies to sally forth that December fortnight. 200,000 troops on their way to drive the British, Dutch, and Americans from the archipelagos and island groups of the Southwest Pacific. Reflecting on this, Ryotaro Nishimura's first thoughts were the same as those of all Japanese soldiers. He thought of death. "I will do whatever I am ordered," he told himself. Then, like every man at arms approaching a battle, he turned back for a moment to glance at the life he was so ready to leave, his life at home in Fushimi. The willows on Nishihama Street in front of his father's store, the barge boats plying the canals, the flowers in the rushes along the Uji River. At sea, clear sky, calm waters. The men of the 5th Company, 2nd Battalion, 9th Infantry were on deck, sitting in a semicircle around their commander. They were anxious, these young conscripts, Kyoto boys, the sons of farmers and shopkeepers, most of them. They knew that 2 weeks hence, December 22nd, they would be going into battle. And they would be led in this great and dangerous task by a new commander, a young lieutenant they had met only a fortnight before. Ryotaro Nishimura was standing in front of them now, speaking just loud enough to be heard, almost a whisper above the wind. He did not want to raise his voice. In his early years in the army, he had served as a training officer, and he had learned a little something of how men thought and what men felt. As the invasion force approached its staging area, Ryotaro Nishimura knew that the boys gathered around him on deck were homesick and afraid. He had called the company together, he told them, so they could look north, toward Japan. "This is your farewell. Farewell to your home country, to your family. So look toward Japan," he said, "and say goodbye. Once you head into battle, you must cut your feeling for your family and town, or you will not be able to fight." A subaltern practicing basic psychology on his men, trying to harden their hearts before the bitter work of battle, part of the catechism of any army. But this particular young lieutenant's allocution was also uniquely Japanese, for it invoked the ancient code of the warrior, the old Otomo pledge. "Kairimi waseji, karimi waseji. Never will I look back, never will I look back." If you have regrets, some worry about your family or home or countryside, Nishimura continued. Then, as the saying goes, Ushiro gami o hikareru. Your head will be pulled back, and you cannot concentrate on the things that are to come, the things you have to face. Cut everything now so that you can move forward. The men listened respectfully to their new company commander, listened as they would listen to a father, their army father, and they knew he was right. Regret was as lethal as an enemy bullet or bayonet. But they could not stop themselves from thinking of home, and neither could the man lecturing them. He thought of his family, his mother, younger brother, and father, and their home on Kashomachi by the Hori River in the busy Kyoto suburb of Fushimi. As a boy he had loved the bustle of the place, the noisy commerce of the streets, the chin-chin of the trolley bells, the gatakoto, gatakoto, gatakoto of the locomotives on the tracks. At a local college of commerce, Ryotaro Nishimura had prepared himself to enter the family lumber business. Then, in 1932, around his 20th birthday, the government sent him a draft notice. His mother thought him too weak for the army, but his father, who revered the throne and believed Japan a nation with a divine destiny, was proud his oldest son had been called to serve the emperor. Commissioned an officer, he was assigned to the reserves near his home. Then, in 1936, he was called to full-time duty, fought in China the following year, rotated home, and in the fall of 1941 was ordered to report to the 9th Infantry. By the second week in December, he was on his way with his men aboard a ship in the South China Sea, part of a flotilla staging for an invasion of the Philippine Islands. On the early morning of December 22nd, 85 transports carrying 36,000 troops from the 14th Army's invasion force dropped anchor in the waters of Lingayen Gulf off the main Philippine island of Luzon, preparing for a pre-dawn attack. On the Yai Maru, Ryotaro Nishimura went among his men, checking their equipment and quizzing them on the order of battle. He had worked hard to get familiar with his troops, to treat them with affection and consideration, sleeping in the same hold, eating the same food, by turns encouraging and calming them. He knew well that combat was close work. Is there anything more intimate than dying in the arms of a comrade? Work driven by love, not hate or fear. He also knew that men never follow a bully. They'd been bullied enough in training. So he spared them the tub-thumping lectures on the evils of the West, loyalty to the Emperor, their duty to give up their lives. Do not die for no purpose, he urged them. Think well before doing things. Don't hurry to die. On the morning of the invasion, he woke his men at 3 o'clock and huddled with them at breakfast, miso soup and an egg over a thick porridge of barley and white rice. Japanese soup always reminded the men of home, but on this morning the troops complained the miso had a strange flavor, and Ryotaro Nishimura knew that the men had awakened with the metallic taste of fear in their mouths. He tried to keep his mind on the moment. There was much to think about, the objective, the weather, the terrain. But as he ate his porridge and soup, his thoughts began to drift. Even in a little war, he thought, we have only one life as a human being. And even in a little battle we are worried about that life, our one important, precious life to be lost. Now we are in a big war with a big enemy, a war very different from the war we fought before in China. This enemy is a very difficult enemy to attack. Naturally, the men were worried about their lives. I am worried too, worried about my own life, my one precious life to be lost in battle. And then the call came to assemble on deck. The men silently shouldered their packs and queued up at the ladders to go topside. They were breathing heavily, sighing, and shifting about. On deck, waiting for the landing boats to return from shore to pick up his battalion, Ryotaro Nishimura looked at his watch. The boats were late. This was not good. They had wanted to land in the dark to shroud their movements. But now he could see the first approach of dawn, the slow gray awakening of day he had watched so often at home above Mount Momoyama. By the time the landing boats returned, the sun was well above the horizon. The tillermen reported that the swift currents and rough seas had carried the 1st Battalion south of its assigned beach to a spot near Bawang, where troops of the Philippine Army's 12th Infantry Regiment were waiting with machine guns. Casualties had been heavy. Now Nishimura's battalion was being taken out of reserve and sent into the fight. The lieutenant would get his orders on the beach, he was told. So they would be landing under fire after all. Ryotaro Nishimura looked at the lines of soldiers waiting on deck. The men would do fine, he thought. They had been trained to fight hard. Then he caught sight of his battalion commander weaving his way toward him through the lines of men. The colonel put his hand on the lieutenant's shoulder. "I will pray for the safe landing of your company," he said. The wind was up and the sea was full of swells, some 10 feet high. The landing boats were rising and falling and banging against the hull, and the men climbing down the side of the ship on nets and rope ladders felt awkward and clumsy, the weight of their packs and ammunition and heavy equipment throwing them off balance in the pitch and roll. Now the boats were heading toward shore, the wind blowing them south toward the beach at Santiago. Ryotaro Nishimura noticed debris in the water ahead of them, round metal casings floating off the bow. Mines. At almost the same moment he could hear the ping and snap of bullets passing overhead, then the shh and whump of mortars or perhaps small artillery shells landing around them. As the boat approached the heavy surf it started to founder, and the company sergeant jumped over the side and ordered the men into the water. They were bobbing about now in their life belts, beginning to separate, and the lieutenant threw the sergeant a rope from the boat. He was a good man, this sergeant, a very clever man, and he told the men in the water to grab the rope, and then he began to tow them to shore, through the roiling surf toward the beach and the sandy bluffs and earthen redoubts, where the enemy was waiting. Once ashore and driving toward their objectives, the invaders knew they would be outnumbered, but they did not feel overmatched. They had air and naval power, and the enemy did not. More tanks, too. Most of all, they were sure they had better troops. The Japanese estimated that 130,000 Filipinos and Americans would be dug in against them at various places on Luzon and the other islands, but they believed that an Imperial Army force less than half that size would be more than enough to carry the campaign. Pre-invasion report. The Americans have the makings of excellent soldiers, but due to the torrid zone there is a tendency to physical and mental laxness, and subsequent lack of eagerness. And they were right. According to a U.S. Army report, the average enlistee in 1941 was a youth of less than average education, to whom the security of pay, low as it was, and the routines of Army life appealed more than the competitive struggles of civilian life. They resented their officers, the Army's remote upper class, and saw their sergeants as crude overseers promoted more for their mindless forbearance, their time in uniform, than their merit. They thought the training rote and stupid, drill for nitwits, marching in formation, scrubbing barracks floors, shining shoes, standing frequent inspections. Instead of esprit de corps, a moral force, Ardent Dupic said, that wins battles, the average soldier in the Army of the United States had esprit étroit, narrowing self-interest. "Don't stick your neck out," he would tell his buddies, then reach for another beer. In their pre-invasion reports, the Japanese thought even less of the Filipinos. Their military ability is lower than the Americans. In 1934, when the U.S. Congress voted to grant the Philippines full independence, effective in 1946, and created a Commonwealth government, the first president, Manuel Quezon, asked his American sponsors to help him plan for the island's defense. Quezon wanted his old friend Douglas MacArthur, soon to retire as U.S. Army Chief of Staff, to be his military adviser, and Washington approved. MacArthur's staff drafted plans for a citizen army of trained Filipino reserves ready to be mobilized in an emergency. By July 1941, the Philippine Army and the American garrison in the Philippines had been combined under one command, and MacArthur told Washington that 120,000 Filipino reservists had been trained and were ready to fight. "The Philippine Army is progressing by leaps and bounds," he wired the War Department. In truth, the Commonwealth Army was more of a levée en masse, a force of reservists being quickly mobilized, than a standing army. The Filipinos were without adequate equipment or quarters. Their guinea helmets were fashioned from coconut husks and varnish. Some had combat boots, but most wore rubber-soled canvas shoes that fell apart or rotted in the wet climate. In their initial training, they used lengths of wood and stalks of bamboo instead of rifles, and had only limited opportunities to handle or test-fire real weapons. More than half of them were illiterate peasants drawn from the provinces. They came into the training camps speaking 100 regional languages and dialects, and orders often had to be translated and retranslated 3 or 4 times before a man could understand them. During their first week of training, they learned how to operate flush toilets, and were lectured on the value of washing their hands before they sat down to eat. In the mornings they were taught how to march, stand in formation, tender a crisp salute. In the afternoons they worked in the camp gardens raising vegetables, and tended herds of livestock and flocks of fowl, so they would have something to eat. Their officers were often wholly ignorant of the most basic military subjects: map reading, troop movements, tactics, even simple self-defense. An American adviser once asked a Filipino officer to order his men to dig foxholes, and the Filipino, out of earshot, turned to a subordinate and whispered, "What is a foxhole?" Had they been well trained and well led, the Filipinos might have made superb soldiers. Generally a passive people, they followed the custom of pakikisama, Tagalog for just go along with it, whatever the it was, the rule of government, the will of the family, the preferences of friends. And if going along put trouble in his path, well, then the weary magsasaka, farmer, would just bahalana, leave it to God, come what may. But wrong him, insult him, slander his family, question his honor, and the average Filipino would likely turn his bolo from cutting sugar cane to harvesting someone's head. A handful of Americans in the islands, veterans of the Spanish-American War, had experienced this fury. After the United States invaded the islands in 1898, Emilio Aguinaldo, the leader of the Filipino revolt, and his peasant army fought pitched battles with the Americans, then became a guerrilla force that regularly harassed and ambushed the American troops who pursued them into the provinces. Impressed by the Filipinos' capacity to fight, the American army created within its ranks a unit called the Philippine Scouts, 10,000 highly trained Filipino troops considered by some in 1941 to be the best light infantry in the Pacific. Unlike the veteran Scouts, however, the much larger Commonwealth Army, only 5 years old, had no experience and little support. When the Japanese set sail from Formosa, the native force preparing to meet them was ill-led and under-equipped. Morale was high. The Filipinos shared their American overseers' contempt for the Japanese and were proud of their birthright and eager to defend it against the invaders. But without the proper equipment and preparation for the hard fight ahead, they were just multitudes of men, as the ancient Roman Vegetius might have called them, waiting to be dragged to slaughter. MacArthur never acknowledged or addressed those deficits. Instead, he concentrated on the politics of the moment, building morale and maligning his enemy. In May 1941, he told a reporter that the Japanese Imperial Army had suffered so many casualties in China it was now a third-class force, a statement that said more about the general than the Japanese. Only a handful of American intelligence officers had the ability to analyze the strength and caliber of the Japanese troops, and these men had scant information in front of them. Japan was a police state in 1941, and everyone, natives, foreign residents, diplomats, and travelers, was under surveillance. So American operatives in Tokyo could only guess at the proficiency of the Emperor's troops. And their best guess was sobering. The Japanese, they believed, were among the finest fighting men in the world. Aggressive, well-trained, superbly led, and dogged in combat. An archipelago of 7,100 islands lying on an axis some 1,150 miles long, the Philippines was too diffuse for a garrison to defend, and too far away, almost 7,000 miles from American shores, for a battle fleet to reach them in time to thwart an invasion or relieve a garrison under siege. And for more than 40 years, from December 1898, when America took possession of the Philippines, until December 1941, when the Japanese attacked, this conundrum, this classic problem of assembling forces in space and forces in time, as Karl von Clausewitz called it, kept military planners spinning. Across the years, a succession of admirals and generals in Washington and Manila wrote and rewrote a war plan, codenamed Orange, that tried to anticipate Japan's ambitions and America's answer. With almost every revision of Orange, and there were many, military planners reached the same conclusion. The islands would fall, and the garrison would be captured or slaughtered. Brigadier General Stanley D. Embick, a respected strategist who had served in the Philippines, believed that if war came, America should abandon the islands, bide its time, build up its fleet, then return in strength to retake what it had lost. But to sacrifice territory without a fight, and to give up America's only major naval base in the Western Pacific, was to risk the opprobrium of the other Western powers, all of which left American commanders in the Philippines in a tactical quandary. How was the Army to defend the indefensible? And how could commanders convince their men to hold out for help when those commanders knew well that help would never come? In the decades before World War II, the top American officers in the Philippines talked about two strategies: an active defense of meeting the invaders at the water's edge, and a defense in depth, which called for an orderly withdrawal down Luzon's central plain to the mountainous peninsula of Bataan, whose east shore faced Manila Bay. There, in a last stand, the Army would be able to deny the enemy the use of the bay and Manila harbor, and would try to hold out for 6 months until the Pacific Fleet arrived to save them. Both stratagems were fictions because the generals who conceived them and the colonels in charge of translating them into action knew that the garrison would be outmanned and outgunned, constantly under siege and cut off from home. Active defense and defense in depth were euphemisms, military bunkum for what was really going to happen: the defeat or annihilation of the garrison. MacArthur had his own plan. By 1940, Congress, now inured to the cries of the isolationists, voted for a military draft and for funds to rebuild the Army and Navy. It takes time, however, to retool factories and manufacture the materiel of war, time to stockpile armaments and mobilize men. That winter and spring, the armed services were still under strength, and military planners wanted America to stay out of the war as long as possible, long enough at least to get the country's factories going and enlist and train hundreds of thousands of men. At length Washington settled on a strategy to buy that time, a strategy that worried more about Europe than the Pacific. Germany seemed ready to reduce the British Isles and occupy all of Europe. So, for the moment, Washington decided to put Europe first, as the plan was nicknamed. America would concentrate what resources it had on its Atlantic defenses. It would bolster the English and try to bluff the Japanese, long enough at least to let America build its stockpiles and prepare for a two-ocean war. Ignoring the shortages and the political realities back home, MacArthur, in February 1941, sent the War Department a proposal to defend the entire archipelago, all 7,100 islands. His plan called for his Air Force to bomb and shell invading ships as they approached the beaches. Then, as soon as the invaders set foot on Philippine soil, his ground forces would attack and cast the invaders back into the sea. The stalwarts manning the beaches were to come from the ranks of the Philippine Commonwealth Army, an army that had never taken the field. Although the War Department knew the truth, a former commander of the American garrison in the islands had reported the realities of MacArthur's force in precise and unflattering terms. The rosy reports the general was sending to Washington were the only good news coming out of the Far East that winter and spring. And as the Japanese marched across East Asia and into the southern latitudes, any good news was welcome. Hope, not cold reason, ruled the halls of government during those anxious days of 1941. In July, President Roosevelt called the Philippine Army into active service. Then he made the general commander of all American forces in the Far East. In August, MacArthur assured the War Department that his plan for the defense of the Philippines was nearing completion. And in October, he reported that he would soon have a force of 200,000 men, all of which led Washington to believe that their man in Manila was ready for any eventuality. When war came, 7 weeks later, MacArthur had under arms only half the number of men he'd promised. His army consisted of squadrons of unproven B-17 bombers and their green ground crews, a small garrison of guzzling sundowners, as American troops in the tropics were sometimes called, 12,000 Filipino scouts, and 80,000 Philippine Army reservists in tennis shoes and coconut husk helmets. To these men, on the eve of war, Douglas MacArthur issued the following order: "The enemy will be met at the beaches, which will be held at all costs. There will be no withdrawal." Luzon, Japan's primary target in the archipelago, was the largest of the Philippine Islands, a roughly rectangular tract of land, like the shaft of a boot, 460 miles long and 140 miles wide at its extremes. The coastline ran for 2,242 miles, but only a handful of the hundreds of bights and inlets were big enough to accommodate an armada of troop ships. The site most suited to an invasion, the largest anchorage with the longest landing beaches, strips of sand big enough to accept waves of soldiers and supplies coming ashore, was Lingayen Gulf on Luzon's west coast. The beach there was like a threshold. Once the invaders had crossed the sand and debouched the defiles between the mountains, they would be standing at the gateway to a wide central plain that ran southeast between ranges of mountains 120 miles down the center of the island to Manila, the political heart of the country. The central plain was wide enough for ground troops to maneuver, and it had 2 paved highways, a number of side roads and trails, and miles of railroad track. It was also a direct route to Manila Bay, one of the most perfectly formed harbors in the Far East. The central plain, in short, was an inviting pathway for an invading army, and its gateway was Lingayen Gulf. By mid-December, Japanese aircraft had destroyed MacArthur's Far East Air Force, and after a devastating air raid on the U.S. Navy Yard at Cavite, home of the Asiatic Fleet, Admiral Thomas Hart sallied most of his ships south to the Malay Barrier, leaving behind only a handful of torpedo boats and submarines. Japanese planes, meanwhile, continued their attacks on American airfields and bases. and everyone on the island of Luzon was on tenterhooks, waiting for the invading army to arrive. The boozy belligerents and barroom burlesques of late November, "Let the little yellow bastards come, we'll knock the living shit out of them," gave way to a frame of mind as dark as the banks of clouds that crept in low off the South China Sea and swallowed the tops of the mountains. Alvin C. Powellite, an army doctor from Newport, Kentucky, assigned to a tank battalion marshaling to move north toward the Gulf at the first sign of an invasion, noticed that the daily bombings were beginning to change the personalities of some of the men. For example, he wrote in his diary, Lieutenant Rue seemed absolutely listless, and Lieutenant E. Gibson lost all confidence in himself. Captain Sorensen had been a very fine man, capable and intelligent, until the war started. Then he became despondent. Then, when Company C was called into action, he fainted and went all to pieces. Another officer was drunk all the time. One day he asked me if the army would release him if he shot himself in the leg. I told him it would be better if he shot himself in the head. On December 18th, at his headquarters at 1 Calle Victoria, MacArthur received a report that 80 Japanese troop transports were headed toward the Philippines. 2 days later, the Japanese force was sighted 40 miles north of Lingayen Gulf. The next day, headquarters warned all commanders that an invasion was imminent. Along the shoreline of the Gulf the men dug in. Their written orders were still the same: meet the enemy on the beaches. But here and there along the coast, officers from headquarters, inspecting the units dug in above the beach, began to whisper a word heretofore unheard by the men waiting at the water's edge. Withdrawal. Withdrawal? "We must die in our tracks," Colonel Richard C. Maloney reminded the officer from headquarters. "Don't believe everything you hear," the officer said. The shoreline of Lingayen Gulf was shaped like a fishhook, and ran for more than 100 miles. To defend the entire country, MacArthur had divided his command into 3 forces, and his men were spread thin. At Lingayen Gulf he stationed troops at the most logical landing spots, above the widest beaches and at the gaps that led through the mountains to the central plain. In the early morning dark of December 22nd, the Japanese launched their landing barges. Most of the invaders came ashore without having to fire a shot. They landed at unguarded strips of sand and immediately prepared to move inland. Only at the beach at Bawang did the 2 armies clash. Fire from Filipino machine guns riddled the waves of Japanese caught in the roiling surf, and soon the beach at Bawang was littered with bodies. But in preparing their position, the defenders there had buried their ammunition in the sand, and it wasn't long before their guns started to jam, and they were forced to withdraw. By mid-morning the Japanese had thousands of men on Philippine soil and were beginning their push toward the central plain. At HQ, MacArthur ordered reinforcements forward to try to block the enemy's advance. Colonel Maloney, an advisor to the Philippine Army, was waiting with his artillery unit just south of the battle line when an alarming number of stragglers from the fighting along the Gulf began to wander into his compound, each telling the colonel the same story. Always the storyteller was subjected to terrible mortar fire. Always he continued bravely to fire his weapon. Always his officers ran away. Or if the teller was an officer, his superior officers ran first. Always he was suddenly astonished to realize he was absolutely alone, all others having run away or been killed. Then, and only then, with the tanks a few feet away, had he flung himself to one side, where— Here the story has 2 variations. First, he was captured, but escaped that night. Second, he hid until night, when he returned to our lines. The stragglers were very tired. They sought their companions, They were very hungry, and, "Sir, could they be transferred to the Motor Transport Corps and drive a truck?" Some Filipino units stood and fought until they ran out of ammunition, or until the Japanese brought up tanks. But many, especially those who had been used as cannon fodder, first at Lingayen Gulf and then at defensive positions on the Central Plain, were betrayed by their inexperience and fled. Of the 28,000 men under his command in northern Luzon, Lieutenant General Jonathan Wainwright, MacArthur's commander in the area, estimated that only 10% of his force, 3,000 men at most, had been trained to fight. But it was not just a lack of training that betrayed the young Filipino reservists. It was their allegiance to their overseers, their faith in the great and powerful country they thought was protecting them. Filipino soldiers expected the American Air Corps to control the skies above the battlefield. Instead, the Japanese were constantly overhead, destroying the morale of the raw reservists who, according to an American colonel commanding them, innocently and trustingly expected the Army Air Corps to show up at any time. When the Americans failed to appear, Filipino hope gave way to despair, and the frightened reservists fell back before the columns of attacking Japanese. As the Imperial Army began its push down the Central Plain, General Wainwright sent parts of 2 American units into the fight: the 26th Cavalry, Philippine Scouts, part of the U.S. Army, and a contingent of tanks, reservists from Minnesota, Illinois, and Kentucky, who had been recently federalized and rushed to the islands. The Scouts, astonishingly, were on horseback, one of the last mounted cavalry units in the U.S. Army. In an age of airplanes and armored vehicles, soldiers on horseback were either an absurd anachronism or the beau ideal of bravery. Bill Gentry from Harrodsburg, Kentucky, was with the American tank crews assigned to support the cavalry, and he watched, open-mouthed, as the horsemen moved their mounts into a position to attack the enemy tanks on the other side of a river. Gentry and his crew tried to convince the cavalry officer to hold his men and horses back. "Let us go over there. We can do something with our tanks," they said. "You can't do anything with those horses and sabers." But the cavalryman refused to listen. "Get your damn tanks out of the way," he said. "They are scaring my horses." Then, as Gentry watched, the Japanese started tearing the American and Filipino horsemen apart with their tank cannon and automatic weapons. When the slaughter was over, the Americans ordered their tanks forward to engage the Japanese. But someone somewhere had bungled the refueling. Only 5 of the dozens of tanks available to attack that day had enough gas to ride into battle and fight. 5 tanks against perhaps an entire column of enemy armor and an advance of thousands of foot soldiers. Lieutenant Ben Morin of Maywood, Illinois, the commander of the 5 tanks, 2nd Platoon, B Company, 192nd Tank Battalion, positioned his command tank ahead of the others to set the example. He knew his men were afraid, and nothing he could say would allay their doubts or lessen their dread. But at least he could take the lead, give them someone to follow. Morin seemed young for such an assignment, only 21 years old, but he had spent 4 years in the National Guard and knew tanks and tank tactics. He also knew his men. Tankers generally were a tight-knit crew, specialists working together in close quarters. Most of all, Ben Morin was a religious man, the son of Roman Catholics, and his faith steadied him. Sometime after 1 p.m., the 5 tanks of the 2nd Platoon moved up Route 3, close to the town of Agu, a short distance from the shores of Lingayen Gulf. The Americans rode to battle in M3 light tanks, thinly armored vehicles with a small single-shot cannon and an air-cooled machine gun, a cranky and sometimes unreliable weapon. The M3's turret was tall, giving the vehicle a high profile, an easy and inviting target and its armor was thin and presented a flat instead of an angled surface to deflect incoming rounds. Morin's platoon rolled forward unprotected. The Philippine infantry had fled south, and American units were regrouping or engaging other enemy spearheads. Morin looked on his mission as a kind of last-ditch effort to stem the Japanese advance onto the Central Plain. 5 tanks against a battalion, perhaps even a regiment of the enemy. "We have to hold them, drive them out, drive them back, or destroy them," the lieutenant told his men. The column moved slowly down the road. Agu was just ahead, a mile or so. The sun was shining, and a breeze was blowing in from the Gulf. Tanks and men moved forward in a miasma of road dust, exhaust fumes, and fear. Then, all at once, the enemy found them. Shells slammed into the American column and ripped through the tanks like a knife through butter. In the fusillade, Morin's lead tank lost its front hatch, exposing the men inside to rifle and machine-gun fire. Morin jumped down from his turret and tried to refit the hatch, but now the tank was ablaze, engulfed in searing flames and choking black smoke. Morin ordered his men to dismount and, hoping for rescue, looked anxiously over his shoulder for the rest of the column. The other tanks had also been hit and had turned and were starting to withdraw. No way to reach them now. Morin and his crew were alone on the road. And in an instant the enemy was upon them. 4 Japanese tanks trained their cannon and machine guns on the Americans, now standing on the road in front of their disabled and burning machine. The lieutenant looked at the enemy guns, looked at his men, put his hands up. In that moment he felt disgrace rather than fear. He had surrendered. In all likelihood the first American taken prisoner in the Philippines in World War II. And he could not shake a captive's sense of shame. The Japanese rushed forward and forced the Americans to their knees. Then they put pistols to the prisoners' heads. Kneeling there, Ben Morin looked for mercy in the eyes of the man pointing a gun at him. Finding none, he started to pray. "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee." By the end of December 22nd, the first day of the invasion, MacArthur's army was fighting a tactical withdrawal, a retreat by any other name. He had set a skeleton army of native reservists in front of 43,000 invaders, many of them seasoned by 4 years of war in China. Now he was falling back through the divides in the mountains, back down the dusty roads and dirt trails of the Central Plain, back to one defensive line after another, until there was no place left to fall back to, no place but the peninsula of Bataan. The withdrawal had been planned well in advance, a complement to the old war plan Orange, a plan MacArthur had originally rejected. He was backpedaling before Lieutenant General Masaharu Homa's 14th Imperial Army. Now came a second enemy landing, this one at Lamon Bay in southeastern Luzon. The Lamon force was pushing north, the Lingayen force south. The general's grand scheme to defend the entire archipelago had left him between 2 pincers, and each claw had the same objective: close on the capital, catch MacArthur in the middle, and crush him. A textbook trap, as old as organized warfare. The way out of the trap was textbook as well. On December 22nd, as the Japanese were wading ashore, MacArthur cabled the War Department. He was outnumbered, he said, another fiction, leaving him at an enormous tactical discrepancy. He planned to invoke War Plan Orange and declare Manila an open city, in order to save the civilian population. Meanwhile, he would relocate his headquarters to the tiny island fortress of Corregidor at the southern tip of Bataan. Then, in a classic withdrawal designed to delay the enemy long enough to allow him to regroup, pull his forces out from between the pincers, sidestepping, in effect, to a final defensive position, on the peninsula. Among the thousands of troops in central Luzon preparing to withdraw south to Bataan were a handful of men at Clark Field. Salvage teams and a rearguard of Air Corps ground crews, survivors of the bombings who had volunteered to stay and keep watch, eyes peeled, ears cocked, imaginations running riot. December 25th, 1941. Clark Field, Philippines. "We're expecting Jap parachute troops at any time," the captain said. "We're going to evacuate Clark Field completely." "Parachute troops?" Q.P. Devore said to himself. "Can you imagine?" Every night there had been a new rumor. Fifth columnists, saboteurs, now parachutists. The captain wasn't joking. Everyone was pulling out, he said, and he ordered Devore to pick 6 volunteers to man a rear-guard listening post at the north end of the main runway, 6 men in foxholes facing toward Lingayen Gulf and the distant roll of battle. Back at the barracks, the first man Devore asked was his best friend, Ben Steele. "A parachute drop," Ben said. "God, what the hell could 6 guys do out there against a parachute drop?" "Well, yeah," Devore said, "it is kind of a suicide mission." At dark they dug foxholes at the end of the runway. The captain made sure they were settled, then climbed into a white Plymouth convertible he had commandeered. "If you aren't overrun, I'll be back tomorrow to get you," he said, then drove off. Ben Steele thought, "God, we're all by our lonesome out here." They adjusted their Lewis guns, checked their ammunition, and settled down to watch. 6 soldiers staring into the dark, whispering their worries. In the distance they could hear the sounds of battle, the vague report of the big guns from the Gulf. Here they were in foxholes at the edge of an empty air base, their enemy perhaps preparing to drop in on them. What man wouldn't be anxious waiting for that? Then the big guns fell silent, and the men stopped talking and started listening. They scanned the sky and cupped their ears to the dark. It was quiet, lonely quiet. "If they come," Q.P. said to himself, "will I fight, or will I give up?" Sitting next to him, Ben Steele was thinking the same thing. "I don't know what I'll do. I guess I'll do what I have to." They watched. They waited. The black night seemed to get blacker. Then, at long last, gray. Soon morning was upon them, indigo, then light blue. The sun hung like a silken disk above Mount Arayat. Just before noon, a white Plymouth convertible came roaring across the dirt runways, trailing a rooster tail of brown dust. The car skidded to a stop in front of the foxholes. The driver's side door swung open. "Get in," the captain shouted. "We're going." The sound of the big guns was back now, louder than the day before. The men tossed their weapons into the car, then tumbled in after them, and the convertible was out of sight before the dust had settled down again. More like a hired hand. Montana's Bull Mountains are more badlands than alpine peaks, a cluster of hills and rises running east and west along the lower Musselshell River. From a distance, the rises look like mounds of earth abandoned on the edge of the state's eastern plains. In the summer, the terraces and benches in the Bulls are covered with sweetgrass. But in the winter, when the Alberta clippers bear down from the north, the plains and the Bulls turn into a bleak, snow-swept wasteland. The meadowlarks and mourning doves are gone now, and the sharp-tailed grouse have left their sage and bunch-grass nests to winter among the cottonwoods and pines. Hungry coyotes howl through the Arctic night, and in the early morning the frost and snow-covered ground around the ranch house at Hawk Creek is covered with their tracks. The wind was pushing against the windows of the big room in the main house, and Ben Steele lay there on his cot in the cold and dark, waiting. Any minute now the old man would yell from the bedroom for him to get up and light the pot-belly stove. He pulled the comforter over his head, grabbed it against his chest. "Bud, He lay very still. "You hear me, Bud?" He poked his face out now, but kept his eyes shut tight against the cold. "Damn it, Bud!" Off came the covers noisily, so his father could hear. At least he'd remembered to cut kindling the night before. Nothing worse than standing out in the vale of Hawk Creek in the frozen dark, cleaving off strips of wood while an unseen audience watched from the hills. He pulled on his moccasins and shuffled, shivering, to the wood-box. He got so he liked the cold, or so he would say. What he really liked was learning to stand it, showing the old man. "It's really cold today, Dad," he used to say at breakfast, as the old man handed out the day's work assignments. "Cold?" the old man would come back. "God, I used to sleep in the snow with nothing but a slab of bacon." Maybe. But Bud hated it, the snow and bite of the wind. The old man would take him out to round up strays, and he'd come back damn near froze to death. Next day, out they'd go again. He'd say, "My feet are cold, Dad," and the old man would tell him, "Get off your horse and walk, that'll warm you up." But the cold went right through his overshoes, and he felt like he was tramping on frozen stumps. "Stamp 'em," the old man said, but that only made the stumps hurt more. Then one day, maybe he was 10 or 11, he stopped feeling the cold. Or he just stopped complaining about it. He worked. He worked all the time. Started when he was 8, early even for a boy ranch-raised. Whenever Bess would say, "That's no job for a kid," the old man would come back with, "He has to learn. He has to learn how." The old man might give him some pointers if the chore involved the kind of work the old man liked: roping, shooting a rifle, working a wild horse. Range work, cowhand work. Most everything else, often as not the old man would issue instructions and leave him to figure the rest for himself. Before he could reach their withers, the boy learned to hitch work-horses without help. He'd lead the large animals into a bronc stall, climb the rails, and drop the heavy collar on them upside down so he could reach the buckle later to fasten it. Lot of bother for a kid. He started driving a team and hay rake before his legs were long enough to brace him as he sat in the seat. He had to stand on the crossbar, straddling the center pole, and lean back against the pull of the horses. A hay rake was hard enough for a man to handle, much less a boy of 9. "Be careful," the old man would warn. "A team could run away with you, and you can get tangled up in those teeth." He was okay. He had good balance, never lost his footing. Then, one fine September day, when the sun was shining and the wind was whistling in the bull pines, he was making a turn at the far end of a field, and something, some rut or root, made the rake pitch. Going down, he grabbed for the center bar, his feet dangling. Then he started to lose his grip, dragging the ground a foot ahead of the sharp tines. "Whoa! Whoa!" he yelled, as loud as he could. By the time the team stopped, his toes were only inches from the teeth. He looked around to see if anyone was watching, if anyone had seen how close he'd come. Everyone said the old man treated his oldest son more like a hired hand than a family apprentice. Bud didn't care. When he was young, he took a certain pride in his father's expectations. "The old man thinks I can do anything," he told himself. Even later, when he came to see that he was doing a whole lot more around a ranch than anyone else his age, he never complained. His father was away a lot now. One business scheme after another, one card game and tumbler of whiskey, too. And his mother and Gert and his younger brother Warren took to saying, "Bud's the one who's running this place." He liked that, liked the thought that his mother believed she could count on him. He was more her son than the old man's, though he'd never say so. Chapter 3. On the second day of landings at Lingayen Gulf, A launch carrying Lieutenant General Masaharu Homa, commander of the 14th Imperial Army, landed at a makeshift dock at Bawang. The general slowly climbed the wooden gangway, his tachi, his warrior's sword, in his right hand, and a smile on his face. That look of kindness in his eyes always surprised the men in the ranks, accustomed as they were to the icy truculence of their iron-pants ikans and sakans, their officers, and the dark, unforgiving ethos of the Imperial Army Code. But this Taisho, this general, the men said, was different. He always seemed to have a gentle cast, even standing among the most ruthless-looking company. Homa was tall for a Japanese, nearly 6 feet, and his size and soft physiognomy gave him a somewhat Western cast. He had been posted to London for several years, and spoke and read English well. On assignment in India, he had a British girlfriend. And all of this, his sometimes Western way of thinking, his public statements about the danger of going to war with the West, his apparent empathy for his men, all of it left him suspect among certain of his peers on the Imperial General Staff, especially the War Minister, Hideki Tojo, and the Army Chief of Staff, the humorless General Gen Sugiyama. In the late fall of 1941, Sugiyama had summoned Homa and 2 other two-star generals, Tomoyuki Yamashita and Hitoshi Imamura, to his office. The Imperial General Staff had made the decision to attack Western bases in the Pacific, and it was time for Sugiyama to give Japan's top generals their assignments. Yamashita would lead the attack on the British at Singapore and Malaya. Imamura would move against the Dutch in the East Indies, and Homa would direct the operations of the 14th Army and take the Philippines from the Americans. Then, turning to Homa, he added a caveat. Since most of the army was bogged down in China, the General Staff had committed only 200,000 troops to the campaigns in the Southwest Pacific. The plan was to take territory quickly, leave a small garrison force to hold it, then move the battle units to the next fight. The General Staff, he said, had decided that Homa had just 50 days to take the Philippines. After that, most of his troops would be transferred to Imamura for operations in the East Indies. Imamura and Yamashita accepted the honor of their new commands with a nod. But Homa, who had risen to the upper echelon on his keen intellect instead of blind allegiance to his betters, was disquieted, and he assaulted Sugiyama with questions. "This figure of 50 days, how has it been arrived at?" he began. "What was the enemy's strength? Did anyone know? Who decided that 2 divisions would be enough to take Manila? And what genius on the General Staff thought Manila could be taken in just 7 weeks?" Sugiyama was simmering, and Yamashita and Imamura sat there stunned. Homa had violated the conventions of imperial command, the unconditional acceptance of authority and orders. Worse, he seemed to question the competence of the Imperial General Staff, insinuating that the invasion had been poorly planned. And to speak so boldly, to be so pointed and direct, violated the strict etiquette that governed Japanese relations. Homa's questions and implications had embarrassed the Chief of Staff, and the Haji, the shame of this, made Yamashita and Imamura most uncomfortable. To allow everyone to save face, the 2 men convinced Homa that Sugiyama's target date was more a request than a directive. Homa would push his men to take Manila and destroy the enemy in 50 days. He would fight hard, and he would fight well, and no one, they said, could ask more of him than that. In private, however, Homa was still troubled. He believed that Japan could not win a war with America and Britain, but he knew that to hold such misgivings, to begin a dangerous enterprise in such deep doubt, would be to put the men under him in great jeopardy. He had to quiet his concerns, he told his wife, Fujiko, in a letter he wrote from his headquarters on Formosa a week before the war. "This war is not one that is fought against any old enemy. and I don't think it will be easily won." Homa's command ship, the Tekai Maru, arrived on the early morning of December 22nd. "The ship sails along the northwestern coast," Homa wrote in his diary. "The sky is clear, and the stars appear as if they are falling down." The first wave launched at 2 a.m. In his command post aboard ship, Homa waited and waited for word from the beach. The landing craft had been forced to negotiate a rough surf. Many had been swamped and beached in the deep, wet sand, and the salt water had short-circuited their radios. Meanwhile, on deck, the next wave of assault troops waited for the boats to return and carry them to the beach. The delay worried everyone, especially the commanding general. "If we are counterattacked, we are almost helpless," Homa thought. Then the weather calmed a bit. The task force shifted its anchorage, and the next wave of infantry on deck checked their weapons and tightened their straps and made ready to head for shore. The Japanese word for infantry is hohei, literally step soldiers or soldiers who walk. And no modern army walked as far as the Japanese. A drop of gas is as precious as a drop of blood, the men were told. So they marched everywhere, often 35 miles at a stretch, and under 70 pounds of equipment, ammunition, gear, and gun parts. They marched in the rain and under the boiling sun, marched for hours without a break on empty stomachs or short rations, a half-pound of rice and some blackish potatoes or tuna flakes. They had marched their way across the cold sweeps of Manchuria and barren flats of China, and from the end of December 1941 to the beginning of January 1942, every infantry or garrison unit that landed at Lingayen Gulf marched down the hot, dusty hardpan of Luzon's central plain. They didn't need trucks, they prided themselves. They could reach their objectives walking, 75 centimeters, one step at a time. They felt all that walking, though. Their shoes were rough, hobnailed half-boots, tight in the toes, hard on the heels, abrasive across the instep. And the socks were worse, thin and heelless. They never lasted more than 2 days. Tasuku Yamanari, a farm boy from Hiroshima, had so many blisters on top of blisters, he wore several pairs of socks at once, and at night dripped candle wax on them to make it smoother in the shoes. Kozo Watanabe, son of a civil servant from Matsuyama, was more fortunate. In a storehouse along the way he stumbled upon some American socks, padded and 3 times as thick as the ones he'd been issued. 6-day socks, he calculated, strong enough to carry him all the way down the central plain. When the men in Yoshiaki Nagai's unit set off on the march south, they were so happy to be ashore that many looked forward to walking. At least the roads weren't pitching and rolling under their feet. Nagai had grown up on a mountain farm near Toyo City on Shikoku, tending his father's horses, and when he was drafted, the army made him an equerry and hostler. His job was to lead a pack-horse loaded with machine-gun parts and ammunition. The sun was baking the central plain, and Nagai, weak from seasickness, soon began to stumble. "Not to drop out. That's the important thing," he reminded himself. "I must not drop. I don't care whether I die or stay alive. I must not drop out." The veterans in the unit, the senior privates and leathery corporals and sergeants, thought the young conscript a milksop and scolded him. "Baka! Idiot!" they yelled. Could he do nothing right? He walked next to his animal, at the nose, and with every step he felt the weight of his overstuffed pack pulling backward and down. After 2 or 3 days walking, days of sweating horseflesh and choking brown dust, he began to swoon. He tried to play out more of the reins, and he dropped back several steps from the horse's head to its front flanks, where he could grab on to the gun trolley strapped to the horse's back. After a while this handhold was all that kept him from falling. But he could never quite keep in step with the horse, and the animal jerked him along in a kind of jig, mile after mile. "Look at Nagai," one of the veterans guffawed. "He's dancing." MacArthur's men had been backpedaling for days, retreating from the pincers pursuing them, a whole army on the run. Now, with the invaders at their backs, the withdrawing Filipino and American columns, one coming up from the south, the other down from the central plain, converged on San Fernando, a junction of motorways and compass points northwest of Manila and the approach to the Bataan Peninsula. There the columns merged into a single line of retreat that snaked its way south down the old National Road toward Bataan, where the defenders planned to stop their running, dig in, and make a last stand. The line of retreat stretched out of sight, from San Fernando southwest to Guagua, then southwest again to Lubao, and onward to Layak Junction, the first major road crossing in Bataan on the old National Road. Day and night for days on end, the ceaseless regress clogged the road. To those watching from the barrios along the way, it must have seemed a procession without beginning or end, a cavalcade of vehicles, large and small, mingling with mobs of rag-tag troops and refugees bent under bundles bulging with all they could carry. It was a dusty column. This was the start of the dry season, and the relentless tramping of feet and churning of tires and metal track on the dirt and gravel road sent up scuds of dust that hung in the air and formed an ochre cloud the length of the peninsula. It was a noisy column, too. Civilian vehicles of every sort and size, taxis from Manila, sagging buses from the provinces, sedans, coupes, and convertibles by the score, even horse-drawn calesas and carabao carts, joined the queue of lumbering army trucks and 10-ton wreckers, tanks, half-tracks, and scout and command cars that bounced and rattled their way along the washboard road and across the potholes, axles clanking, gears grinding, engines a-roar. In between each cluster of vehicles came columns of weary troops, the dull thud of 1,000 footfalls. They were dragging, these Filipino and American soldiers who had fallen back before the Japanese, first at the beaches, then on the long central plain, dragging along with the sheepish look of beaten men. "Keep moving," their officers urged them. "Close it up." But their pace never quickened. A lieutenant with an American tank battalion came upon a division of Philippine infantry by the side of the road, sound asleep from absolute exhaustion. A pitiful lot, the lieutenant thought. They were all dirty, they hadn't eaten for many meals, and every single soul in that whole column was dead to the world. Some of the Filipino divisions had marched more than 100 miles, marched so far, so fast across rough roads and razor grass, that their army-issue rubber-soled shoes had started to shred. When General Wainwright noticed his soldiers unshod, he told the quartermaster to issue new footwear. But, as the general discovered, the average Filipino had a foot as broad as a bear's paw, and the American issue was too narrow. So most of the Filipinos threw away what was left of their sneakers, tied the army shoes together by the strings, slung them over their rifles or packs, and walked into Bataan barefooted. By the end of the first week in January, the old National Road leading from San Fernando to Bataan was as derelict as a garbage dump. The fields and drainage ditches that flanked the road were littered with the detritus of an army on the run. Shoes, clothing, packs, empty ration cans, dead animals, broken-down cars and wrecked trucks, even wayward cannon. The Japanese had pushed the defenders back, then back again. Now making their way south, the men on the run could hear the sounds of battle close behind them. And as they passed over the bridges that spanned the rivers and streams in northern Bataan, they sometimes saw wooden boxes piled at the ends by each anchorage. Most of the boxes were camouflaged with branches, but it was easy to see through the leaves and read what was stenciled on top in large red letters. dynamite, DuPont. The Filipinos and Americans who came down the road from San Fernando and settled into foxholes on Bataan formed a force of 80,000 that was organized in a classic order of battle. 2 corps, one to defend the east half of the peninsula, the other the west, each divided into divisions, the divisions into regiments, regiments into battalions. But to call the defenders of Bataan and Corregidor an army is to give that levée en masse a shape and character it simply did not have. The Filipinos, for example, 68,000, served in 3 different forces: the Philippine Army, the Philippine Constabulary, a militia and police force in one, and the Philippine Scouts. The Americans, 12,000, came from the old garrison and the newly arrived units of conscripts, enlistees, and National Guard troops. A third of the force had been trained as rear echelon: cooks, clerks, mechanics, radiomen, drivers, engineers, carpenters, medics, storekeepers, and so on, as well as planeless pilots, shipless sailors, civilian volunteers. In short, supernumeraries so unfamiliar with the profession of arms most had never shouldered a weapon. The majority of the foot soldiers, the infantry, came from the Philippine Army, and most Americans on Bataan thought the PA a paper army. As the battle lines were forming, Captain Thomas Dooley, General Wainwright's aide-de-camp, noted in his field diary, "These Filipinos start running when the first shot is fired. It is generally accepted that all PA units will not fight, but flee to the hills and change to civilian clothes when a fight begins." Thousands of Filipino fledglings had indeed been routed during the withdrawal from the Central Plain to Bataan. Wainwright guessed that some 12,000 had run away. But thousands of others in their tennis shoes and coconut husk helmets had stayed in their fighting holes until they ran out of ammunition, or, when grim came to grim, until the Japanese overran them. As for the Americans, save a handful of holdovers from World War I, none of the line troops, infantry, artillery, armor, had ever faced an enemy in battle. The only unit of American foot soldiers was the 31st Infantry, a scant 1,600 men, part of the Manila garrison. On parade and on guard, the 31st was a model regiment, something of a legend in the service. Its tailored uniforms precisely pressed, its ranks and files always plumb-line perfect. Off display, however, these military mannequins did their best to keep from sweating their khakis. In the days before the war, the regiment held its field exercises in the cool of the morning, literally lolling under the palms. Then, after lunch, they repaired to the barracks for a siesta. Ill-trained troops are often ill-led troops as well. And on Bataan, American officers, not Filipinos, ruled the field. They set the order of battle, staffed headquarters, controlled communications and supply. They led the Philippine Scouts and served as advisers, and sometimes more, in the Philippine Army. Some Americans were able men, clear-headed practitioners of the profession of arms. But the officer corps on Bataan was also filled with men who either were not ready for battle or were simply afraid of it. Many of the junior officers and sergeants seemed to know nothing of the basics of fighting: how to set up a defense line, prepare a position to receive an attack, clear fields of fire. And some senior majors and colonels weren't much better. Enervated by age or illness, or just plain frozen with fear, several were caught cowering in their command posts. Colonel George S. Clark, commander of the 57th Infantry, a regiment of the elite Philippine Scouts, had a long record of solid service and an unusual rapport with his men. Then the bombs started falling, and Clark had a frightening revelation. Air power leaves infantry exposed. For him, no hole was deep enough now, no bunker safe. And as the weeks passed, the colonel's dread deepened. he became convinced that Japanese pilots had been given one mission: kill Clark. Any sound overhead sent the colonel running for cover. After a week or so of shelling and bombing, his men found him sitting in his bunker with a blanket over his head, trembling at the sound of the guns. Ben Steele was tired and hungry, but happy to be heading south, ahead of the sound of the guns. For a while the White Plymouth convertible had moved along at a good clip. Then, south of San Fernando, so many trucks and cars and refugees were on the road, the Plymouth often sat idling or just inched along. Sitting in front, next to the driver, the squadron commander, Captain Jack Kelly, sometimes slipped into sleep. In the back, Ben sat silently next to Q.P., occasionally catching his pal's eye. Where were they going, he wondered, and what were they going to do when they got there? Soon the convertible turned southeast, and through breaks in the trees Ben Steele could see water. Manila Bay, he guessed. Then he smelled the scent of the sea. They were headed due south now along the coast, passing through one town after another: Abucay, Pilar, Orion, Limay. Between the towns were long stretches of dirt road flanked by fish ponds and rice paddies and groves of mango trees and banana plants. Always to the left, beyond the ponds and paddies, was the blue of the bay, and to the right, to the west, a line of foothills fronting a phalanx of dark green mountains. In the late afternoon they turned off the road and into a makeshift compound crowded with trucks, equipment, supplies, and men scattered in the bushes beneath the trees. The bivouac for their unit, the 7th Material Squadron. "Okay, boys," said Kelly, "this is it. Bataan." From where they stood, Ben could see the bay to his left and front, and he reckoned that this place called Bataan, was some sort of neck. And now the captain was explaining how headquarters planned to close off the top of the neck miles back up the road where they had come from. The army was going to dig in there and form a front line, he said. Ben Steele imagined infantry in trenches, hunkered down waiting for the enemy. And, taking into account the length of the ride from where he imagined that front line was set to where he was now standing, he calculated he was far enough south to be safe, at least for the moment, and he wondered when they would get something to eat. The field mess was serving rice and salmon flakes from cans. Rice and fish on Christmas? Back home his mother would be serving up turkey and potatoes, greens and biscuits and— "I need 2 men for guard," the captain was saying, 2 men to stand by the road and keep the locals from wandering into the area. The new guys, naturally, pulled the duty. Standing their post, Ben Steele and Q.P. Devore watched the boat traffic shuttle between a small pier on the shore just below them and the island fortress of Corregidor 2 miles out in the bay. Japanese pilots had been preying on the boats, and Captain Kelly, knowing that a pilot's aim was often askew, had advised the 2 sentries to dig a slit trench, a deep one. And just as they finished, sure enough, enemy aircraft appeared overhead. A couple of Zeros. The first came in low, strafing the dock. Ben and Q.P. could see the boards jump as the rounds slammed into them. Then a small bomber appeared, banked into a dive, and let its load go. The missile made a strange sound, Ben Steele thought, like the air was frying on top of you. They flattened themselves in the bottom of their trench. Then came an immense whomp and a painful ripping in their ears. The bomb had exploded 10 feet in front of their trench, collapsing the end of it and showering them with dirt and rocks. They coughed and spat and blinked and shook their heads. "You should see the look on your face," Q.P. said. "Yeah, you should see the look on yours," Ben Steele came back. In the days that followed, they stood sentry often, lolling around in the rear under the trees when they were off duty. Then one night, toward the end of that first week, 2 trucks rolled into the compound, and everyone was ordered to queue up at the tailgates. "All right, fellas," said a sergeant in charge, "grab a rifle and at least 4 bandoliers of ammunition. You're going to the front." The front? What the hell was he talking about? They were Air Corps, rear echelon, bunch of mechanics, fuelers, dispatchers, and clerks. Not foot soldiers. "Hey!" someone shouted. "I don't know nothing about infantry fighting." "Well, son," the sergeant said, "you're going to learn." The Japanese took Manila, the capital, in 12 days. All that was left was to mop up the hinterlands. Japan's generals were modern men, products of a military system that took its shape from the West, particularly the Prussians, and high on every officer candidate's reading list was the West's Bible of Belligerency, On War by Karl von Clausewitz. The Prussian soldier-scholar refused to reduce a complex subject to simple maxims. But on 2 points Clausewitz was clear. The acts, as he called them, that were vital to victory were the seizure of the enemy's capital and the destruction of the enemy's army. Like the strategists in Washington, the Japanese High Command had been writing war plans for decades, and since 1919 those plans had called for the capture of Manila. The Japanese had also assumed that their enemy would try to fall back to Bataan, a natural redoubt obvious to any soldier who could read a map. But that assumption did not change their aim. With every new battle plan, Japanese strategists said essentially the same thing. They would take Manila first, then move quickly to destroy the American army before it could withdraw to defensive positions on the peninsula. The problem was, the strategy called for one army to accomplish 2 missions at the same time. For months, Lieutenant General Masami Maeda, Homma's chief of staff, had been trying to persuade his colleagues to change their plan of campaign. But no one, not the Bakuto, the ambitious young planners on the Imperial General Staff in Tokyo, or his colleagues at 14th Army Headquarters, would listen to him. And now Maeda was shuttling between the various field headquarters on Luzon, trying to convince divisional commanders headed for Manila to change their battle plans and intercept the retreating enemy troops headed for Bataan. Maeda knew the islands well. In 1925, as a young subaltern, he had been sent to the Philippines as a spy and returned to Tokyo convinced that if war came to the islands, the defenders would avoid a decisive battle, abandon Manila, and withdraw to Bataan for a holding-out action. 15 years later, summoned to a general headquarters in Tokyo for a planning session on the eve of the invasion, he tried to convince those gathered around a large map of the islands that the enemy would surely hold up on the peninsula and engage the Imperial Army in a long and costly siege. What was their main objective, he asked? To capture Manila? Or Teki Nikatsu, destroy the enemy? Bataan, he continued, gave the Americans what Clausewitz called the benefit of terrain. The peninsula was filled with precipitous gulches and gullies, difficult foothills and mountain ridges, and these natural obstacles would slow an attacking army and expose it to counterattack. Moreover, the enemy had likely dug thousands of trenches, bunkers, and foxholes, he said, turning the peninsula into a lethal labyrinth. If they did not catch the enemy on the central plain and destroy him before he slipped away to the thick jungles of Bataan, then the power of the 14th Army will not be enough. The men at Imperial Headquarters were political men, and in the Army political men are careful not to challenge the prevailing opinion. Someone high up had decided that the early capture of Manila was going to be the 14th Army's primary objective. So the majors and colonels standing around the map that day in November 1941 insisted, all evidence to the contrary, that Manila was the central core of American military strength. Take it, they argued, and the islands would fall. Let the America Jin withdraw to a narrow peninsula. They would be easily bottled up and destroyed. Bataan? Kudaranai hanashi ni jikan o tsubusu. Why waste time talking about something so insignificant? On January 2nd, 1942, less than 2 weeks after they had come ashore at Lingayen Gulf and Lamon Bay, the lead elements of the 14th Imperial Japanese Army strolled into the city of Manila. A week earlier, to save the Pearl of the Orient from destruction, Douglas MacArthur had declared Manila an open city, and quickly withdrawn his forces. 60 miles north of the city, at his headquarters in Cabanatuan, Lieutenant General Masaharu Homma, the 14th Army commander, was elated. That night, in the quiet of his quarters, he sat down to write in his diary. "My wife, my children," he began, addressing the entry, as he often did, to his family. "We captured the enemy's capital 12 days after landing. Be happy for us. Celebrate for us." The fall of Manila was indeed a great victory, a political victory. The day after the Japanese flag was raised in Manila, the New York Times opined, "This country now drinks the unaccustomed and bitter draught of defeat, and no reassuring explanations can ease the blow." But, as Masami Maeda had feared, the 14th Army had let the real prize slip away. By December 31st, a Wednesday, most of the Filipino-American force had made its way onto the Bataan Peninsula, and Homma and his staff knew for sure that their strategy, Tokyo's strategy really, had been a mistake. "We had the opportunity to pound them," Lieutenant General Yuichi Tsuchihashi, the outspoken commander of the 48th Division, told Homma, "and instead we allowed them to flee. So this is what it means to miss a big prize." "All right, fellas," the sergeant said, motioning for the men to climb into a large truck waiting to take them up the road. "You're going to the front." Ben Steele eyed the rifle and the belt of ammunition he'd just been handed. He had grown up with a rifle in his hand, and the weapon made him feel better, a bit more secure. Now, at least, he could shoot back. The truck joined a small convoy that headed north from Kabkaben, back up the same road Ben and QP had come down a week or so earlier. In the back, in the dark, no one slept. Most of the men stared at the new rifles nuzzled between their knees. These guys, Ben Steele thought, look about half scared of the damn things. After the American Air Force was destroyed at Clark Field, some 1,400 Air Corps crewmen and technicians were gathered into a ground regiment, the Provisional Air Corps Infantry. They were to be used as a reserve force, ready to back up the guys manning the battle line. None of these clerks and mechanics, however, knew a thing about real soldiering. They were infantry in name only. A corporal from a pursuit squadron, for example, thought it was funny to be carrying a rifle. And it was even funnier watching him learn how to shoot it. An Air Corps major guessed that most of his men would have found their weapon more useful as a club. Some, in fact, were so flummoxed the major was sure that an enemy could have approached at his leisure, rolled a cigarette, read the morning paper, and probably finished his shaving before bothering to dispatch the perplexed American warrior before him. Half the flying infantry, as the Air Corps boys enjoyed calling themselves, got no training whatsoever. Along with the men of the 7th Materiel Squadron, they were simply put on trucks in the rear and told they were being driven north to a trench line. The convoy carrying Ben Steele and the rest of the 7th bounced north for more than 2 hours, one dusty mile after another. "Where the hell are they going to let us out?" he wondered. Halfway up the peninsula, the trucks finally stopped. "This is where we're going to start the line," the sergeant said. "You guys go here," he said, pointing to one side of the road. Then, gesturing to an open area on the other side, "And you guys spread out through there." They set up at the edge of a stand of mango trees with rice paddies in front of them. Their sector, they were told, was some 2,000 yards long, part of a secondary defense line that stretched from Manila Bay, at a point south of the town of Orion, some 14 miles west across the peninsula, to the town of Bagak on Bataan's west coast. During the day, Ben Steele and his comrades set aside their new rifles and took up the axe, the pick, and the shovel, cutting down trees, building bunkers, digging trenches. The hard labor of preparing a position for a fight. At night they climbed into their fighting holes and trenches and stared into the dark beyond the rice paddies, watching and listening for hours. The first few nights their imagination kept them awake. Then the fatigue that comes from fear took hold of them, and one night on guard duty Ben Steele fell asleep. Suddenly he felt something cold and hard poking him in the ear. Then he heard the click of a trigger. "You know what we can do to you for doing this?" said a voice above him, the voice of a lieutenant who had been checking the lines. Ben Steele jumped up and grabbed his weapon back from the officer. The man didn't have to pull a cheap trick like that, taking his rifle and poking the muzzle in his ear. He could have just kicked him awake. "You went to sleep on guard," the officer said. "I can court-martial you for this." A battle was about to begin. They had their backs to the sea, and some of the men on watch with Ben Steele that night were so scared they were soiling themselves. "Go ahead," Ben Steele snapped. "Court-martial me." Hawk Creek. The old man told him, "You don't point this at anything unless you're going to shoot it." Bud knew he meant kill it, of course. Then he handed Ben Steele his first weapon, a short-barreled .22 rifle. The boy was 7 years old. He was taught, grip the stock firmly but not too tight, sight with both eyes open, squeeze the trigger, don't jerk it. He learned to hunt, how to stalk a prey and finish it. He would set out trap lines, too. The boy could dress out anything that walked or flew, a handy skill in hard times. But out trapping or hunting, often as not he'd sit there for a while and stare at the trophy before he took aim. Sneaking up on a pond of mallards, he'd admire their colors, the jade-green head, the chestnut breast, the snow-white wing-tips. Stalking sharp-tailed grouse, he'd crouch in the rushes for long stretches, listening to the birds' comic cackle. When the time came, he'd always pull the trigger, get those cottontails his mother was waiting to make into rabbit pie. But it was almost as if he wanted to let his supper show him something of the world before he bagged it. He hated school, played dumb, and his mother knew it. The old man cursed and grumbled about his bad marks, and Gert, his sister, a couple of grades ahead, thought him so stupid she was embarrassed to call him her brother. Bess would listen to all this and say, "Just leave him alone. He'll wake up some day and find out he doesn't know anything." He didn't care. He sat there in a stone building in town or in some drafty wooden school shack in the hills, and stared out the window at the shape of a certain coulee, or the way the snow drifted against a fence. Sat there taking note of things, though he could never say why or what for. The best day of school was the last day of school. Final hour, closing minutes. "Have a good summer," the teacher would say. He thought, "I'm free." When his chores were done, when the work was finished, when the old man would finally leave him be, he could hunt, he could ride, he could roam Hawk Creek. They had the same story, the start of the family and the start of the ranch. Maybe that's why Bud loved the place so much. Hawk Creek was where he began, where he always felt he belonged. At a cattle roundup in 1912, the old man, Benjamin Cardwell Steele, tall and strong in the saddle, met Elizabeth Gertrude McCleary, a pale Irish beauty in white lace. When they got engaged, the old man gave up running cattle on the open range and looked for a place to settle down. He'd always liked the Bull Mountains. Those hills weren't fit for farming, but a smart rancher who applied himself could make a profit there. Plenty of sweet grass on the benches, plenty of water in the cool, clear creeks. He settled a section on the Dry Fork at Hawk Creek. "Prettiest place in the Bulls," he told Bess. And when she saw it, she knew he was right. Their vale was long and winding, with a stream down the center. Sheltering the ranch front and back and running the length of the vale were ridge lines rising gentle and green. With his brother James and a couple of hands, the old man set out to build a homestead. They cut trees in the hills, stripped off the bark, squared up the logs, raised the walls and the roof. A neat one-story, 3-room bungalow, 18 feet wide, 40 feet long. Then came a barn and privy, storehouse, bunkhouse, ice house, corrals, and a tack and equipment shed. Pretty soon there were chickens scratching in the yard, and the cries of children coming from the house. In the winter the vale turned gray and white. Bud was older now, just getting up, putting on his boots. His father wanted him out before dawn to fetch some strays, and his mother got up early, too, to make him breakfast for the cold work ahead. He finished his cocoa, stamped across the frozen yard, breath steaming ahead of him, to the barn, where he saddled and mounted his horse. He had far to go, but paused in the dark light to look back at the house. Did the same thing each time he rode off early. Something about the way the smoke came out of the kitchen chimney and drifted slowly down the darkened vale. Chapter 4. As battlegrounds go, Bataan was more brutal than most. A thick thumb of land 30 miles long and 15 miles wide, the peninsula of Bataan lay between Manila Bay and the South China Sea. Down its center ran a line of mountains, broken only by a wide defile from one coast to the other along the peninsula's belt line. Hugging the east coast of the peninsula, the flat land by the bay, was Bataan's main thoroughfare, the old national road. The road was only 2 lanes, but it was a good road, dirt and gravel half of it, then blacktop the rest of the way. The road began at Mariveles, the tip of the peninsula, and ran north hard by the bay 41 miles to Hermosa. From Hermosa the road angled west for a bit, then turned northeast through Pampanga province to the town of San Fernando, a junction with road and rail connections leading north up Luzon's long central plain. Most of Bataan's major towns straddled the old national road. Between them were scores of barrios, and between the barrios were uninhabited tracts of jungle and lowland, a checkerboard of rice paddies, fish ponds, bamboo thickets, cane brakes, and wastes of cogon grass. Sometimes the fields along the road were framed by clumps of banana plants or groves of palms and mango trees. And sometimes the flat land simply stopped at a wall of green, a dense tropical forest the men called the jungle. In places the thick jungle foliage screened the wind and blocked the sun, leaving the air damp and the light dim. Here, beneath the canopy, among giant ground ferns and tangles of liana hanging like thick cables from huge hardwoods, lived wild pigs and monkeys, bent-toed geckos and fruit bats, buzzards and babblers, fantails and fishers, the wolf snake, the pit viper, the common cobra. The humidity never dropped below 75%, even in the dry season, and with the temperature often over 100 degrees, the jungle and wooded hills leading to the mountains felt like the inside of a hothouse. The air was still and suffocating, and always there was the smell of rot, the incessant decay of the tropics. The mold and rot drew flies, ferocious flies that swarmed and bit like bees, and the leeches, spiders, mites, and mosquitoes were even more ravenous, spreading malaria, endemic on Bataan, dengue, breakbone fever, filariasis, typhus, and scabies. Although the dense vegetation favored the defenders, hiding their positions and hindering the enemy's movement, neither side could call that ground friendly. Nature was neutral in the battle for Bataan. Its war plan called for misery on both sides. Behind the scenes, the staff of Lieutenant General Masaharu Homma, commander of the 14th Army Philippine Invasion Force, had been arguing for days, divided over the problem of Bataan. One group of officers warned their commander that he would be facing an enemy army of at least 50,000 men well entrenched in tricky terrain and determined to resist. Reliable intelligence, however, indicated they were low on rations. So instead of sending troops against them, why not just blockade the peninsula and starve the enemy into surrender? Another group of officers wanted to attack. Relying on initial reports from the field, they were convinced that the enemy troops now holed up in front of them were little more than a mob, a rabble, the remnants of a defeated army, 30,000 men at the most. The campaign for the Philippines was almost over, they insisted. A bit of mopping up, nothing more than simply sweeping out the remaining enemy from the area. Attack, they urged the general. Annihilate them. As the two groups wrangled, a telegram arrived from Tokyo. Send a report on how you expect to proceed with the Bataan operations. The information is needed to make a report to the throne. The meaning was clear. The Imperial General Staff expected Homma to attack the Americans and Filipinos, not lay back and starve them into submission, and they wanted a quick victory so the Emperor would have the honor of announcing the end of the Philippine campaign, along with Japan's other lightning victories in the Southwest Pacific. The Emperor occupied a powerful place in the heart and imagination of every Nipponjin. By law, he was the supreme military commander, leader of the Imperial Army and Navy. And although he issued no orders and left the business of war to the Imperial General Staff, every man in uniform thought of the Emperor as his military chief, his warrior champion. The soldiers pledged their lives to him, fought to honor his name, and there was no honor in waiting for a hungry enemy to give up. The 14th Army, Homma assured Tokyo, was about to teach the Americans a lesson in sheer brute force. Earlier, Homma had gotten some bad news. His immediate superiors at Southern Army headquarters had told him that the war in the Southwest Pacific was going so well, they planned to attack Java ahead of schedule. And as part of the new plan, they were taking one of Homma's best units, the 48th Division, and moving it south. In effect, the general was going to lose almost half his command, his most experienced soldiers at that, along with much of his air force. The move would leave him short-handed and heavily outnumbered. But there was nothing he could do or say in protest. "It is a bit too early to divert these troops, but it cannot be helped," he wrote in his diary. "It is absolutely forbidden to complain and whine about the situation." The new orders forced Homma to reshuffle his order of battle and take the 65th Brigade, a rear echelon unit that had just arrived for mop-up and garrison duty, and press them into service as an attacking force. Codenamed the Summer Brigade, the 65th was composed of older soldiers and fresh conscripts trained for police and peacekeeping chores. It was so lightly armed that half the men did not have rifles. By any measure, even that of its commander, Lieutenant General Akira Nara, the organization was absolutely unfit for combat. Nara and his 65th Brigade had set sail from Formosa a week after the invasion force, and by the time their convoy arrived at Lingayen Gulf, Manila had fallen. Now, waiting anxiously for Nara on the beach as his men came ashore, was a high-ranking officer from Homma's headquarters. The officer explained the situation. The 48th Division was being transferred to the Dutch East Indies, and Homma needed Nara's brigade to replace the 48th in the order of battle. Homma knew he was asking a lot of a unit neither trained nor equipped for combat, the aide said, But the commanding general wanted the brigade to march south to the border of Bataan immediately and mop up what was left of the enemy. Akira Nara knew better. The coming battle would be no mop-up. Nara had studied American infantry doctrine at Fort Benning, Georgia, and had taught tactics at the Imperial Army War College in Tokyo. The tactics of attacking fortified positions exactly like those he was likely to encounter on Bataan. For the summer brigade, he thought, the mission was impossible, but he agreed to attack. He would send his untrained, ill-equipped men into a lethal enfilade, knowing the consequences, because he was a Japanese general, and general-grade officers in the Imperial Army almost never argued their orders, even if they knew that following them might decimate or destroy their command. On his way south to the battle line, Nara stopped at Homa's headquarters to pay a courtesy call on his chief. He kept his doubts and disquietude to himself, and put on such a great show of enthusiasm for his brother officers that one of them, Lieutenant General Tsuchihashi, commander of the departing 48th Division, wondered whether anyone on the staff had warned the newly arrived Nara what he'd be facing. As a gesture of friendship from one classmate at the Army College to another, Tsuchihashi said, "I must tell you that you will be making a huge miscalculation if you think that those old soldiers of yours and the few supplies you have will be able to easily defeat the Americans and Filipinos." "Never mind," Nara said, thanking him for his comments. Soon they would be celebrating their victory. So the summer brigade started walking, and since they had few horses and fewer trucks, they walked under the weight of all their gear 137 miles from the white sands of Lingayen Gulf to the torrid flats and steaming marshes of Pampanga Province, the gateway to the Bataan Peninsula. More than 7,000 men and their officers, the hardest walk any of them could remember. Colonel Takeo Imai, commander of the 141st Infantry, led the walk. It was the dry season in the Philippines, with hot winds whirling under the roasting sun, on an endless road of burning pavement with no trees. It was so hot, Imai wrote later, the flowers and plants along the road looked like they were on fire, reflecting the rays of the glaring sun. They walked at night, too. But compared with the daytime march under the hot sun, the march in the evening had a touch of charm. Imai was bewitched by the thousands of fireflies that hung in the trees at the water's edge. Some branches so full of them they looked like Christmas trees shining with small light balls. Mostly they walked fast as Imai could push them. "Hurry up," he urged his men. "If you do not, the enemy will raise their white flags, leaving you no chance to distinguish yourselves in battle." Headquarters, he reckoned, was doing the clerks, cops, and sentries of the 65th a samurai favor by sending them against the defeated rabble on Bataan. Imperial Army planners, Imai supposed, must think, "We are the perfect match for these Americans and Filipinos." For more than a decade, the militarists and ultranationalists who controlled Japan had subjected the society to a program of agitprop that, by 1941, had left the Nippon Jin among the most parochial people on earth, as hidebound as the arrogant white enemy they had been taught to hate. In newspapers, magazines, and movies, on the radio and the lecture circuit, and in every classroom and every school in every corner of the land, government pitchmen and pedants preached the glory of the East and the decline of the West. "Now, how about the Americans?" one such pamphlet began. "The men make money to live luxuriously and overeducate their wives and daughters who are allowed to talk too much. Their lack of real culture is betrayed by their love of jazz music. Sex relations have deteriorated with the development of motor cars. The number of divorce cases in America is the greatest in the world, and, consequently, the beautiful family system is destroyed. They have lost their moral courage by relying on their material and technical wealth. They are governed by nothing but frivolous ideas, and hence the poverty of their thought. America is, as everyone knows, a kingdom of gangsters and a country of bribes. And from this land of libertines came the most unfit and immoral soldiers imaginable. In the profession of arms, said a general named Kojiro Sato, the Americans were the worst of all nationalities, sybarites in uniform who did nothing but gamble and drink. On assignment in America in the 1930s, another Japanese officer was stunned that the American Army did not train on Sundays, and Japanese newspapers reported that American draftees, leaving home for training, were seen embracing their girlfriends in public, in train stations, and weeping. No wonder, as the Japan Times and Advertiser wrote, that many United States troops suffer from bomb phobia. They had no pluck, no grit, no shin no yuki, true courage. Such soldiers would never stand and fight. On the evening of January 7th, the lead elements of the 65th Brigade began to marshal in southern Pampanga province, the gateway to Bataan. Nara's formal orders were simple: capture the Bataan Peninsula swiftly. And, to make sure the brigade commander understood the urgency of those orders, Homa sent an aide, Colonel Motuo Nakamura, to pay Nara a visit at his battle headquarters in Angeles. In the seclusion of his command post, out of sight of his fellow officers, General Nara was no longer the eager Hotspur bent on attack, and he pleaded with Nakamura for more time. "But you can attack now," Nakamura insisted. "The enemy is scattered." "Attack where?" Nara wanted to know. Nara had no idea where the enemy was dug in. He had no battle charts, no intelligence or reconnaissance reports, only an old road map supplied by headquarters. "We should take aerial photos and make surveys before we move forward," Nara said. "No," Nakamura said. "You should attack immediately. It will be easy." All the general had to do was form up in columns and march his troops down the old national road or into the jungle until he made contact with the enemy. "Just chase them," Nakamura said, "until they collapse." Nara knew the man well. He'd taught him tactics at the War College and remembered him as a mediocre student at best. "Is this the order of Homa?" the general asked. "Yes," the aide replied. "That was the 14th Army commander's order. Please carry out the pursuit. The enemy force is only 20,000 strong or so. As soon as you get there, start fighting immediately. Also, attack! Dilly-dallying serves only to give the enemy time for preparation." Sergeant Hideo Sekihara had come to believe that the war with America was a war between the rich and the poor. And what he had seen on the long hot walk from Lingayen Gulf to the Bataan Peninsula had convinced him he was right. Abandoned American tanks, half-tracks, and trucks, all repairable but tossed away like so much junk. At one spot along the road he discovered a mountain of bullets under a tarpaulin. He'd never seen such excess. "We cannot win this battle by the amount of material we have," he thought. "In order to win, we have to have Yamato, Damashi, Japanese spirit. Americans do not have our mental strength, the Yamato spirit. I am certain we will never lose. We never have, not in our history. But I must be ready to fight." Hideo Sekihara had been a star athlete in high school, a good student who wanted to be a teacher and coach. To please his father, however, he went into the family business making wooden barrels. Okay. Then, on December 10th, 1939, at the age of 20, the oke maker was drafted into the Imperial Army. 16 boys from Aoya had been called to service that month, and the morning they left for training camp, thousands of their fellow townsmen gathered at the train station to bid the boys a fond wakare. Shopkeepers closed their shops, farmers stepped away from their fields, children were marched out of their classrooms. The ritual send-off, common throughout Japan, called for one of the young inductees to address the crowd, and his comrades pushed Hideo Sekihara forward. He told the crowd that he and his fellow draftees were off to serve their country and their emperor. But they were not giving up the comforts of home just for the sake of his imperial majesty. May he live 10,000 years. They were out to prove themselves as well, he said, and they were grateful for the gift of this opportunity to do so. The day was brisk and clear, and the wind off the water whipped the flags and pennants behind him. Then the mayor stepped forward to address the crowd. "What a fine speech," the mayor said. Now it was time to salute all of Aoya's brave young men. "Banzai!" he shouted. "Banzai! Banzai! Banzai!" the crowd answered back. He was going to win a medal, Hideo Sekihara thought. The best medal the emperor could give. Barracks life was bleak. The training company was housed in a shed-like building 2 stories high with an unfinished wooden facade protected only with a coat of creosote oil. In the damp winter, the wood stove in the center never produced enough heat, and in the stagnant summer the room turned foul and stale with sweat and belly wind. In the barracks, the first-year privates, the conscripts, were like wretched vassals at the bottom of a feudal hierarchy, obliged to obey everyone above them, both their betters, superior privates, corporals, sergeants, lieutenants, and captains, and those senior to them in the same rank, second- and third-year privates. And this authority, enforced by law, the maximum penalty for insubordination was death, stood behind the lessons of Imperial Army discipline, the slaps, punches, floggings, and bloody beatings that daily, hourly, took place behind the barracks walls. Maurice de Saxe, Marshal General of France, believed that the severest discipline produced the greatest deeds, and across the ages, East and West, men pressed into service often learned the lesson of discipline under duress. The Germans favored the whip, the French the fist. In the Imperial Japanese Army, this encouragement, bentatsu it was called, turned the training camps of Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu into alembics, a closed world of violence where men were subjected to the most brutal system of army discipline in the world. Here the civilian in a man, all he had been or wanted to be, was beaten out of him. What was left were hollow men, automatons living in a space, as one recruit put it, where all the breathable air seemed to be exhausted, a zone of emptiness. Most draftees hated the Imperial Army, and their discontent and bitterness filled the pages of their diaries and letters home. Army life was rini kanawanai, unreasonable. That was the word they used over and over again, for the injustice was so great, the injury so painful, and the insult so severe. Life in camp was beyond all reason. It was unreasonable, for instance, to be slapped at almost every turn, slapped for spilling a few grains of rice, or wearing a tunic with a button missing. The ultimate purpose of slapping, a former army officer explained, is to make them feel miserable, and thus to hammer it into them that absolute obedience is imperative in the army, and that neither criticism nor protest is allowed. If the conscripts begin to give reasons for their deeds, they are hit for having tried to answer. If they keep silent, they are also hit. Either way, there is no escape. When extra discipline was required, a recruit would be told to brace himself for a fist in the face. "Soko ni shikaritate! Megane otore! Stand firm there. Take your glasses off." Men were beaten till their teeth fell out, or their eyes swelled shut, or they lost their hearing. "Beaten like a dog," one recruit wrote home, "beaten like a bag of flour." When the first-year privates finally finished their pitiless apprenticeship, they were promoted to senior privates, stewards to a new cohort of conscripts. Now the bullied became bullies themselves. One group of primitives had created from itself another group of primitives, and all the groups from all the camps across all the home islands formed one great primal horde, 2,287,000 men who had been savaged to produce an army of savage intent. The right-wing nationalists, rabid reactionaries, and ideologues who controlled the imperial army were determined to model it, indeed model all of Japanese wartime society, on the values suggested by another national myth, the legend of the samurai. Almost from their beginnings, the samurai have stirred the popular imagination of the Japanese. Medieval poets and writers celebrated them in stories called war tales, heroic chronicles of fact and fancy that turned on the lives of the greatest fighters and most famous battles. Like the American cowboy, the samurai came to stand as an exemplar of the national character. Indomitable even in defeat, virtuous even in his most vicious moments, most of all faithful. Faithful to family, ancestors, feudal lord. And it was this legendary allegiance, this sense of supreme loyalty, and a willingness to sacrifice everything to prove that loyalty, that made the image of the samurai the perfect paragon for a country at war. The truth, of course, was a lot less appealing. The samurai of old were rough, practical men, more like mercenaries than gallants. Nothing mattered more to an ancient warrior than his military reputation, his personal record of victories and defeats. That record determined a man's rank and rewards, and he would do almost anything to enhance it and gain advantage. Betray a friend, deceive a comrade, switch sides in the middle of a battle, murder a loyal retainer to prove his allegiance to a new employer. And there was no opprobrium attached to any of this. The samurai thought of himself as a professional, and the mores of the day and customs of his profession gave him the license to act as he pleased. By the end of the 17th century, Japan's civil wars were over, and the last of the fighting samurai were gone. Their descendants, some 2 million men who held the hereditary title samurai and received a samurai's stipend as well, no longer practiced the profession of arms. Samurai families still trained their sons in the martial arts, a part of their passage and heritage, but the samurai had become domesticated. Half of them worked as civil servants doing paperwork, inspecting damaged buildings, directing public works. Some became politicians, others scholars and writers. And it was from the pens of the now sedentary sons of warrior families that the great myth came. In essays and broadsides, samurai intellectuals revised the history of their mercenary caste and gave it a set of ideals it never had. Loyalty was everything, the samurai writers said, and for the soldier, the warrior, there was only one true measure of loyalty: his willingness to self-sacrifice. The most famous of the books preaching this new morality, one whose words would echo across the battlefields of World War II, was the Hagakure, a miscellany of advice, anecdote, and instruction, each item intoning the same powerful theme. Bushido, or the way of the warrior, means death. Whenever you confront a choice between two options, simply choose the one that takes you more directly to death. It is not complicated. Just advance to meet it with confidence. Every morning, with a calm mind, form a picture in your head of the last moment of your life. Every morning, be sure to take time to think of yourself as dead. The point was simple: purity of purpose through peace of mind. To daily embrace death was to be free of fear and hesitation, natural impediments to the ideal of self-sacrifice, which in turn was the ultimate expression of loyalty. The political reformers of the 19th century borrowed this ideal, the spirit of Bushido, or the way of the warrior, applied it to Japanese society at large, and made it the way of the good citizen, a zeitgeist of allegiance, obedience, and sacrifice. By the turn of the century, the sentiment of duty and loyalty was as strong in the Japanese people as the sentiment of freedom and self-reliance was in Americans. Who that is born in this land can be wanting in the spirit of grateful service to it? Fulfill your essential duty of loyalty, and bear in mind that duty is weightier than a mountain, while death is lighter than a feather. Nearly 90,000 Japanese died for Dai Nippon in 1904, when Imperial Japan went to war with Imperial Russia. It was flesh and blood hurling itself against hot lead as wave after wave of loyal Hohei charged up the muddy wastes of Port Arthur, apparently oblivious to everything in their path. Against advanced Russian armaments, the Japanese carried single-shot bolt-action rifles, museum pieces that had little effect at long range. No matter, the Hohei made themselves nikudan, human bullets or flesh bullets, and walked point-blank into the Russian guns. Most Western observers concluded that the Japanese were a people who celebrated self-sacrifice, or, in the idiom of the day, they held life cheap. The cognoscenti, of course, knew otherwise. There never has been a race of men who really enjoyed sacrificing their lives for their country or for anything else, Ellis Ashmead Bartlett of the Times of London wrote. And the Japanese soldier was no different. Atara wakai inochi o otosu. To lose one's young precious life was as great a tragedy in Matsuyama as it was in the streets of Manchester. But the Hohei had a feeling for his land and people that was rare among the soldiers of the West. To be Japanese was to be futatsu tonai, second to none, an idea instilled in every child. And this feeling of being thoroughbred, along with the sentiment of loyalty and duty, produced a patriotism so powerful it became a weapon. Generals in every army take their lessons from history, and the Japanese generals who came to power during World War II preached the fighting spirit, the seishin of Port Arthur. The realists in the army, a handful of moderns unaffected by the slavish jingoism of their brother officers, understood that the West was rapidly developing new weapons that made old tactics and old attitudes and sentiments obsolete, if not appallingly prodigal. But the output of Japan's industries was limited and its natural resources few. The West would always have more assets, more tanks and aircraft, more trucks and guns. In comparison, Japan appeared poor in everything except people. Millions of young Nippon jin of military age were available for service. Conscripts were called isen-gorin, loosely translated as pennymen, the cost of the postcard calling them into uniform. And to an army poor in the pocket, pennymen were the perfect weapon. All the army had to do was fill a young soldier with seishin and send him forward to skewer the enemy with his bayonet. Plunge into the field of death willingly, an army pamphlet, echoing the Hagakure, advised young soldiers marching off to war. Silently give your all. The tactical problem was simple enough. Bataan was a peninsula, and there were only two ways to attack such geography: storm it from the sea, or mass at its neck, pushing the defenders from one trench line to the next until they came to the last trench, the last stand. The backbone of mountains down the center of the peninsula left two approaches. Along the east coast was a relatively wide corridor of land. On the west coast, a sliver of shoreline dwarfed by steep cliffs. Hama decided to divide his force in two and launch simultaneous attacks. The main push would come on the east coast by Manila Bay, where the mountains gave way to foothills, then tropical lowlands about a mile wide. On a large-scale map, at that point the only kind of maps the Japanese had, the east coast appeared flat and inviting. The plains, the Japanese labeled this terrain, and they planned to send 2 regiments down this expanse, chasing the enemy ahead of them. The plains, however, were an illusion. The strip of land along the coast soon gave way to an undulating chaparral, jungle midland, then steep foothills. The hills were thick with plants, vines, trees, and tangled undergrowth. Japanese intelligence had also been wrong about the enemy's strength. Some 68,000 Filipinos and 12,000 Americans were ready to defend the peninsula. Roughly 47,500 of these men were classified as combat troops. Almost all frontline troops were Filipinos. Hama had reinforced the summer brigade to 13,000 men. But the Americans had twice that number in front of them on the eastern plain, well dug in and waiting. Counting American and Filipino reserves, the Japanese were outnumbered 3-1. Japanese 65th Brigade. After-action report, January 9, 1942. The frontline units, which had been waiting tensely for the 0 hour, commenced the approach march at 1500 hours. The roar of the artillery of both sides shook the northern portion of the Bataan Peninsula. The enemy shells fell particularly furiously in the vicinity of our staging area. One shell made a direct hit on Artillery HQ, and in an instant the greater part of the staff was wiped out. American artillery fire was withering. The men of Colonel Takeo Imai's 141st Infantry told their commander that the shells sounded as if oil drums were flying through the air, letting out loud screams overhead. Those shells, they said, made their blood freeze. American cannoneers seemed to have every inch of open space, roads, trails, and fields plotted on their maps. Even the watering holes, the streams and rivers where the Japanese filled their canteens, were in the Americans' crosshairs. Especially astonishing to General Nara and his staff was the enemy's inexhaustible supply of ammunition, enough ordnance to fire countless shells day and night without ceasing. Nara went to the front to take a look, but a vast jungle prevented a clear view of the battle area, and the brigade commander could see nothing but the furious enemy barrage in the direction of the coastal road, the road down which his summer brigade was advancing. To try to outflank the American line, Nara sent a battalion from the 141st Infantry west into the knotty chaparral and foothills of Mount Natib. But the men quickly became lost. In this group was a 30-year-old sergeant named Nakamura, a machine gunner. Like many Japanese soldiers with a high school or college education, the sergeant kept a diary, pages composed under fire. Nakamura, diary, January 10, 1942. Our trail becomes stiffer and stiffer as we advance into the mountains. An officer reconnoitering unit was sent out for the third time before night to try to find the rest of the brigade. Platoon commander died in action. I recalled my brotherly association with him since the organization of our unit. It is terrible to have to lose a man on the first day. I am downhearted. Everyone became silent after the death of our leader. The next night the two sides faced off in full-scale battle, the summer brigade hurling itself against units of the Philippine Army and the highly trained Philippine Scouts. The clash took place an hour before midnight in a sugar-cane field south of the Caliguiman River and under a bright moon. The Japanese charged, their favorite tactic, and the Scouts and Philippine Army troops waiting in their fighting holes created a horizontal rain of rifle and point-blank cannon fire. The first wave of Nikudan were cut down. Then came another wave of human bullets, then another. In the morning, the cane field looked like an abattoir. 200, 300 Nikudan lay dead in front of the Filipino positions. Japanese field officers reported that the enemy positions were impregnable. Just before dawn, Sergeant Nakamura and his machine gun squad ran into the American line. Nakamura, diary. Received artillery shelling and rifle shot rained about. It took the guts out of me. Ammunition was short, food stocks dwindled, and the demand for water was enormous. The Imperial Army had very few trucks, and the trucks were easy targets. Nara's men switched to pack horses to traverse the heavy jungle and hills, but the animals could not negotiate the snarled traces or precipitous trails. The terrain was so thick, Colonel Imai often felt he was walking against walls. He kept running into banyan trees, mahogany trees, mango trees, and the like, mixed with bamboo and thorns and vines of rattan and ivy. At night, the screams of weird birds shrieking in the dark or cries of the lizard followed the boys from Fukuyama as they moved into position to continue the attack. Nakamura, Diary, January 12th through 13th. 2 men from 4th Squad and 1 man from 3rd Squad were wounded. PFC Kobata was killed by artillery. Our food supply is now low. There are very few dry crackers left. I am existing on water only. No supplies can be brought from the rear because of the difficult route. We are getting weaker. By day the sun hung high and hot, baking the men in the open and turning the airless jungle into a suffocating shroud. A writer in the Imperial Army's Propaganda Corps, traveling with attacking units on Bataan, tried to capture the hardship in verse. Our troops plod wearily. Through a furnace wind. There is no food. Our bellies must be filled with water. Drops of sweat roll out from under our helmets. By sundown the Hohei would be soaked in sweat. Then, as the temperature dropped and day gave way to night, their wet uniforms would cling to their skin and make them shiver. And all at once, from somewhere in the dark, would come the order to attack. Each night they went forward, then attacked again. "Wah!" they yelled, charging into the darkness. "Wah!" And each morning the fields and jungle floor of Bataan were covered in corpses. They attacked on January 11th, and they attacked on the 12th, but, as they were wont to say, without a good result. "I am thoroughly disappointed," General Homa wrote in his diary. Takeuchi, a regimental commander who led a flanking column west into the hills, took the wrong road and got lost, missing out on a good opportunity. What an incompetent fellow! But it was not incompetence that was killing the Summer Brigade. It was the exigencies of the moment. Without detailed maps, accurate intelligence, and reliable communication with brigade headquarters, their wires were continually cut by enemy shelling. The officers in the field, leading the brigade's columns, were left wandering in the dark. Many led by instinct, which is to say the mindless reflex to storm ahead, and they positioned themselves at the most dangerous spot on the battlefield, the head of the column. Nara was losing so many lieutenants, captains, majors, and colonels that he had to order them to stop their bravado. A person who cannot lead his men, if not in a standing position, is not a hero but a fool, he wrote in a battlefield directive. There have been actual examples where 3 persons, the company commander and the platoon leaders gathered at the head of the column, were killed at the same time. As the casualties mounted, the men in the ranks started to lose their seishin, their fighting spirit. Leading an attack, an officer might stop and turn to urge his men forward, only to find himself alone in front of the enemy. If a charge is to be carried out, Nara wrote in yet another directive, it should be the creed of every officer and man in the force to charge en masse into the enemy's position, even if enemy shells are falling all around. On January 16th, Sergeant Nakamura's unit managed to rout the enemy from a position in the foothills. But enemy artillery had the spot zeroed in, and the new occupants soon found themselves under a continuous rain of artillery shells. Nakamura, Diary. I thought my end was near, so I took out my mother's photo. Yesterday and today are festival days at home. I wonder what the people are doing. I am praying for the health and happiness of Grandma and the others from a foxhole at the front. At last the Japanese changed tactics. Instead of ordering one infantry charge after another, Nara's officers first sent out infiltrators to probe the enemy strength, intrepid men like Sergeant Hideo Sekihara. Kirikomitai, they called themselves, men who slipped silently through the black and cut deep into the enemy's trenches. In a dangerous profession, kirikomi was the most dangerous of jobs, and Hideo Sekihara, the oke-maker from Aoya, was well suited to such work. He was a gunso now, a senior sergeant in charge of his own 5-man squad. An hour or so before dusk, he and his men would gather at the edge of the battlefield, about 500 yards in front of the enemy's position, and there, in the fading light, they would look through their binoculars and study the enemy trenches, noting the placement of machine guns and the other strong points on the line. "Put every feature of the field in your mind so that you can walk it with your eyes closed," the gunso told them. Then they waited. Kirikomi required sheer darkness, the blackest black. To muffle their steps, they swaddled their boots in socks or rags. Halfway to the enemy's lines, they would get down on their bellies and, as the gunso had instructed them, crawl like house lizards, right side, left side, right side, left side. Within 100 yards of their objective, they turned into inchworms, undulating forward, again as they'd been taught, rising and falling slowly, silently, until they reached the edge of the enemy trench line. At this point, the gunso always took the lead. He looked for a soft spot in the lines, a few yards left unmanned where he could slide into a trench unnoticed, then work his way left or right until he came upon an enemy on watch, almost always a hapless Filipino. If the man was facing away from him, Hideo Sekihara would reach out in the dark and tap him gently on the shoulder. "Hi," he'd say, or sometimes, "Okay," or even, "Magandang gabi," Tagalog for good evening. Anything to get the man to turn toward him so he could drive his bayonet into the man's heart. Sometimes he would stick the blade between the man's ribs and rip into a ventricle or slice through a major vein or artery. And sometimes he would stick the man in the diaphragm, or just below it, and thrust upward, as hard as he was able, into the body. The first time he tapped a man on the shoulder, Hideo Sekihara started to tremble. He thought, "If I do not kill this man, I will be shot immediately. Kore wa shinu ka ikiru no mondai desu. This was a question of life or death." After that, he did his job without thinking. Before the Kirikomitai returned to their own lines, they scoured the enemy trenches for weapons, ammunition, food, clothing, anything to supplement the pitiful provisions of the Imperial Army. More often than not, Sekihara and his men got away clean. But now and then one of the men would trip an alarm, and then, all at once, the enemy trench line would erupt with rifle and machine gun fire, and the house lizards and inchworms would have to crawl for their lives. The gunfire always frightened the gunso. It sounded like the roar of a river in a flood, a rush of water at his back, chasing after him. General Nara was fuming. Indignant in a towering rage was how one of his operations officers described him in an after-action report. All units were attacking repeatedly, with no hope of victory in sight, and with steadily mounting casualties. And Nara, who just a fortnight before had been so cocksure in front of his brother officers, was now worried about losing his brigade. His troops had begun the campaign without enough food or potable water, without enough ammunition and supporting arms. At the moment, they were reduced to eating dry biscuits and hardtack and foraging for roots and wild fruit. More than half the force was sick with tropical diseases, and almost every man on the front line had dysentery from drinking out of streams and rivers. By the third week in January, Japanese casualty lists were longer than the daily combat roll. Nakamura, Diary, January 22nd. Last night, a trench mortar shell about 3 feet long dropped near us. I thought it was my end. At dawn, one enemy truck came directly towards us. The second squad attacked it. The truck swayed toward our heavy machine gun. Our machine gun opened fire. A man who looked like a driver was killed. Minami and Aoki of the third squad died in action. It was attack and counterattack, the Summer Brigade taking ground and pushing the enemy back, the Filipinos and Americans trying to hold the ground or regain what they'd lost. At last, late on January 22nd, American commanders began a staged withdrawal to a reserve battle line that stretched across the middle of the peninsula. To cover their withdrawal, American artillery pounded the Summer Brigade. I was completely paralyzed when I was suddenly attacked by the enemy at dawn, Sergeant Nakamura wrote in his diary. Fortunately, I spent the night in the foxhole, safe. The next day, January 24th, somewhere in the southern foothills of Mount Natib, the sergeant's good fortune left him, and his diary abruptly ended. After a fortnight of fierce combat around Mount Natib, the Summer Brigade needed to rest and refit. But Generals Hama and Nara were determined to pursue and destroy their enemy. Using maps captured after the fall of Manila, they ordered the regiments of the 65th Brigade to chase the withdrawing American-Filipino force south to what they thought was a thin line of outposts. But either the captured maps were wrong, or the Japanese misread them, for they rushed headlong into the enemy's strength, a well-fortified second line of defense that stretched across the middle of the peninsula along the east-west road. The line ran past the base of Mount Samat, a 553-foot spur with a commanding view of the lowlands. Samat was the key, a strategic high point. Cannon emplaced there could shell the areas east and south. The heights looked down on the lowland coast, the east-west road, and the narrow pass and hills between Samat and Natib, an important piece of ground that made Samat worth fighting for. On their maps, the Japanese named the area Yoshi, for the bulrushes and banks of reeds along its many streams and rivers. And into Yoshi they sent 3 units, among them the 142nd Infantry with Hideo Sekihara. Twice his unit attacked the new enemy defense line, and twice the Filipinos and Americans repulsed them and counterattacked. By January 29th, Sekihara's 7th Company, normally more than 100 Hohei, had just 12 men left uninjured. 12 men. Their captain was dead, and the gunso had been named company commander. Late that afternoon, Sekihara got his orders. They were to hold their ground, the north bank of the Tiawe River, no matter what. And to a Hohei, such orders had only one meaning. Hideo Sekihara gathered the walking wounded, about 20 men, and led them to a quiet spot near the river. Then he handed each man a grenade. "If the time comes when you know we have lost the battle, you can blow yourself up," he said. "First pull the safety pin, then arm it and hold the grenade to your stomach, like so. See? Okay? Then lie down on the grenade." He spoke softly of these matters. He was sure he would never see these men again, and he tried to keep his feelings from overwhelming him. Earlier he had gone among the dead and scrounged the last of the food, mostly crackers and condiments, and now he offered these grim spoils to his men. They should share a last meal, he said, and talk of home. There, under the stars, they told stories of their parents, their children, their favorite foods, dishes that made them think of home, of Japan. Most of all, they longed for rice, gohan, a meal that always made a displaced Nipponjin wistful. They talked of takawan, too, pickled radish, and umeboshi, pickled plums. They talked until their mouths began to water and their eyes filled with tears. "This, comrades, is the graveyard of our youth," the gunso said, "and this gathering is our farewell." On the west coast of Bataan, a separate Japanese force, some 5,000 men, had also been trying to push south. Here there was no beach, so the infantry had to take to the hills above the water. The hills were heavily forested, a hard and tangled hinterland with deep ravines, sudden drops, and breakneck gorges. A single serpentine road, the West Road, had been cut into the face of the hills. The road began at Morong, and on January 14th, that's where the main Japanese push south started. Most of the fighting took place along the ridges, hogbacks, saddles, spurs, and ledges that looked down on the West Road, the only route to bring up supplies, weapons, and equipment. If the Japanese could fight their way down the West Road and through the heights above it to Bagak, roughly halfway down the peninsula, then pivot east and push across the east-west road, they could turn the American flank and attack the enemy from the front and side simultaneously. By January 17th, the West Coast Force, the Kimura Detachment, named for the general who commanded it, had taken Morong and was starting to move south. 4 days later, at mid-morning, part of the 3rd Battalion, 20th Infantry, managed to slip undetected through the American line and set up a roadblock behind the enemy's front on the West Road. The Japanese officer in charge of the position, Lieutenant Minobu Kawaguchi, was just starting to reconnoiter his front when he heard the sound of vehicles approaching and quickly ordered his men to slip back into the woods and wait. Coming around the bend now were 2 armored vehicles, half-tracks mounted with machine guns. The lieutenant let the half-tracks pass, too much firepower. But somewhat behind them was a plain black sedan with 2 men inside, 2 American soldiers, a driver, and, in the front seat next to him, a much older man. The driver had his window down, and when the car came abreast of Minobu Kawaguchi and his men, they fired point-blank. The driver slumped forward. The sedan ran off the road into a culvert, and the older man stumbled out of the passenger side and tried to take cover behind a fallen tree. Earlier in the day, headquarters had sent word it wanted prisoners, so the lieutenant tried to coax the older soldier out of hiding. "Anata wa Nippongun ni haui sareteru." "You are surrounded by the Japanese army," he shouted in Japanese. Then, in English, he yelled, "Hold up hands! Come out!" The American gave no answer at first. Then he unholstered a pistol and fired a few rounds in Minobu Kawaguchi's direction. The lieutenant was impressed. The older man's position was hopeless. Surely he could see that. And yet he was fighting back. Kawaguchi tried again. "Hold up hands! Come out!" But the old one answered with another volley of pistol fire. Headquarters, it seemed, would have to find another prisoner. The lieutenant raised his rifle, took aim at the man's chest, and pulled the trigger. Later that day, when the rest of the battalion arrived, the lieutenant and a communications officer went through the American's pockets. His papers identified him as Colonel John Hoskins, commander of American artillery on the West Coast. Hoskins. Lieutenant Kawaguchi made an effort to memorize the name. After the war, he thought he might try to find the man's family and tell them how bravely he'd fought, how well he had died. Then he ordered his men to dig a grave, and there, beneath a luan tree by the side of the West Road, the Hohei of the 20th Infantry buried John Hoskins, Colonel, United States Army. General Kimura, commander of the West Coast Attack Force, now decided to try an end run, an envelopment. On the black night of January 22nd, he sent the 2nd Battalion, 20th Infantry, some 900 Hohei, led by Lieutenant Colonel Nariyoshi Tsunehiro, by all accounts an extremely able officer who had won the admiration of his men, in 8 landing barges from Morong, south with orders to land on a beach behind the enemy's lines. Tsunehiro's instructions were to sail down the coast 12 miles and come ashore at Kaibobo Point, a good landing spot, then proceed inland a few miles to the west road and cut the enemy's line of communication and supply to Mariveles, its main base at the tip of the peninsula. Envelopment was an ancient stratagem, but, unlike the ancient Bushi and samurai, who relied on speed, surprise, and daring to encircle an enemy, modern infantry had to be careful outflanking a foe, for deep in enemy territory the enveloper could easily be trapped and become the enveloped. Colonel Tsunehiro had been given fewer than 5 days to prepare the assault, and he embarked ill-equipped and underprepared for such an assignment. His maps were large-scale and useless for reading terrain. His reconnaissance reports told him little about the enemy he'd be facing. Japanese artillery was too distant to support him, and his timetable was based on the assumption that the rest of the division would be able to push south in time to link up with him. So he and his men carried only enough ammunition, provisions, and water for a few days' fight. From the sea, Bataan's west shoreline was one set of cliffs and high bluffs after another. Iwan Point, Napo Point, Mabalan Point, Karagman Point, Kabayak Point. With a good map and an experienced guide, the colonel might have been able to pick out Kaibobo Point from the others. At night, with nothing but his instincts to guide him, he simply could not say where he was, and the Navy coxswains driving the 8 barges knew nothing of the swift tides of the South China Sea that were now carrying them way off course. Soon one of the boats developed engine trouble, and as another took it in tow, an American patrol craft appeared on the scene and immediately attacked. It sank 2 of the troop barges, then broke off the fight and steamed away, apparently unaware of the rest of the flotilla. Scattered by the attack, the flotilla split into 2 squadrons. One group of boats drifted south and came ashore in the darkness at Longoskawayan Point, not far from the tip of the peninsula, while the other group, barges carrying the majority of the landing force, some 600 Hohei with Colonel Tsunehiro, found itself drifting about halfway down the peninsula. Dawn would soon break, and the colonel did not want to attempt a landing in daylight, so he told his coxswain to head toward a small bay beneath a wide promontory, Kinawan Point. From his spot in one of the lead boats, Private First Class Kiyoshi Kinoshita of the 6th Company stared at the shoreline. Through the dark, he could make out the contours of a ragged coast against a backdrop of black mountains. He was expecting a hard fight. They all were. Before the battalion embarked, the captain who commanded the 6th Company called his men together. "Most of the regiment is attacking the center, while we, the 2nd Battalion, will go on boats and attack from the side," he told them. "You will be landing in the middle of the enemy." They had been in the boats for hours now, steaming along the coast, drifting, circling. Kiyoshi Kinoshita and his comrades were anxious to land. At sea, a Hohei feels helpless, a bullseye in an open boat, dead weight in the water. At last the barges turned toward shore, 50 yards, 30, 10, the hull scraping the bottom. "Move quickly," someone yelled, and the men in the bow vaulted the gunwales and landed in the surf along the rocky shore. Facing them was an almost vertical cliff some 65 feet high, and in the darkness they quickly began their ascent. Grabbing tree roots, vines, fissures in rocks, and handfuls of earth, the raiders pushed and pulled one another up the face of the cliff, 600 men struggling under the weight on their backs. On top they quickly assembled into 3 companies, and Colonel Tsunehiro sent out patrols. One ran into some Americans on coast watch, and this skirmish, as well as the reports from the other patrols, must have convinced the colonel that a large enemy force was near, for he ordered his men to start digging. Kiyoshi Kinoshita and his comrades began to hack out trenches and foxholes and firing positions among the tall trees, tangled vines, and underbrush on the shelf of land atop the cliff. With their entrenching tools and bayonets, they chopped away at the stubborn roots in the jungle floor, and they clawed at the dark, moist jungle dirt until their hands ached and their fingers were numb. The jungle canopy was high, in some places more than 100 feet, and thick, towering almasigas and molaves with massive trunks and above-ground roots like giant dorsal fins, roots so big a man could shelter himself in the folds between them. In the middle story were balete trees with their bizarre tentacles or prop roots, and stands of benge pine and green bamboo so hard that bullets actually bounced off it. At ground level the understory was thick with thorny vines and creepers and chokers and stranglers, and everywhere, every square yard, there were winding lianas, wooden tendrils as thick as bridge cables, twisting and turning this way and that in tangles that hung from the trees and crowded the jungle floor. Monkeys in the top story screamed protests at the interlopers below, and bent-toed geckos chirped at dawn like jungle roosters. The lizards and tree snakes, shy animals, stayed out of sight. But at night the rats came out, and so did the cockroaches and the itch mites and the red and black spiders. In the morning a man might waken a swarm of mosquitoes and chase them off, only to be assaulted by a cluster of flies. The jungle canopy blocked the breezes and turned the point into a steam bath by day and a meat locker at night. The men had never known such asphyxiating heat, and they had never imagined that a jungle night could give them such a chill. Most of all, the jungle was a spooky place, a dim battlefield where the half-light created menacing shapes and shadows, a landscape that looked so riotous and malignant, the primeval trees, unruly vines, and woody lianas, it left a man feeling that nature was as dark and sinister as the enemy. Kinawan Point was a fat finger of land, 1/2 mile wide and 3/4 of a mile long, jutting out into the South China Sea. Years before, a logging company had cut a rough road from the tip of the point inland a few miles to the West Road, the only unfettered access. All else on the promontory, every square yard of ground, was tangled hinterland and jungle. The terrain was so thick, so dense and ensnaring, it left each side blind to the other. But entrenched in the understory and perched high in the trees, Colonel Tsunehiro's men at first had the advantage. They sat behind the screen of jungle and waited for the enemy to walk into them. And they did. For 3 days the Tsunehiro detachment beat back the enemy's assaults and probes. The Americans had sent untrained troops to push the interlopers into the sea. First airmen and engineers turned provisional infantry, then the paramilitary Philippine constabulary, gendarmes with rifles. But these rear-echelon troops were no match for Colonel Tsunehiro's men, who, unlike their comrades in the summer brigade fighting on the other side of the peninsula, had been trained well. The colonel had deployed his men in an arc of trenches, each foxhole 3 feet deep, 2 feet wide, 6 to 8 feet long. Every day he tried to advance this line inland. The men would crawl forward from their holes, perhaps 50 or 100 yards, then dig in again, advancing the arc. By the 3rd day the line, which stretched some 900 yards from one side of the point to the other, had moved about halfway to the neck. Even on the defensive, the Japanese always advanced. When the fighting began, Kiyoshi Kinoshita was a runner for the 6th Company, carrying messages and orders back and forth between his company commander and Colonel Tsunehiro, who had positioned himself just behind the center of the line. To call him a runner, however, was a misnomer, for Kiyoshi Kinoshita spent more time on his belly than on his feet. The enemy appeared to have only one tactic. They just blasted away at the jungle in front of them, and they never seemed to run out of bullets. For every round Ahohe fired, 100 came back at him. It was astonishing, and it was effective. The defenders started digging deeper, and Kiyoshi Kinoshita went to ground so often he shredded the legs of his trousers and the sleeves of his shirt. Unlike his two younger brothers, who had enlisted as officers, he was Isengorin, a pennyman or common conscript. He had done well enough in school to win a position with the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. But the pay was a pittance, so after a year or so in Tokyo, he packed his kit and headed for Maizuru, a seaside town north of Ayabe, his home, to work as a welder in a shipyard. The radio and newspapers seemed to be clamoring for war, and in the noodle shops and public baths young men of draft age were resigned to wearing a uniform. Sooner or later, they told one another, they would have to do their duty and swallow their discontent. Then, in January 1940, at the age of 22, the penny postcard calling Kiyoshi Kinoshita to service arrived in the mail. His father, an executive with a silk company, had taught him that a Japanese man had 3 obligations in life: to go to school, pay his taxes, take his turn in uniform. So, with neither enthusiasm nor protest, Kiyoshi Kinoshita reported for training. 4 months of calisthenics, close-order drill, forced marches, day marches, night marches, heat marches, cold marches, rifle and bayonet practice, instruction in tactics, classes in military etiquette, and lectures on citizenship and the rewards of sacrifice. Like the other recruits, he took his lumps, the daily cuff on the ear or crack in the mouth or open hand on the side of the face. Private sanctions, the conscripts called this hazing, the bullying behind the barracks doors. None of them complained. No one ever did. Not openly. Though some offered the public protest of suicide, slipping silently into the latrine at night to hang themselves. Once in a while, a rare while, a strong-willed recruit, usually someone with an education, and always someone with backbone, would offer some resistance. He wouldn't go against the grain exactly. That would land a man in prison. Instead, he'd just stand up for himself. One Sunday after their evening meal, the recruits, as was their duty, were cleaning up after the senior privates. Each recruit had a different job. Kiyoshi Kinoshita was collecting the mess kits and returning them to each man's cupboard, and in the rush he apparently put one soldier's kit in the wrong place. "My cupboard's on the second row," the senior private said. "You looked right at the shelf, didn't you see it?" Kiyoshi Kinoshita should have answered, "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir," because senior privates were always right, which is to say, recruits were always wrong. But Kiyoshi Kinoshita refused to offer the required obsequity. He had just returned from a few hours' leave. He'd walked to the town, had a good meal, cleared the army out of his head. "No," he told the senior private, somewhat dryly, "I didn't see it." And just like that the man slapped him harder than he had ever been slapped before, so hard his ears started to ring. The unreasonable had turned into the intolerable, and Kiyoshi Kinoshita rushed his assailant, grabbed him by the legs, turned him upside down, and dangled him out a second-story window. He was going to drop the man on his head when he felt someone grabbing at him, pulling him. And as he turned to see who was interfering, he found himself facing a circle of senior privates. In an instant he was on the ground. At first the kicks and punches stung. Then it was just one dull thud after another. Pretty soon his eyes began to swell and his ears began to bleed. When the punishment was over, the other first-year men picked him up and helped him to his cot. They soaked towels in cold water and applied them to the cuts, welts, and contusions on his face. The next day his platoon commander excused him from duty. At first he was humiliated. He'd never felt so helpless, so powerless. Later, after he healed, a quiet rage took hold of him. And one morning, toward the end of training, when his company commander called him into the office and said, "You went far in school, and you should take the test to become an officer," he answered courteously, "No, thank you, sir," because he had come to hate the army and everything about it. To keep his sanity, his tsuriai, or sense of balance, he adopted a mindset common to most recruits. Instead of the iniquities of the army, Kiyoshi Kinoshita focused on his duty, his obligation to his country. To protect one's own country is something like protecting one's own family, he told himself. It's something I have to do, just like obeying my father. Several months later, he still hated the army, but he was a senior private himself now, and with war approaching he had begun to feel a connection with his fellow Hohei, that complicated transaction called comradeship. They all ate their rice from the same pot. They all shouldered the same heavy load. Soon they would be watching one another's backs. After that, they would be carrying home one another's ashes. For 5 days at Kinawan Point, Colonel Tsunehiro's men fought the enemy to a standstill, even advanced a bit, a few more yards of ground. Then, on January 28th, the enemy apparently brought in fresh troops, regular infantry from the look of them, in fact, the crack Philippine scouts, and the battle for Kinawan Point turned desperate. The enemy attacked in the morning behind a whirlwind of gunfire. Colonel Tsunehiro's men hunkered down and dug deeper, dug furiously. The gunfire was so intense it shredded the screen of leaves and vines and kicked up clouds of dust and detritus from the jungle floor. The colonel's men stayed low in their holes, waiting. Then, with the enemy almost on top of them, they too let loose a volley of fire, then another and another. And so it went back and forth, almost till dark. Late the next afternoon, following another day of frenzied fighting, Colonel Tsunehiro wrote a message to General Kimura at division headquarters. "Each company is fighting bravely, but there is no apparent promise of our completing our duty. We are surrounded by a superior enemy. The dead and wounded continue to mount, and our fighting strength is conspicuously declining. We are in a position of danger. We are already lacking in munitions and food. However, we are still fighting hard." Thereupon he added a poignant postscript. "I pray for the success of Your Excellency's strenuous fight," he said. A doomed officer telling his commander he was grateful that the army was doing all it could to reach him. Then he signed off with, "Tenno Heika Banzai! Long live the Emperor!" A valediction that, under the circumstances, could be taken only as a dying declaration. On the 8th day of battle, the enemy began its attack with a barrage of mortar and artillery rounds. The high-trajectory missiles came crashing down through the canopy and exploded on the Hohei in their holes. Then the barrage lifted, and behind a loud rattle of rifle fire the enemy advanced. The 6th Company was on the right side of the arc now, and Kiyoshi Kinoshita spent the day crawling back and forth with messages. He had to keep low, creep carefully under the heavy wooden lianas and across the green thorns and thistles that tore at his uniform and ripped into his skin. Sometimes, to catch his breath, he hunkered down for a moment in a depression in the ground, or tucked himself into a nook between two fin-like tree roots. The jungle soil was cool, the only relief from the smothering heat, but he had to keep moving. He was thirsty. They all were. Some of the men had discovered a small spring and a ravine leading down to the beach, but it took a long time for a man to fill his canteen there, especially under fire. And the heat and dust and smoke and fear left their throats tight and their mouths as dry as rice paper and bitter as vinegar. They were hungry, too, down to dry biscuits and bits of candy now. There was little forage on Kinawan Point, a few roots perhaps, some leaves and grasses they boiled to a sour tea. And they were so low on ammunition they often waited until an enemy was almost on top of them to fire. One officer, defending himself only with his sword, cut off his enemy's right hand before his enemy shot and killed him with the other. After a week of such savagery, bodies, limbs, hunks of flesh, and viscera fouled the jungle floor. When they were able, the colonel's men dragged their dead comrades down a ravine to a natural cave in the face of the cliff, where, after picking the pockets of the dead for food and ammunition, they stacked the corpses in neat clusters, like cords of wood. Mostly, however, a man lay where he fell, or where a comrade could drag him. In such heat, of course, the remains began to rot, and the smell, the reek of decaying flesh, left the survivors retching. So many men were wounded that the battalion surgeon had long since exhausted his kit. Those with severe wounds, men shot in the chest or stomach, men with burned or flayed flesh or splintered bones, tried to be stoic, to endure the consuming pain that settles in after the shock wears off, pain that left them bleary-eyed and breathless. But they could not keep up the pretense, the reserve that was always expected of a Japanese man. Sometimes, crawling past a hole on his way to a command post, Kiyoshi Kinoshita was arrested by the sound of suffering. "Oh, Itai," a wounded comrade would yell to him. "How it hurts! How it hurts me! Oh, Itai!" He never stopped. The yelling of the wounded always drew more fire, and the Samaritans who answered the sorrowful cries and entreaties usually ended up casualties themselves, or stacked in the cave at the bottom of the cliff. So he kept going, kept pulling himself through the creepers and ferns and across the moss beds and tangles of thorns. On the 9th day the enemy began to push the battalion back, and the arc started to collapse on itself. Kiyoshi Kinoshita was with Colonel Tsunehiro in the center. "Go to the 6th Company and tell them they have to hold," the colonel said. "Tell the 6th they have to fight until help comes." The colonel knew by now that no relief would reach him. The division would never be able to break through the enemy's main line and drive down the peninsula in time to rescue what was left of the trapped battalion. And his men doubtless knew that too. Their mission had failed. They were exhausted, outnumbered, and outgunned. Still, they would fight. The colonel knew they would fight. They were Hohei. Lafcadio Hearn, the thoughtful Victorian who wandered Japan for 14 years, trying to get a sense of the place, thought loyalty a religion in Japan, a transcendent form of affection. Loyalty, the government proclaimed in 1937, is the basis of our national morality. In loyalty do we obtain life. To the soldier, duty was loyalty in practice, and to those who did their duty in time of war the government promised martyrdom. It built the Yasukuni Shrine on Kudan Hill in Tokyo, where the souls of all those killed in battle were installed as kami, soldier gods on perpetual duty protecting the fatherland. There was no greater glory, the government said, no better way for a man to bring honor to his family and fulfill his filial piety than to have his name inscribed on the rolls of the immortals on Kudan Hill. If self-sacrifice was the apotheosis of loyalty, then surrender was its apostasy. Retreat and surrender are not permissible in our army, General Sadao Araki told an American professor teaching in Japan before the war. To become captive of the enemy by surrendering after doing their best is regarded by foreign soldiers as acceptable conduct. But according to our traditional Bushido, retreat and surrender constitute the greatest disgrace and are actions unbecoming to a Japanese soldier. Araki and his fellow ideologues were determined to create an army of human bullets, and, like the Meiji politicians and strong men before them, they too regularly hijacked history to do it. They took Bushido, that loose canon of moral instructions purporting to be the samurai code of behavior and belief, and created a code for the modern soldier, the Senjin-kun, a pamphlet that served as a manual of battlefield morals. Fight faithfully to the last, it reminded the soldier. Even if it means dying on the battlefield, never give in to the enemy. Do what is expected of you, remembering that what you do will reflect on the honor of your home. Thus, a man who surrendered, or was captured, betrayed not only his country, but all those who had ever shared his name, living and dead. And the shame of that was more than most Japanese were willing to carry. "Go to the 6th Company and tell them they have to hold," Colonel Tsunehiro told Kiyoshi Kinoshita. "Tell the 6th they have to fight until help comes." He kept low, crept slowly. Any movement, a rustling of leaves, a swaying of vines, would set off a storm of fire. So he inched along, zen dosuru, like a worm, first to the right and down the line, then forward toward the command post of the 6th Army. Already the day was stifling. No breeze beneath the canopy to carry away the decay and rot. From time to time the enemy fired bursts in his general direction. From time to time his comrades returned the fire. He stayed below it all, on the jungle floor, hugging the ground. Seeking cover, infantrymen called it, as if the reddish-brown soil, the sweet earth, could enfold a man and keep him safe. The command post was just ahead, but a tree felled by enemy artillery blocked his path, so he lifted himself up just a little to peek over the top. Then, by degrees, he started to slide across the log and down the other side. And just then he felt a dull, heavy thud on his back, below his left shoulder, then an intense pressure, as if someone had poked him hard from behind and knocked him to the ground. "Itai!" He'd been hit. The bullet mauled him. In an instant a sweet-smelling serum began to well up in the wound and spill down his back. The pain took his breath away, made his heart pound, soaked his body in sweat. His left arm hung limp and heavy at his side. He fished a large white handkerchief from his pocket and tried to stuff it into the wound to stem the flow. The message! He had to get to the 6th Company and deliver the message. The gunfire was more intense now as the enemy advanced. He started to crawl forward, dragging himself with just his right arm. At the edge of the command post he encountered the company staff sergeant and made his report. "The battalion commander says you should stand still until the help comes, until the relief comes," he said, "and—" He didn't get to finish because the sergeant was shot dead in front of him. He crawled on, finally reached the captain, delivered his message, then turned around and began the long trip back along the line to the colonel's command post in the center. He could sense he was seriously hurt. This is a real miserable situation, he thought. But if he could make it back, crawl to the colonel's position, the doctor there could treat him. A bandage, some medicine, a drink of water, and a little rest, and he would be fine. He dragged himself a few feet at a time. When he reached the command post, the doctor examined his shoulder. "There is no way to treat such a big and serious wound," the doctor said. "The only thing you can do is wash it with seawater." On February 2nd, the 11th day of the battle for Kinawan Point, the enemy brought in tanks. The Americans attacked twice that day, their tank cannon firing point-blank while their artillery and mortar rounds rained down on the Hohei foxholes. The battlefield was a wasteland. The denuded jungle, the brown dust and black smoke, the rotting corpses, and with the rumble of explosions, the unrelenting heat and thirst and cries of the wounded, Kinawan Point became Konoyo no Jigoku, a kind of hell. Kiyoshi Kinoshita made his way to the edge of the point, stumbled down the ravine to the beach, and washed his wound with sea-water, a remedy that brought him nothing but more pain. He was relieved of all duty now, save to survive. 1 day passed. 2. He grew weaker, more helpless. The blood vessels and nerves in his shoulder had been shattered, and the damaged muscles in his rotator cuff had left his shoulder, arm, and hand dead weight. His wound, still spilling fluid and blood, was suppurating, and he could smell the rot on his back. The foul emanation drew flies, swarms of them, a black blanket on the wound. Dizzy and faint, he set himself down at the base of a large tree atop the point where many other seriously wounded men had gathered. The tree was near a steep ravine that led from the edge of the cliff down to the beach. In the ravine was a natural spring where, during breaks in the battle, the men still able to fight went to fill their canteens. As they passed by his tree, Kiyoshi Kinoshita would beg them for water and ask for news of his comrades in the 6th Company, still trying to hold the line. The battalion's arc was slowly contracting, and the defenders were being squeezed into a pocket. From time to time, Kiyoshi Kinoshita could hear the colonel yelling encouragement to the men in the foxholes. "Gambare! Gambare!" he would shout. "Keep going, men! Hold on! Hold on!" Every time he yelled, the enemy answered with more fire. Now the dead lay where they fell, grotesques, tongues hanging, eyes bulging. The gas and sewage from the black and bloated bodies left the air rank and the men gagging. Kiyoshi Kinoshita lost track of time. The sun rose, the sun set. It was light, it was dark. He started to think he was dying. "Gambare!" The colony of wounded around the palm tree had grown to more than a dozen now. Gut-shot, many of them, others holding a mangled arm or leg. Now and then a man unwilling to face the shame of capture, or so miserable in his suffering he no longer thought his life precious enough to preserve, would place the muzzle of his rifle under his chin and reach down and pull the trigger. Kiyoshi Kinoshita thought, "This is the end now." He passed out, came to, passed out again. When he awoke, it seemed to him that the volume of fire had decreased. No one came by for water now, and he was so desperate for a drink, he drank his own urine. He thought he heard someone say that the colonel was dead. At all events, he did not hear his beloved commander yelling any more. He did not hear anything at all. Various American and Filipino units had attacked repeatedly during those last days. Their tanks blasted the Japanese out of their holes or kept rolling and crushed them where they stood. The evening of February 4th, the Philippine scouts leading the attack reported that they had forced the Japanese into a pocket roughly 100 yards across and 50 yards deep. The scouts could see the edge of the cliff and, beyond, the water. Alongside the scouts were American airmen turned infantry, led by pilot William E. Dias. "At 50 yards from the edge we could see the Japanese plainly," Dias wrote later. Then, suddenly, above the noise of the gunfire, we could hear shrieks and high-pitched yelling. Some of the Japanese were tearing off their uniforms and leaping off the cliffs. Several score Japanese held out in the ravines and beach caves for another 3 days. They refused all offers of surrender. So, on February 8th, the Americans collapsed the caves with dynamite and called in gunboats to shell the last of the holdouts. A handful of Japanese, unconscious but still alive, were taken prisoner. Some 600 Hohei were killed at Kinawan Point, and 200 more at another landing. In effect, the 2nd Battalion, 20th Infantry, was wiped out. The first Japanese unit in World War II to suffer a total defeat. Later in the fighting in the Pacific, this kind of mass sacrifice became so regular the Japanese gave it a special name, Gyokusai, honorable death. and Gyokusai Suru, to die but never surrender, became a rallying cry. But in those first days of the war, when such a large loss still shocked the Imperial General Staff, the Nippon Jin used another word to describe the bloodletting at Kinawan Point. Zenmetsu, they called it. Colonel Tsunehiro and his men had been annihilated. Gambare! Kiyoshi Kinoshita felt someone patting him on the cheek. Was he dead? Dreaming? He opened his eyes and saw a Hakujin, a white man. He was in bed in a place of beds, beds in rows in the open and out among the trees. In a few of the beds he saw Japanese. In most he saw Filipinos. All around were Hakujin, tending to things. He thought, "This is an American soldier's place. How did I happen to come here? How did I get to a place like this?" His uniform was gone. He was in gray bedclothes. "What am I wearing?" he wondered. The Hakujin who had patted him on the cheek was leaning over him now. Around the man's neck was a doctor's instrument. All at once Kiyoshi Kinoshita realized, "I have become a Horyo, a prisoner of war." The shame hit him hard, like another bullet in the back. His comrades were dead. He was sure of it. But Kiyoshi Kinoshita, orderly and messenger for the 6th Company, was lying in an enemy bed. He wanted to die, but he was weak. Too weak to kill himself. "This is miserable," he thought. "Why do I have to be a prisoner?" He had betrayed his comrades. He had betrayed his colonel. They had died, and he had lived. And the stink of that failure, that disgrace, would always be on him. Haji, they called it. A shame that ran deep. His duty had been to die for his country. Duty is weightier than a mountain, while death is lighter than a feather. Die with the Hohei on Kinawan Point. But he had failed. And that failure turned his survival into an act of treachery. Horyo, prisoner of war. His mother, father, brothers, friends, neighbors, all Ayabe would know, or so he imagined. His shame would become his family's scandal. There goes the mother of Kiyoshi, the Horyo. The family would have to disown him. In a society where everyone was somehow connected, he would suddenly be estranged. How could he live? He was a Horyo, and to everyone a Horyo was dead. "I must get out of here," Kiyoshi Kinoshita told himself. "I must somehow change this situation of being a prisoner." Each day he grew stronger. His left arm was still useless, but after a while he could make his way around unassisted, and he began to feel better. The Americans were feeding him and caring for him, and for that he was grateful. But when he closed his eyes, he could still hear the cries of his comrades. "Oh, Itai!" And the enemy's kindness only deepened his shame. So one day, several weeks after his capture, he leaned over to the man in the next bed, a Hohei named Saito, who had lost his right hand, and whispered, "Would you like to escape?" That night, as their Filipino guards slumbered, the two soldiers slipped out of their beds and into the jungle. Two cripples hanging onto each other with their good arms, running as fast as they were able. They ran for days. One day they came to a hill and, still clinging to each other for support, clawed their way to the top. Then down the other side into a valley with a river. They were very thirsty and helped each other down the steep bank and into the water. Dipping their faces to drink, they noticed a school of small fish swimming among the rocks. They were hungry, but one-armed men make poor fishermen. So they dined on earthworms that night, and washed them down with river water.
They wandered and wandered. How long and how far they did not know. They lived on leaves and grasses, forage, belly-fill. After many days of wandering, perhaps 20, they noticed something strange. It was quiet. What happened to the sound of the big guns? They wondered. A while later, in a field, they saw some figures in the distance. Soldiers. But whose? They looked again and recognized the uniforms. Hohe. From the look of them, a scout unit. They were finally home, in their own lines, among their own comrades. Then Kiyoshi Kinoshita remembered. I was captured. I was a Horyo. The Horyo were ordered to report to the military police. How did they come to be prisoners? The police asked. What happened in the battle? Where did the Americans take them? The police wanted to know everything. Kiyoshi Kinoshita told them about being a messenger, about how he was sent to the 6th Company to tell them to hold on, about being shot and losing consciousness. The police made him tell this story several times, and with each telling their reaction grew more grim. At first they said, "How can you have survived until now?" Later they said, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" After his final recitation, an officer told Kiyoshi Kinoshita, "You are going to be put to death." They returned him to the room where Saito-san, his fellow fugitive, was waiting. "We are going to be punished," Kinoshita told him. "We are going to be put to death. You must get yourself ready." For his part he was prepared. "I have no private wish, nothing that I want, nothing at all," he told himself. "I am not afraid. I am ready to accept death." The next day the two men were ordered into an automobile, and off they went. The road cut through an area of undergrowth. Then, ahead, Kiyoshi Kinoshita saw a break in the terrain, a flat, open place. He thought, "This is the time I will be put to death." The car, however, kept going. A while later they arrived at a hospital, and the two men were given uniforms. After they'd changed, they were driven up the road to Santa Cruz, and the car stopped in front of a big church. "Oh," Kiyoshi Kinoshita thought, Here is where we will be shot. What a splendid thing it is to be shot like this at a church. My mind is pure, my heart is full." The two men were given a meal, then they waited. 2 days later they were waiting still. "Maybe we will not be shot," Kiyoshi Kinoshita began to think. After that he was transferred from one hospital to another. His wound had healed, and he was beginning to get some feeling back in his left arm. At each place he and a handful of other men who had been captured and repatriated during the campaign, amputees and cripples most of them, were kept in separate quarters, apart from all other troops. The army apparently did not want these Horyo, these men of shame, to befoul the ranks or stand as survivors, exceptions to the ethic of self-sacrifice. When he was well, the army assigned Kiyoshi Kinoshita to a small garrison unit. Then one day he was told they were sending him to Davao to work in a shipyard, his civilian job before he joined the army. So he went south and took up the welder's torch. Here, as elsewhere, everyone knew he had been a Horyo, but none of his superiors or the men on the job mistreated him, though from time to time someone might ease up next to him and, with the customary courtesy and respect, ask, "Why didn't you kill yourself?"
Leaving. That day, as usual, Ben Steele, 15 now, was working, mowing hay. He'd cut only a quarter of the field, but already the meadow was filling with the scent of his work. At the far end he turned the team for another pass, back in the direction of the house. and as soon as he did, he was surprised to see the old man coming up the road and cutting across the meadow. At breakfast, his mother had told him his father had gone to town early on business and wasn't expected back till supper. Bud pulled on the reins, stopped the team in the sun. It was hot in the meadow. The rim rocks often blocked the breeze. "Unhook 'em and turn 'em loose," the old man said as he approached. "We're leaving." "What do you mean, leaving?" the boy said, looking down from his seat. "We're just leaving the ranch, that's all." "But why? Why are we leaving?" "We've lost the ranch, the bank, you know." He didn't know. He didn't know anything. "We have to move," the old man went on. "We have to get off the place." "Get off when?" "Now, just like I told you." "What about the stock?" the boy said. "What about Buck?" He still loved that horse, his old line-back buckskin. Had him since he was 7. Used to jump up and straddle his neck to get on. Got so he could ride that horse anywhere without a bridle. Just touch his neck and he'd turn. The old man said that Buck and the rest of the stock would be going to Uncle James's place a few miles down the creek. If they ever got out this way again, the boy could see him. Then the old man turned on his heel and headed down the meadow to the dirt road leading back to the house. Bud got down from the machine. The sun was hot. Birds were beginning to swoop down and feed among the clumps of cut hay and stubble. Leaving Hawk Creek. He couldn't imagine it. There was a gnawing in his stomach, like a hunger pang, but more empty, and he was tired like he'd never been tired before. From Gert, later, he got the story. The old man was mortgaged up to his gray Stetson, but he owned 200 head of cattle free and clear, and the bankers, knowing he knew his business, urged him to stay on and try to turn a profit. Bess wanted to stay too. She loved the yellow clover by the roadside, the magpies making their nests in the trees, but the old man, he did not want to hear it. He owed on the land, owed on the machinery, owed on his taxes. "We're leaving," he said. From the mudroom of the house they'd rented in Warden, the boy could hear his mother light into his father. "That's a job you should be doing," his mother said, "not that kid. Sending him out there, you'll get him killed this time of year." "Ah," the old man came back, "that kid can do it as easy as I can." Outside, beyond the mudroom door, the temperature was well below 0, and the 30 miles of broken ground between Warden and the Bull Mountains, where the boy would soon be headed, were frozen with ice and snow. For a year now the family had been living in a thin-walled bungalow in a small town along the Yellowstone River, his father doing a little of this and a little of that, and selling off what was left of the stock from Hawk Creek. The old man had made a deal to sell a nearby rancher a couple of work-horses, and he was sending the boy north on a borrowed saddle bronc to fetch them. "You get with Fred Tribal up there, and he'll help you tie those horses' heads together," his father told him. "Then you fasten onto them with a lariat and bring 'em into the valley." He made it north okay, but early the next morning, when he went to collect the animals he would be trailing, he discovered they were wild, 1,400 pounds each of unruly horseflesh. A hired hand on the place helped him get halters on them, and around 7 a.m. Bud bundled up best he could against the cold and set out for the Yellowstone. He headed south first, across the hills toward the dry fork of Hawk Creek. Then, keeping Steamboat Butte to his right, he planned to angle east toward Hubbard Creek, hoping to pick up the Bundy Road, if he could find it, and it was passable, and use that old track to lead him to the river. The horses fought him every step. He thought, "How the hell am I going to break 'em and lead 'em at the same time?" He yanked and tugged the beasts across the frozen prairie. After 3 hours, he'd gone barely a mile. By noon he was hungry and half frozen, but dared not stop. It was late afternoon by the time he reached the Bundy Road. At that point he was still some 15 miles from the river, still wrestling with the knotheads on the other end of the rope. Now darkness was falling, and he was shaking with cold. He hoped he could keep to the road and not end up riding in circles till he fell frozen from his horse. At last, in the blue light and a swirl of snow, he rode into Warden. It was well after midnight when he walked into the house, so stiff with cold he had to stand for a while in front of the stove before he could bend to pull off his boots. His mother tried to fuss over him. The old man stood nearby and said nothing, but the boy knew what he'd done. Knew the old man knew it too. Chapter 5. The first battle for Bataan was going badly, and on February 8, 1942, at his new field headquarters, a large two-story house in the town of San Fernando, some 30 miles north of the Bataan battle line, Lieutenant General Masaharu Homma, commander of the 14th Army and the man in charge of all Japanese troops in the Philippines, turned again to his officers for advice. Beleaguered in the field and beset by political enemies at home, Homma was in trouble. Guam, Wake Island, and Hong Kong had been captured in the first 3 weeks of the war, and by early February Imperial soldiers were marching hard on Singapore and coming ashore in the Dutch East Indies. Japan was taking the territory it wanted, taking it with just 10 divisions, 200,000 troops, a relatively small number of men. The Imperial Army appeared invincible, and that chimera created a fervor back home and fear overseas. Quick strikes followed by fleet advances, swift victories, and stunning propaganda. The strategy seemed to be working everywhere except the Philippines. There, a ragtag army of natives and the soft Western sots who sponsored them had dug in for a fight in a jungle wasteland, and suddenly there was a hitch in Japan's plan for early victory in the Pacific. Homma had been given 50 days to take the islands. His deadline, January 26th, had passed without a good result, and he knew that his countrymen, accustomed to waking to news of victories with their morning miso and steamed rice, would be disappointed. "It seems that the general public feels that since we captured Manila easily, the rest of the area is virtually won as well," he wrote in his diary. "This is immensely annoying to me. They should understand the difficulty we are experiencing here. Our opponent is the United States, an entirely different enemy from China. Of course, there is no way for an easy resolution." More troubling, the general had learned through channels that the throne, likely at the urging of its advisers, which is to say his rivals on the Imperial General Staff, had refused to issue a general commendation to the men of the 14th Army, an accolade that by custom should have been theirs, and his, for taking an enemy capital. "I have no response when asked whether the Bataan battle will be over soon," he continued. "I only have fear." Most troubling of all, Japan's central strongman, General Hideki Tojo, War Minister, Prime Minister, and one of Homma's old antagonists, was angry. Japan's other field commanders had brushed aside the British and bowled over the Dutch, but Tojo felt that against America Japan appeared to be blundering. In truth, Homma's failure to secure the Philippines in 50 days had done nothing to delay Tokyo's timetable in the Southwest Pacific. Indeed, the Imperial Army was ahead of schedule, but daily stories in the American press about the valiant defenders of Bataan had left Tojo irritated. Frank Hewlett, for example, a United Press reporter, kept pounding out the same storyline. American and Filipino troops, after 6 weeks of battling here in the wilds of Bataan, have exploded the myth that the Japanese are supermen. The meeting at Homma's headquarters in San Fernando began in the middle of the afternoon. As was his custom, the general said little, As was their habit, his officers, divided into camps, were sharp-tongued and full of choler. One side clamored to continue the attack. They argued that Nara and Kimura had repeatedly pushed the American line back. The 14th Army had the advantage, the initiative. If they would just concentrate their forces along Bataan's flat east coast, they could break through the enemy line and push the adversaries into the sea. The other side wanted to break off the attack. To continue, they said, would be jisatsu, suicide. Yes, Nara and Kimura had indeed made gains, but between them they had suffered so many casualties. An attacking force of nearly 20,000 men now could scarcely muster 3 battalions, fewer than 3,000 men, a handful against the enemy's horde. Take the peninsula under siege, they advised. MacArthur's men were already on half rations, and with Japan in control of the sea and sky, the situation was bound to get worse. The Filipinos and Americans had no hope of help. All the Japanese had to do was sit back and starve them into submission. Hama sat in silence. To Major Moriya Wada, a young staff officer, the general looked troubled, blue. The general's face, Wada thought, seemed filled with ennui, hidden grief, tears in the darkness. Since landing at Lingayen Gulf, the 14th Army had suffered 3,320 killed, 5,350 wounded, and 15,500 sick. Men disabled by malaria, dengue fever, beriberi, dysentery, and other diseases. Hama had lost roughly half his army, more than 24,000 casualties. The 2nd Battalion of 20th Infantry, the unit that had landed at Kinawan Point, had, as the general later put it, vanished without a trace, and its sister battalions, sent to its rescue, were decimated. An entire regiment wiped out. After hours of argument, the general finally spoke. He was calling off the offensive, he said. With such losses, the army was near collapse. If the enemy counterattacked, he told his staff, we will have no choice but to hold up our hands and surrender. He ordered his officers to prepare a message for Tokyo, a plea for resupply and reinforcements. For a Japanese commander, no request could be more bitter, for it reeked of resignation and defeat. Under the present conditions, even if we continued our offensive, the chances of success are slim, and at the very least, huge losses will be incurred. In the worst-case scenario, this will produce disastrous effects for the entire strategy of the Philippines. As the Army sees the shedding of more blood and tears, we recommend the maintenance and reorganization of our present position. After increased troop strength arrives, we will think of an appropriate strategy for the changed conditions. And then, turning back to the long lists of casualties, the general's tears were hidden no more. The Americans noticed the change almost immediately. The enemy has definitely recoiled, MacArthur told Washington in a series of cables in February. Heavy enemy losses sustained in his ill-advised and uncoordinated attack of the past 2 weeks have dulled his initiative, and he begins to show signs of exhaustion. Some of MacArthur's men were so buoyed by the news they wanted to leave their foxholes and counterattack. The situation looks rosy, one young army captain wrote in his diary. If we can only get help here, he said, they could clear all Luzon of the enemy. Hope this happens. Fueled by hope, the American rumor mill ground out one canard after another. Relief convoys were on the way from Australia. The war would be over by Easter. They'd soon be playing tennis and golf again. The gossip mongers were everywhere, even in high headquarters. On March 7th, MacArthur sent a radio message to General George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff in Washington. General Homer committed harikari. Repeat, harikari, because of his failure to destroy our forces in Bataan and Corregidor. The funeral, MacArthur went on, had been held in Manila on February 26th, and Homer's ashes were flown to Japan the following day. While he could not completely substantiate this report, the general said, it is believed to be correct. And in a postscript he added, there was even a touch of irony in all this. His funeral rites, and it is believed his suicide, took place in my old apartment, which he occupied in the Manila Hotel. More melodrama from MacArthur, but any bit of good news, fact or fata morgana, suited the moment. And there had been few such moments in the first battle for Bataan. The Americans had stalled and bloodied their enemy, but no one in the American camp was counting coup. For while the enemy's hardships were temporary, all Homer had to do was wait for Tokyo to reinforce him. The list of American troubles seemed intractable. And first on that list was hunger. The Filipinos and Americans had been living and fighting on crumbs. For 6 weeks their ration had been less than 2,000 calories a day, a scant 24 ounces of food, half the minimum the average man needed for the hard labor of combat. And their stomachs were sore with hunger because MacArthur had made a fundamental mistake. In the rush to retreat, he'd left most of his rations behind. Tons of provisions stockpiled in northern Luzon to support MacArthur's plan to fight at the beaches and along the Central Plain had simply been abandoned. At just one warehouse alone, the Army quartermaster had left 50 million bushels of rice, enough grain to keep a garrison going for years. The missteps, mismanagement and indecision, one officer called it, were all MacArthur's. Somewhere along the line from West Point to Bataan, the general had forgotten the most fundamental lesson of warfare, the lesson on logistics. Just as an army on the attack must keep its lanes of resupply open as it moves forward, an army that plans to fight a defense, holed up behind bulwarks, must stockpile its supplies in advance. Many of his officers had implored MacArthur to give up his grand scheme and send the supplies to Bataan. But the general had refused to listen. On January 2nd, after the Filipinos and Americans had completed their withdrawal to Bataan, the Army quartermaster sat down to assess his stores. Roughly 80,000 combatants and 26,000 refugees had found their way to the peninsula, and the quartermaster figured that at full ration, 4,000 calories, or roughly 4.5 pounds of food per man per day, the garrison would exhaust the supplies on hand in less than a month. Headquarters immediately put every unit on half rations, and the defenders of Bataan now had to fight on less than 2 pounds of rice, canned fish, or canned meat a day. After 2 weeks of such subsistence, the men were hungry, very hungry, and losing heart. When word of the grumbling got back to MacArthur, who was holed up underground in a command tunnel on Corregidor just off Bataan's southern tip, the general wrote a letter to his men, assuring them that help is on the way from the United States. Thousands of troops and hundreds of planes are being dispatched. The exact time of arrival of reinforcements is unknown, as they will have to fight their way through Japanese attempts against them. But help was coming. They could count on that. It was a lie, a Judas kiss. The American Pacific Fleet had been crippled in the attack on Pearl Harbor, and was in no position to break the blockade of Japanese ships patrolling from the Bering Strait to the Coral Sea. The Philippines was cut off, isolated. Washington knew it, and so did MacArthur. Every day, during the lull in the fighting, self-appointed sentinels from various units would climb a hill, shinny up a tree, or stroll down to the water's edge to squint at the horizon. Somewhere out there, beyond the line of black sea and blue sky, ships loaded with tanks and airplanes, men and food, great floating larders, as some imagined them, were steaming toward Luzon. They were sure of it. Washington had told MacArthur, and MacArthur had told them. Help was on the way. Naturally, there were naysayers, men convinced their country had forsaken them. And there were wise guys, too, wags who liked to needle the optimists. One joker hung up a picture of an old four-masted schooner and added the legend, "We told you so. Help is on the way." When the Japanese got wind of this waiting game, the Imperial Army's honey-voiced propagandist, Tokyo Rose, the name used by several women broadcasters, took to playing a popular ditty on Japanese radio broadcast to the Philippines. "Here's one for the boys on Bataan," she would say. "Red sails in the sunset, way out on the sea. Oh, carry my loved one home safely to me." Everyone talked constantly of a convoy, one rumor following the next. The convoy was coming from Australia, from Hawaii. It was taking the northern route. It was crossing to the south. It was just offshore, just over the horizon, just days away. And each new report, each brute or bit of scuttlebutt, was an occasion for a bet. A case of Scotch or San Miguel beer, a couple of cartons of Lucky's. Tomorrow would bring rescue. America would never abandon them, they told one another. And they held as hard to blind hope as their enemy held to the idea of destiny. Tomorrow, they believed, tomorrow was going to be better than today. They would eat almost anything. When the canned meat ran out, they hunted and slaughtered carabao, a Philippine water buffalo. The quartermaster set up abattoirs, and the ox-like animals were slaughtered in the cool of the night, then cut into quarters, leaving the hairy hide intact to keep the flesh partially clean, which is to say, at least half free of maggots. Once it reached the field kitchens, the meat was soaked in salt water overnight and pounded for hours to make it chewable. Even the best cooks, however, had trouble dressing the flesh of an animal that likes to spend its days wallowing in slime and swamp water. Reporter Frank Hewlett told his readers that he found the taste of carabao distinctive, just short of rank. Soon almost every carabao on Bataan, some 2,800 animals, had been eaten, and the quartermaster began to slaughter the cavalry's mounts, pack-horses, and mules. When these two were gone, the men turned to hunting wild pigs, jungle lizards, giant snakes. A veterinary officer who thought birds might make a good meal shot and cooked some crows. He insisted that they were not bad at all, a comrade reported. Often, whatever the men caught or collected went into a common kettle. When infantryman Dominic Pellegrino of Medford, Massachusetts, went to ladle himself a portion of his unit's Bataan stew, he spotted the skeletal paw of a monkey reaching up from the depths of the pot. "I think I'll pass," he decided. Patrols fished the streams and rivers with grenades, and the quartermaster tried to organize a fleet of local fishermen to ply Manila Bay. But the Japanese bombed the boats. During the attack, a soldier in a nearby foxhole shouted, "If enough of those bombs hit the bay close to shore, we will have fresh fish for dinner." Mango trees were picked clean of their fruit, and by the end of February there did not seem to be a single banana left on Bataan. Some men tried eating grass and leaves, cooking them down like spinach to dress up their daily portion of bland rice. Every morning at breakfast, Calvin Jackson, an army doctor from Kenton, Ohio, found worms and weevils in the porridge served at one of the field hospitals. "The bugs and larvae don't bother me," he wrote in his diary. "Most people try to skim them off as they float. but I just stir up the mess and down it goes. Like almost everyone else, Intelligence Officer Allison Ind of Ann Arbor, Michigan, could think of little save his stomach. He was hungry in the morning, hungry in the heat of the day, hungry at night, a monotony of unrelieved craving and want. Moldy rice, tasteless coffee, the grounds left white from many boilings, flies, moldy rice. By the middle of February, Ind and others were showing the first signs of malnutrition. In the mornings before chow, one's legs feel watery, and at intervals pump with pains that swell and go away again. If you move too rapidly, there is a hint of vertigo. The heart thumps like a tractor engine bogged in a swamp. These not-too-serious discomforts disappear immediately upon eating. For perhaps an hour one feels quite normal. Then lassitude. Between noontime and 1 o'clock is the worst for me. Seems as though I cannot sit straight, but must hump over. By the middle of March, well into the lull now, Army doctors were reporting that the physical fitness of the troops is seriously impaired, so serious that headquarters had to limit operations. The men simply lacked the energy to exert themselves. They had no stamina to mount long-range patrols, stage ambushes, launch frontal attacks. Some were so far gone they did not have the strength to crawl out of their foxholes or raise a rifle to their shoulder and take aim at the enemy. The average weight loss was staggering, between 20 and 30 pounds. They need food, the chief surgeon, WWII Cooper, told headquarters, and lack of proper food is the basic cause of all the trouble. Living on a bare diet, the men quickly exhausted their reserves of body fat. Then, bereft of the most basic nutrients, vitamins and minerals, they started to waste away. Doctors noted that the command appeared ever more emaciated. Men 20 years old had the feeble gait and haggard cast of octogenarians. They shuffled along, head bowed, gasping for breath. Their skin, mottled and streaked like old marble, hung loose on their bones. Their faces were gaunt. Their eyes seemed to protrude from their sockets. They felt awful, too. Most medical charts listed the same symptoms: dysesthesia, a burning and painful itch like pins and needles; edema, spontaneous swelling at the joints and in the arms and legs; gingivitis, bleeding gums; hypotension and hypothermia; rapid loss of blood pressure and body heat and the shivers and shakes that go with it; polyuria, frequent urination; and paresthesia, numbness in the hands and feet. Many suffered from anemia so profound they could not walk. Others were chronically dyspeptic. The enzymes and acid in their empty guts left their gastrointestinal tracts painful and growling. A large number developed eye trouble. Their optic nerves began to deteriorate, and men with 20/20 vision suddenly became quite nearsighted, saw the battlefield through a blur, suffered night blindness. The most troubling ocular abnormality, however, was inorganic. Soldiers lost their foresight, their ability to see past the moment. Malnutrition, it seemed, had also laid waste to their morality. Hungry men, famished men, think of nothing so much as their next meal. They develop a kind of gustatory psychosis, a pathological greed for food, and in their pursuit of something to eat, they know no restraint, respect no right, suffer no attack of conscience. Hunger, Woodrow Wilson said in 1918 at the end of his war, brings out all the ugly distempers in man: man the liar, man the cheat, man the thief. Field memo to all commands. It has come to the attention of this headquarters that organizations, individual officers and men are looting supply dumps.
hijacking food trucks, including those headed for the front, and hoarding supplies. Anyone caught doing this will either be shot or court-martialed. First, their strength, then their moral balance, finally their immunity to illness. On Bataan, privation became a partner to disease. Run down from malnutrition, thousands of soldiers were susceptible to the twin scourges that have haunted armies since ancient times. Dysentery, which brought on a diarrhea so debilitating that doctors in the field hospitals feared their patients would collapse as they squatted over the straddled trench toilets. And malaria, the blood disease that burned men's brains. One bite from a delicate, dapple-winged female Anopheles mosquito infected with the Plasmodium parasite, and 6 to 16 days later a man would likely suffer an attack of ague, the classic term for the cycle of surging fever, soaking sweats, and fits of chills and shaking that mark the onset of an attack of malaria. The Philippines was one of the most malaria-infested countries in Asia. Some 2 million Filipinos a year suffered from the disease, and as pre-war topographic surveys clearly showed, Bataan, with its many streams and rivers, was among the most fertile breeding grounds in the world for the mosquitoes that transport the malaria parasite. Millions of Anopheles minimus flavirostris were waiting in the hills of Bataan as the Filipinos and Americans dug in, and, sensing fresh prey, the avaricious insects immediately began to sally forth in search of a blood meal. Quinine, the drug used as both a preventative and a cure, was in short supply. By late February most of the command had been infected, and the disease was beginning to manifest itself in the ranks. By early March there were 300 new cases of malaria a day. 2 weeks later, 500 cases, then 700. By the end of the month, 1,000 men a day were coming down with the disease. To General Jonathan Wainwright, malaria hung over the army like a black cloud, enveloping a land of men whose bones were lumping through their tightly stretched skin. In a handwritten note from the field, another general advised headquarters that only half his command was capable of fighting. The rest of his men, he said, were so sick, hungry, and tired they could never hold a position or launch an attack. He sailed at the dawning, all day I've been blue. Red sails in the sunset, I'm rushing to you. The optimists still sat cockeyed by the shore, scanning the horizon, but by early March, well into the lull, most men knew, or strongly suspected, that the convoy was not coming. "Had terrible breakfast, oatmeal and rice and weak coffee," Captain Thomas Dooley, aide-de-camp to General Wainwright, wrote in his diary. Went to headquarters, where General Wainwright discussed food situation with General McBride. Very discouraging. 6 out of 8 of the last local supply boats that have tried to get through to us have been sunk or captured. Rice supply will last 30 days. All other supplies a lot less. Some items only 5 days. Frankly, things look darker now for this force than ever before. The men blamed MacArthur, of course. The general of an army is the wellspring of its spirit, the source of its soul. Men draw on his strength, his courage, his love. And when they are troubled, they ask him to carry their burdens, their doubts, their dread. He is the scapegoat who accepts their censure, the colossus who shoulders their worry. Dugout Doug MacArthur lies a-shaking on the rock, safe from all the bombers and from any sudden shock. Dugout Doug is eating of the best food on Bataan, and his troops go starving on. That broadside, a balladic take-off on the battle hymn of the Republic, must have stung MacArthur. No quality of character is more central to a soldier's psyche than valor, and Douglas MacArthur, cited often in his early years for courage under fire, was one of the most decorated officers in the United States Army. On Bataan, however, he had refused to lead from the field. For the most part he stayed holed up underground on the island of Corregidor, a tiny key shaped like a tadpole sitting just off the tip of Bataan, square in the mouth of Manila Bay. Fortified with long-range cannon and huge pit mortars, Corregidor prevented the enemy from entering the bay and using the port of Manila. The island had been formed from the detritus of an old volcano, hence its nickname, the Rock. Some of the rock formed a 390-foot hill called Malinta Hill. A decade earlier, Army engineers had cut a tunnel through the hill, a shaft 30 feet wide and almost a mile long, with dozens of smaller laterals running off it. In this honeycomb of reinforced concrete passageways, beneath tons of solid rock and earth, the supernumeraries of the various Army and Navy commands worked safely at their desks. At the last desk in lateral number 3 sat the boss, the general. "Doug, out, Doug, come out from hiding. Doug, out, Doug, come out from hiding. Send to Franklin the glad tidings that his troops go starving on." MacArthur, his wife Jean, and young son Arthur had arrived on the island Christmas Eve. At first they stayed in a cottage topside. Then, when the bombing became incessant, they moved into the laterals. Malinta Tunnel was the Army's communications and control center, its battle hub. Only from there could MacArthur speak with all the elements of his command and with the War Department in Washington. For 2 weeks he stuck to his desk in lateral number 3. Then, around January 7th, he got a note from a trusted staff officer on Bataan. Morale on the peninsula was sagging, the officer said. The general needed to come across the water, walk the battlefield, and buoy his men. MacArthur spent just 1 day on Bataan. At 2nd Corps headquarters he stood with a gathering of staff officers and made a promise. Their sorry lot, he said, would soon change. The battle for Bataan had captured the country's imagination, and help was on the way, a convoy of men and planes by way of Australia. When that help arrived, he told the officers, they would win back control of the air, retake lost ground, perhaps go so far as to launch a counterattack. And, with that subterfuge still fresh on his lips, the general boarded a Navy patrol boat at Mariveles Harbor and returned to his underground office on the Rock. Twice the War Department had warned MacArthur that supplies being stockpiled in Australia likely would never reach him. Previous losses in capital ships at Pearl Harbor have seriously reduced the capacity of the Navy to provide Far East convoys, General George Marshall, Army Chief of Staff, cabled the Philippines. And, to make sure MacArthur got his meaning, Marshall added a coda, the kind of thing a chief says to a commander he must leave to fight a lost cause. Every day of time you gain is vital. Meanwhile, on Bataan, hungry men were still scanning the skies and staring out to sea, convinced that their countrymen would never abandon them. Then, on Washington's birthday, February 23, 1942, the President of the United States, sitting before a microphone at the White House, delivered one of his fireside chats on war. And after listening to him on shortwave radios in their tanks and foxholes, many of the men on Bataan, the loyal sons of New York and Nebraska, Maine and Montana, Alabama and Illinois, began to wonder whether patriotism was a virtue or merely the faith of a fool. The President said Japanese forces had surrounded the Philippines, and that complete encirclement had prevented America from sending the garrison substantial reinforcement. The United States, he went on, was in for a long fight, and to attain its objective, the destruction of both Germany and Japan, America would have to begin operations in areas other than the Philippines. That had been the strategy from the beginning, the President said.
and nothing that has occurred in the last 2 months has caused us to change." So now they knew. They were on their own, and they were expendable. Most of them, that is. For weeks the President, the Secretary of War, and the Army Chief of Staff had been talking about getting MacArthur out, effecting an escape to prevent the propaganda coup that would come from the capture of a 4-star general, the Army's highest-ranking officer, especially this particular 4-star general. In less than 2 months of war, MacArthur had become so popular with the American people, they were naming babies, buildings, flowers, the MacArthur Narcissus, dances, the MacArthur Glide, parks, streets, and schools after him. The newspapers painted him a hero, the most articulate great general in our history, the greatest soldier since Grant, hero of the battle for the Philippines, whose courage and determination against overwhelming odds have already enshrined him in the hearts of all Americans. The popular columnist, Bob Considine, praised the general's spirit-lifting, pulse-quickening, heart-warming communiques. The communiques were a labor of self-love, MacArthur's war work. He left siegecraft and the oversight of the Army to his Chief of Staff, Major General Richard K. Sutherland, and busied himself writing his own actualities. Practiced in politics and publicity from his years in Washington, he sat at his desk in lateral number 3, and either composed, edited, or approved every press communique issued from Corregidor. Anything favorable to General MacArthur got his initials. Anything not was rewritten or redacted. And all to one standard: their effect on the MacArthur legend. His gilded name was usually the only name that appeared in the communiques, not the young Filipino privates or American corporals, not the 91st Philippine Division or the 4th Marine Regiment or any of the other proud bands of fighting men that served under him. General MacArthur and his troops in the Bataan Peninsula. General MacArthur's small air force. General MacArthur launched a heavy counterattack. When those communiques landed on the desks of newspaper editors and rewrite men, they framed their stories to feature the man most mentioned. Thus it was MacArthur's planes and MacArthur's guns, MacArthur's lines and MacArthur's men. Frequently the stories flanked a front-page portrait of the general looking tall and tight-lipped. Bataan was an epic of survival, the story of a last stand, the Alamo of the Pacific, and it required an epic hero, Douglas MacArthur. He planned to die in battle, or so he said. In a cable to Marshall on January 23rd, he vowed to fight it out to complete destruction. He reckoned he'd be destroyed in a bombing raid or by artillery fire, but thought for a moment of seeking his finish in a final charge. Whatever the end, he expected it to be brutal and bloody. Radio Tokyo wanted his capture and imagined him hanging from a scaffold near the Imperial Palace. Perhaps MacArthur imagined the same thing. One day in January he summoned his aide, Sidney Huff, and asked him to find some bullets for a small Derringer, a keepsake from his father. When Huff returned, MacArthur loaded the tiny twin-barrel handgun and slipped it back into his pocket. "They will never take me alive, Sid," he said. For weeks Washington had been suggesting he leave, but he either ignored or rejected their entreaties. He was determined to share the fate of the garrison, he told them. At last, on February 22nd, Roosevelt ordered him out. To his aides and staff, MacArthur made a great show of protest. After huddling at length with his wife and Sutherland, he told his top officers he was going to resign his commission and join the Bataan Defense Force as a simple volunteer. The general in a foxhole with the malnourished, malaria-ridden men he had all but ignored in 77 days of combat. His aides argued that he had been given a direct order, an official change of assignment by his commander-in-chief.
He had to obey, they said, or face a court-martial. He should go to Australia immediately and lead a rescue force back to the Philippines. That seemed to convince him. "We'll go in the dark of the moon," he decided, and an hour after sunset on March 11th, 1942, MacArthur, Jean, young Arthur, and the boy's ama, or Chinese nursemaid, and 17 members of the headquarters staff boarded 4 patrol torpedo boats for a dash to the southern island of Mindanao, where they would wait for a B-17 from Port Darwin to fly them south to safety. Gathered on the dock on Corregidor to say goodbye were several officers of high rank, among them General Wainwright, MacArthur's choice as the new commander in the Philippines. MacArthur had conferred with Wainwright the day before and explained why he was leaving. Now he went through it all again. His plan to marshal the forces in Australia and rush back for a rescue. His reluctance to quit his command and desire to stay with his men. The President's unambiguous order to leave. Wainwright told him again that he understood. He was going because he was a soldier, and a soldier obeys orders from his commander, regardless of his own emotions, ambitions, hopes. And that was true, as far as it went. Orders, indeed, were orders. The incontestable word and obedience was an officer's obligation, the base metal in the chain of command. To disobey a direct order was to violate the first rule of army life and undermine the orthodoxy of the profession. But there was another law, more an article of faith, really, that superseded the Army's established codes and catechisms, a law as old as battle itself, the law of constancy. A soldier never leaves another soldier behind. Combat is a counting-house of killing and dying, and its cold math makes men feel worthless and alone. The loneliness never passes. It accrues with each corpse a man encounters along the way. But the first time a soldier stops under fire to tend another man's wound or haul him to safety, he begins to feel he is not so unimportant, so small after all. Even in the cruel accounting of the battlefield, he has value. He is a comrade. Comradeship is a kind of bargain men make with one another. A soldier never leaves another soldier behind, and that promise applies to every echelon. A private in the ranks keeps faith with his betters by trusting in their ability to command, and an officer repays that trust and shows his fidelity by sharing the fate of his men, standing with them on the deck of a sinking ship, or digging in with the doomed garrison. On the dock at Corregidor the sun had set and the sky was becoming as black as the surface of the water. MacArthur made sure his wife and son were safely aboard the first boat. He stopped for a moment and looked up at Corregidor's heights and listened to the report of its big guns firing against the mainland. Then he approached the small group of high-ranking officers waiting nearby. "I shall return," Huff heard him tell Wainwright and the others. Then he boarded the boat, and the men on the dock turned back to face the enemy. By the end of March, Ben Steele and his comrades in the 7th Material Squadron were subsisting on rice. Steamed rice, rice porridge, rice mush, rice soup. A few times a week the quartermaster would send up 13 cans of salmon flakes and 9 cans of condensed milk. But when the allotment was spread among 360 men, it provided just a teaspoon of fish and a splash of milk in each mess kit, scarcely enough to give their gruel some taste. "This grub is pathetic," Ben Steele thought. "Just pathetic." For a while the boys searched for forage and game, rooting in local vegetable patches for turnips or camotes, or roaming the countryside to shag papaya, guava, mangoes, cashews. Sometimes a man would bag a monkey or a big snake, or sometimes a patrol would spot some big game. a stray carabao or sway-backed horse that somehow had escaped the quartermaster's roundup. And when that happened, the patrol would carefully note the animal's location, then rush back to their lines with the news, and the lieutenant would send for Ben Steele. A man did not have to be a Montana marksman to bring down a big critter like a water buffalo or some old spindle-legged pony, but he had to be able to slaughter and dress the carcass quickly in the dark in the middle of no-man's land with an enemy patrol possibly lurking, and Ben Steele was good at such work. One shot and the animal was down. Then he was on it with his knife. He slit the hind legs first, cutting the hide from the hooves up the hocks to the thighs, then along the flanks to the shoulders and chest, then up the neck to the throat latch. When the skin was fully scored, he yanked it off the carcass, then slit the belly open, pulled out the guts, debrided the muscles around the joints, and hacked at the half-dressed carcass with a hand-axe until he had cleaved it into quarters. 45 minutes start to finish. By sunup, the patrol would be back on the line, and the meat would be in the squadron's cooking pots. In some of the other units, men were doing business on the black market, sneaking off to meet smugglers from Manila who crossed the bay in bancas loaded with sugar, eggs, and Filipino cigarettes. But this source of supply was unpredictable. Japanese launches mounted with machine guns plied Manila Bay, sometimes catching the bootleggers on the open water in sight of land. Days later, when customers showed up to shop, they would find the food runners washed up on the sand, their bloated bodies mauled by Japanese bullets and the bites of voracious bay crabs. When the rice ran short, Ben Steele and his squadron mates harvested palai from the paddies and threshed it themselves. But the yield was so small they were still hungry all the time. The hunger was worst at night, when they were on watch, alone. The reserve defense line was now the main defense line, 13 miles of foxholes, bunkers, and breastworks stretching across the middle of the peninsula. The Air Corps boys, provisional infantry, had been assigned to a 1-mile sector not far from the bay. At their backs was a stand of trees. In front, 2 abandoned rice paddies, roughly 1,000 yards of open ground. On moonlit nights, Ben Steele and his comrades looked out on a gray no-man's land of shadows and dark shapes. And on nights when there was no illumination at all, they sat and stared at a wall of black, imagining the enemy creeping along behind it. Mostly Ben Steele fought off sleep and memories of home, especially memories that made his stomach growl. Roast pork and applesauce. That's all he could think of. Roast pork and applesauce. His mother always added extra sugar to make the sauce sweet, just the way he liked it. After his watch, he would spread a blanket on the ground next to his hole and fall asleep. And his daydream would become his night dream, only more vivid, the roast sizzling as it came out of the oven, the applesauce heaped in a big bowl in the middle of the table. Then he would wake up, grab his mess kit, and join the queue for a breakfast of gummy gruel that tasted like wallpaper paste. Although the Japanese had pulled back during the lull, they were still firing on the American lines. Japanese dive bombers came in the morning. Japanese artillery shells landed on them in the afternoon. One attack caught Ben Steele and another man in the open, and they flopped down in the dirt as the shells started to explode around them. "Boy, that was close," the other man said when the barrage lifted. "You take that helmet off and you'll see just how close it was," Ben Steele said. A piece of shrapnel had rent the top of the man's helmet and left a flap of metal sticking straight up. He was unhurt, but the more he looked at his helmet, the more unnerved he became, and soon the medics were hauling him off to a field hospital in the rear. In fact, all of the boys were on edge. Some went around angry, railing at their country for betraying them. and some sank into self-pity and sat down and wept. Naturally, with every one miserable, no one wanted to listen to the belly-aching of, or spend a night on watch in a hole with a man so scared he could not stop sobbing. "You're making me nervous," Ben Steele told one of his sniveling watchmates. "Get the hell out of here. I don't want you around me." So most men kept their frustration and fear to themselves and sat sullen-faced, picking the bedbugs off their blankets or intoning a bitter bit of verse penned by an unknown hand. "We're the battling bastards of Bataan. No mama, no papa, no Uncle Sam. No aunts, no uncles, no nephews, no nieces. No rifles, no guns or artillery pieces. And nobody gives a damn." At the end of March, the bombing and artillery attacks increased, a sure sign the enemy was preparing a second offensive. Now the men were filled with foreboding. "We're done," Ben Steele and his comrades told one another. "Only two things can happen to us now. We're going to be dead, or we're going to be prisoners of war. And I heard the Japs don't take no prisoners," one man said. Whiskey, wages, and the kindness of strangers. A late summer day in the small airless towns that sit in the valley of the Yellowstone. Down Main Street in Warden came a flatbed truck, a mound of firewood heaped high in back. Behind the wheel was Ben Steele. Next to him his cousin Pat. As the truck came abreast of a block of stores, it slowed down, then nosed to the curb. They shouldn't have stopped. They knew they shouldn't have stopped. Ben Steele's father had told them to drive straight through to Billings. Straight through, he had said several times. But they'd been hot loading the truck, hot driving down from the hills, and they thought they'd be only a few minutes cooling off with an ice cream cone. In the heat of the day the sidewalks were empty, the street quiet. When Ben Steele came out of the store, he smelled the whiskey right away. Then he saw it, a large, dark pool gathering beneath their truck. He was atop the mound of firewood now, tossing the logs to get at the kegs of whiskey beneath. There it was, the one that had toppled over when they stopped. The keg had popped its bung, and the booze was pouring into the bed of the truck and leaking so fast onto the street there was a runnel of whiskey flowing along the curb. "Oh, God," Ben Steele thought, "the whole damn town smells of it." "Get in the truck, Pat," he said. "We got to get out of here." Around noon one Friday morning in March 1934, a stranger knocked on the back door of the small house the family had rented on Broadwater Avenue in Billings. The three older children, Gert and Bud and Warren, were in school. The two youngsters, Joe and Jean, were home with their parents. The stranger was a customer come to buy a pint of whiskey. The old man had been bootlegging for almost 2 years now, making moonshine in the hills above Hawk Creek, and most recently selling it from the back door of their rented house on Broadwater Avenue. They were getting by, the family. The 2-story cottage was crowded, but they were eating 3 meals a day and had a roof over their heads. In the hills, their mother reminded them, there were folks who were shivering in tents. In the city, they were standing in bread lines. The guy at the door looked legit, asked for the old man by name. Still, a bootlegger couldn't be too careful. Prohibition was nearly over. The state was going into the liquor business, and word had been going around that the governor didn't want backdoor bootleggers competing with the state's new stores. The sheriff's men were cracking down in every county, and one bootlegger after another was being hauled off to jail. "Can't be too careful," they told one another. In hard times, the police could always find a stooge to come knocking for a pint. In the District Court of the United States District of Montana Billings Division, on or about the 9th day of March, 1934, the defendant, at certain premises located on Broadwater Avenue, did then and there willfully, wrongfully, unlawfully, knowingly, fraudulently, and feloniously remove and aid and abet in the removal of distilled spirits, to wit, about 32 gallons, more or less, of whiskey, of which the United States Internal Revenue tax had not been paid. They led the old man off in handcuffs and hauled away his basement booze. But the revenue officers were so busy raiding other homes that day that they rushed off without checking the attic. And there, right above their heads in the dusty crawl spaces between the joists, were 150 gallons of the old man's best stuff. Ben Steele always thought the sheriff knew about that upstairs stash, knew that he and his mother started selling the stuff not long after the authorities put the family's breadwinner in prison garb and shipped him off to a road gang in Washington State. At $3 a gallon out the back door, the family made $450 that summer. Bess stretched the cash as far as she could through the fall and into winter. When the money finally ran out, she started serving large sandwiches for supper and wondered what she'd do for rent. The raid made the Billings Gazette. "Officers seize kegs of whiskey," the headline read. After a while, Bud got tired of the taunting at school. "So your old man's a bootlegger, eh?" And he started coming through the back door at Broadwater Avenue with bloody knuckles. The old man came back at the end of the summer, sentence served, still scheming. With an old cowboy buddy, he opened a beer hall in Warden, a legit place. Before a year was gone, he was broke and working for wages as a common laborer. At least there was that and the $10 a week Ben Steele was bringing home from odd jobs. His mother always took the money with a smile, but he could see her worry, watched it grow week after week. When he could watch it no more, he quit school and took a full-time job as a camp tender for Jug Clark, a sheepman he'd ranched for summers. $30 a month plus keep, and every month he sent every cent home. Late that summer, another Dust Bowl summer that drove up the cost of hay, Jug Clark decided to put his sheep on a train and ship them west across the state to the Big Hole, an enormous mountain valley surrounded by towering peaks. Best hay in the state, and the biggest valley Bud had ever seen. 6 of them, the boss, 4 shepherds, and their 18-year-old camp tender, trailed 8,000 sheep from the railhead at Anaconda 60 miles into the Long Valley. Summer and fall were gorgeous, green and gold. Then, in late November, icy air started to slide down the mountain slopes and collect in the valley bottom. Come December, the snow was up to the top of the fence posts, and the temperature was the coldest in the state. The shepherds and camp tender moved into a drafty farmhouse rented out as a kind of barracks. From dawn to dusk, they bundled up in woolens and hauled and pitched tons of hay to the scattered bands. Nights, they sat around listening to the wind howl and telling one another the same stale stories again and again. Ben Steele learned about boredom that winter, boredom and the company of men. In the spring, when it was time to return to the home ranch, the camp tender, restless now, convinced the boss to let him ride ahead to Anaconda with their string of 20 horses. He was on a pinto stallion named Patches, an ornery creature. At the end of the first day, the boy was spent and looking for a place to stop and put up the string. "Where you headed?" said a rancher's wife, serving him some fried chicken and potatoes. "We wintered a bunch of sheep up in the Big Hole, ma'am, and now we're bringing them back to the Yellowstone." "Wintered in the Big Hole?" "Yes, ma'am." "That's really something," she said. "Let me see that coat of yours. Looks like you have some buttons missing." He could have stopped anywhere, any ranch along the way for a bed of dry hay and a hot breakfast at sunup. That was the custom of the country. And he knew he could count on it, the kindness of strangers. Count on it even in the hardest of times.
Chapter 6. The last week of March 1942, and after more than a month's lull in the fighting, the revitalized 14th Army was ready to begin the second battle for Bataan. Hama had 39,000 men now, well rested and well supplied. Determined not to repeat the mistakes of the first battle, his field officers had taken a month to teach their troops new tactics and fire discipline. No more blind charges across open ground, they told their men. No more attacks without bombing and shelling the enemy first. Nearly 150 big guns were positioned in front of the American line. Japanese bombers and fighters were armed with more than 60 tons of high explosives. And in jungle clearings, cane fields, and rice paddies just north of the American line, thousands of Hohe were massed, bayonets fixed, waiting for orders to attack. Among these nervous foot soldiers was Takesada Shigeta, a 21-year-old private from the town of Yori in Yamaguchi Prefecture, a replacement to the 122nd Infantry, one of the regiments in the revitalized Summer Brigade. His father, one of the original human bullets, Nikodans, in the war with Russia, thought Takesada Shigeta, the youngest of his 5 children, unfit for the army. The boy was stubborn and something of a Kojin Shugisha, an individualist, and his father worried he wouldn't keep his promise, the promise all young conscripts made at their send-off ceremonies, to forget home and leave their lives on the battlefield. Father and son had never been close, so when Takesada reported to Ogori Station for the train ride to his port of embarkation, he was surprised to find his father waiting for him. His father handed him a 10-yen note, a customary good-luck gift to a soldier going away. The father tried to make small talk with his son, but Takesada, distracted by the moment and disaffected by this man who had always doubted him, just stood there and nodded. At length the train arrived, and Takesada Shigeta picked up his rifle, shouldered his pack, and turned to go. "Just a minute," his father said. He had something to say. "Go fight. And remember the promise you made at the shrine before you left for training. Don't come back anything but dead." Friday, March 27th, 1942. South bank of the Abo River, Bataan. Takesada Shigeta had never heard an officer speak so respectfully to a group of Hohe. "Anata gatawa," the general began, which was almost like saying, "My dear fellows," or "My good men." What courtesy, Takesada thought. The general, Akira Nara, commander of the 65th Brigade, was standing on a small wooden platform that had been set on a rise above the river. In a clearing in front of him, hundreds of replacements stood in formation, shoulder to shoulder, listening. "Thank you for your efforts and for coming here to fight," the general said. On April 3rd, a national holiday at home, they would begin their attack. While their families and friends were celebrating the anniversary of the death of the Emperor Jimmu, founder of the imperial line, they would be crossing the Tiawe River, their departure point. Already, he said, the Army's big guns were pounding the American lines. Listen! Could they hear the explosions? That's where they were going to attack. The fighting would be difficult, but they had been well trained, and the Emperor would be with them. In fact, the general said, to bring them luck, His Majesty had sent some presents, a royal gift of sake, and cigarettes for each man. Standing in the middle of the formation, Takesada Shigeta tried to listen hard to what the general was saying, but he felt nervous, distracted. For days, the old hands in the 122nd, the handful of men who had survived the first battle for Bataan, had been regaling the replacements with horror stories of the murderous fight and malevolent jungle
that had consumed so many of their comrades. "Fight hard," the general was saying, concluding his remarks. "We're depending on you." When they had finished their sake and smoked their cigarettes, the replacements returned to their bivouacs, where their officers gathered them for one final ritual. "This is the last chance you will have to prepare yourself for death," Takesada's captain said. Then each man was issued a small paper bag. On the outside he was to inscribe his name and address. Inside he was to put a lock of hair and some fingernail clippings, remains, in lieu of ashes, that would be interred in a stone reliquary at home, perhaps behind his parents' house or in some well-kept cemetery where his family would gather to chant prayers and whisper his name. He went into action almost immediately. The big attack was scheduled for April 3rd, but parts of the 122nd Infantry and other elements of the 65th Brigade had been ordered to probe the enemy's outposts and look for weak spots in advance of the big push. And on March 28th, Takesada Shigeta tightened his helmet strap and checked his weapon. The men moved out slowly, deliberately, for the going was difficult. They climbed up hills and shimmied down escarpments. They forded rivers and picked their way through the tangles of thorns that tripped their feet and tore their uniforms. On open ground under a burning sun, their helmets became nabe, frying pans, and Takesada Shigeta started to feel faint. His company was positioned well back in the line of march, and as he and his comrades reached the heavily defended approaches to Mount Samat, they came upon what was left of the units that had preceded them. A grim parade of dead and wounded Hohei lying by the side of the trail. Here was a man without a foot. There a boy with an arm shot away. Takesada Shigeta wanted to avert his eyes, but could not stop himself from staring. These were landsmen, Yamaguchi boys. Then his company, too, came under fire, and by the time the 122nd reached Mount Samat, half his platoon had been killed or wounded. The moment has come, he told himself. Time to give up all thoughts of home, thoughts of Japan and Yori and his family. There is no way for me to come back, he thought. Still, like most young men, he loved life, and like most soldiers he could not stop himself from calculating his chances. All around him men were dying, and yet, curiously, he had remained untouched. And now he began to think, perhaps his moment had not come after all. Perhaps his shukume, his destiny, was to survive. The thought came and went and came again, gnawing at his resolve, his determination to do his duty. The uncertainty was so irritating, he decided to test his fate. And one afternoon, under fire, he rolled on his back and stuck his arms in the air to see if he'd get hit. The enemy obliged with a volley of bullets. He was sure he could feel the rush of air as the rounds whizzed past his arms and around his fingers. Then he thought, I should try this again to make sure. This time he raised his legs. Another volley. Another escape. Now he was certain. I will never be shot, he thought. He was going to go home whole after all, instead of hone tochite, a bunch of bones in a box. On the same day, east on the same field, 2nd Lieutenant Hirohisa Murata, who had wanted nothing so much as to be a soldier, gathered a squad of 16 Hohei for a night patrol against the American outposts. He was young, this lieutenant, just 20 years old, but not without experience. His unit, the 61st Infantry, had been fighting in China when orders arrived transferring it to Bataan. The men of the 61st hated the wet and cold of China, and imagined an easier time in the tropics. Then they discovered they had only exchanged one tough piece of ground for another, frozen slop for sweltering jungle. The work was the same, and it worried them. The Chinese had run them ragged, sniping at their flanks, skirmishing in their rear, lurking in ambush around the next bend. Now, despite the assurances of their commanders that this new enemy would be easier, the men of the 61st expected another difficult campaign. Their line officers were anxious as well. In other armies, subalterns directed their men, reckoning risk and gain as they steered them toward the objective. In the Imperial Army, where the object of all maneuver was to close quickly with the enemy and apply the point of a bayonet, young lieutenants and captains led from the front. They were the bellwethers, vanguards of one whose job was to set an example of gallantry and daring so conspicuous that their men could not help but follow. In the West, leading from the front was considered above and beyond the call of duty. In the Imperial Army, however, such intrepidity was expected. In his first action in China, Hirohisa Murata was uncertain of himself, and he was sure his men could see it. He was 19, soft eyes, cherubic cheeks. He imagined his men asking, "How is this little boy of an officer going to lead a platoon of His Majesty's Hohei? I will take my helmet off and advance in front of everyone in just a cloth cap," he thought. "It will make me look very brave." His losses that day were heavy, and so heartbreaking he worried he might not be able to summon the courage for the next day's fight. All around him the wounded were groaning, begging for help, or calling for their mothers and wives. From time to time one of the dying, sensing his end, would beg for jisatsu, and Hirohisa Murata would hand him his pistol or, out of pity, pull the trigger himself. Now the lieutenant had been ordered to take a scout platoon south toward the Tiawir River and foothills of Mount Samat to probe the enemy's line of defenses along the east-west road. To the Japanese, probe meant attack. 25 Hohei poking at a great beast hiding in the dark, trying to get it to snap back and reveal itself. They set out after 8 p.m., Hirohisa Murata plus a communications officer named Kunoda and a platoon of scouts. The night was liquid black. All he had to guide him was a compass. "We will use the inchworm tactic," he told his men. The two officers advanced first. "It is as if we are being sucked into the deep darkness," Murata thought. As they made their way into no man's land, Kunoda pinned pieces of paper to the trees. Then, at a certain point, he would double back, following the markers, and bring the rest of the platoon forward to where Murata was waiting. And so they went, Murata and Kunoda, then the rest of the platoon. First the head, then the tail. Slow, quiet, one length at a time. The jungle was thick, the night black, and at first the two officers found themselves leading their men in circles. After a while Murata got his bearings, sent Kunoda back for the platoon, then sat on a tree stump in the dark, sword in his right hand, pistol in his left, to wait. A few moments later, from somewhere in the black, somewhere close, Hirohisa Murata heard voices speaking English. They sounded urgent, these voices, excited. Then he heard gunfire, followed by the sound of exploding grenades. He was blind in the dark, but he could smell smoke from the explosions and hear the voices again, more urgent than before. Maybe Kunoda and the men had run into the enemy on their way to him. Or perhaps another patrol, also probing the American lines, had stumbled into a strong point. Never mind. He had his orders, his standing orders, and the orders were to attack. He turned toward the sound of the voices, raised his sword and, as he imagined it, dove into the darkness. March 28, 1942. American main line of resistance near the east-west road. Every night the Air Corps ground crews could hear the enemy pushing against the outposts in their sector, probing the main line of defense. "Stay alert," the officers yelled. But the men were spent and surly, and they snarled at such orders and cursed those who issued them. Officers, Ben Steele thought, worthless as tits on a boar. Every day Japanese planes and artillery pounded them, then pounded them again. The bombing and shelling uprooted trees and left men with blood running from their ears and noses. Ben Steele hunkered down like everyone else. He'd never heard such noise, seen such fury, and there seemed no way to stop it. When American artillery tried to answer, Japanese dive bombers arrived to knock out the American guns. Then the enemy shelling would resume. Clearly they were coming, the Japanese. They would come out of the jungle by the thousands, and they would come soon. More than 60,000 troops manned the American main line of resistance, which stretched 14 miles across the middle of the peninsula just behind the east-west road. Dividing the line roughly in half was the Pantingan River. The Americans guessed that the Japanese main thrust would come down the east side of the peninsula, where more than 32,000 Filipinos and Americans were dug in defending that half of the line. Behind them were some 5,200 additional troops ready to counterattack and fill any gaps or breaches. The Air Corps boys were assigned to a flat sector not far from Manila Bay, roughly 1,500 yards of ground along the south bank of the San Vicente River. Like the men on the rest of the line, the flying infantry waited in foxholes, trenches, and bunkers that were topped with palm trunks, earth, and sandbags, all behind barbed wire, and all protected with machine-gun nests positioned to create curtains of impenetrable fire. On a map, the main line looked solid, textbook bulwarks. On the ground, however, anyone with average eyesight and a modicum of military sense could see that most of the line was exposed. The trenches and bunkers had been set in the open instead of back in the jungle under the trees. Ben Steele and his Air Corps comrades and the rest of the 32,000 men guarding the east half of the peninsula were strung out under the sun like so much laundry, making it easy for the Japanese air and artillery spotters to pinpoint their positions. On Friday, April 3rd, the Japanese let loose with their heaviest barrage yet, concentrating their shells and bombs on the two Filipino divisions holding the vital center of the entire line. From 9 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, almost 200 cannon, some averaging as many as 14 rounds a minute, fired continuously on the same spot. The explosions churned the earth, splintered the bunkers, collapsed the fighting holes, and plowed up the trenches. Japanese bombers joining the attack dropped so many incendiaries that even the green undergrowth and immature bamboo began to burn. Soon the middle of the line was a miasma of flames, smoke, and shrapnel, a place where a man could not see past his hand, hear beyond the ringing in his ears, or draw a breath without choking on the gray smoke and orange dust that formed a dome over the battlefield. Meanwhile, massed on the north bank of the Tiawe River and concentrated in front of the spot being pounded by Japanese planes and big guns, was General Nara's refreshed 65th Brigade and the newly arrived 4th Division, both supported by tanks. The barrage lifted just after 3 o'clock, and, as Filipino medics were just beginning to pull the dead and wounded from their holes, thousands of Hohe advanced on them. Came the whirlwind, came the furies. Now it was Ned King's war. In March, on the dock at Corregidor, MacArthur had handed command of the islands to Lieutenant General Jonathan Skinny Wainwright. a cavalryman and the senior officer in the Philippines, and Wainwright, in turn, named Ned King, a quiet major general from Georgia, to replace him as commander of the Luzon force, all the troops on Bataan, which made King the man with the final word on the battlefield. At first glance, others might have seemed more suited to lead a last stand. Major General Albert M. Jones of Massachusetts, for one, a tough-talking tactician from a family of warriors, or Brigadier General Clifford Blinky, for the muscle spasms in his face, Blumel, a fierce infantryman from New Jersey who demanded his officers fight till they dropped. King had been MacArthur's chief artilleryman, an adjuster of vectors, a plotter of parameters. He was good at what he did. Washington brass considered him one of the best cannoneers in the army. In January and February his big guns had shredded the Japanese, turning their attacks into shambles and forcing the battle into a lull. King had grown up in Atlanta in the quarter-century after Reconstruction, a son of the Old South with a lineage that led back to the Lost Cause. His grandfather, Captain Gadsden King, had commanded one of the batteries of mortars and cannon that fired on Fort Sumter, the start of the Civil War. Like other young men of his era and class, he was groomed to be a gentleman. In high school he studied the classics. At the University of Georgia he took up the law. When he graduated in 1903, he went to work for his uncle Alexander at King and Spaulding in Atlanta. And in his spare time he indulged in some soldiering with a local militia and an artillery group in the National Guard. He did well in the service, rose quickly in rank, and, preferring the regimen and rituals of army life to the law, left his uncle's employ, and in 1908 accepted a commission in the regular army. He was a short, stout man with rust-brown hair and soft features, hardly a model of command. But he was smart, and his training as a young lawyer had taught him to take care with details, a rare quality in the old army. By 1940 he was a brigadier general, regarded by his brother officers as even-tempered and utterly reliable. On Friday, April 3rd, at his headquarters on Bataan, a tar-paper shack in a jungle hollow near Mariveles, King, commander of all Filipino and American troops on the peninsula, waited for word from his front lines. Some 13 miles north of his command post, the Japanese were attacking the center of his main line of resistance. But the reports from the field had been slow in reaching the general, and he did not know whether the enemy had breached his line or whether his men were holding. He'd done all he could to prepare, checked his lines, marshaled his reserves, tried to buoy his troops. Since he had nothing to offer them save himself, he visited them almost daily to buck up morale. They had no chance of winning, of course, and Ned King knew it. The enemy was reinforced now, much too strong. His job, as one of his commanders described it, was just a matter of holding on as long as Ned King could. His men had been on the line for 13 weeks, and the accumulated angst and deprivations were beginning to cripple them. Their bodies, nervous systems, endocrine systems, immune systems were shutting down, depriving them of the basic hormones a man needs to think, fight, and survive. The hardships of living in the wild and the exertion of patrolling and being on constant watch left them enervated. A week of continual bombing and shelling, as well as the anxiety that comes from witnessing the casualties created by that bombardment, a procession of mangled limbs, crushed skulls, eviscerated torsos, sent men into a kind of shock, a state of mind in which they became disassociated from the present and felt nothing save a dull throbbing behind their eyes and the dead weight of their own bodies. Thousands crowded the field hospitals and aid stations, the addled, the wounded, the sick, men so enfeebled by disease and malnutrition they had to be dragged from their holes to be put on a litter. with the entire command, 80,000 troops and 26,000 Filipino civilians and refugees, squeezed into small pockets of open space in an area less than 200 miles square, and with so many enemy salvos and sorties every hour, almost every shell or bomb hit something or someone. Soon a large number of men began to show symptoms of nerve fatigue. They forgot their training, lost their bearing and composure. Some still had the moxie for a fight, but most were apathetic, anesthetized, filthy, soaked in sweat, racked with fever, living on rice mush, and cowering in their holes under the ear-splitting cannonade. They had reached the point where they just didn't give a damn. On April 3rd at 3 p.m., after 5 hours of constant bombardment concentrated on the middle of the American line, the Japanese attacked the gap they had opened with their bombs and shells and pushed 1,000 yards into the Filipino and American breastworks. The intense bombardment shredded and burned telephone wires. In the rickety barn-like building of 2x2 timbers and tar paper that was Luzon Force Headquarters, General King had to wait until evening, when runners arrived with the details of the attack. The center of the line had been hammered. Bunkers considered bomb-proof were blown down like straw huts. Trench walls collapsed. Men were set afire in their fighting holes. 3 Filipino infantry regiments, part of the 41st and all of the 42nd and 43rd, tossed their rifles and packs and ran for their lives, terror chasing after them. Their officers had tried to rally them, make them dig in and form a new line, but nothing could stop the stampede. They fled through the jungle and clogged the vital north-south trails needed to bring up reserves. No one at headquarters really blamed the Filipinos. Despite their perfunctory training, ancient rifles, coconut husk helmets, and tennis shoes, many Philippine Army units had fought well throughout the campaign. And in the eyes of veteran American officers, even the most seasoned troops would have been severely tried by the fury of that opening bombardment. Late in the afternoon, Ned King learned that his center was in danger of collapsing. The Japanese were pouring into the gap left by the Filipinos, and the enemy was heading for the strategic Pantingan and Catmon valleys, natural corridors to the American rear. The next morning, April 4th, King ordered out of reserve and into the action the all-American 31st Infantry. The regiment had seen only limited combat and had been holed up since February 8th in a bivouac in the rear. But they could hardly be considered fresh troops. Sickness and semi-starvation had reduced the 31st to two-thirds of its original strength, some 1,200 men. When the orders came to join the fight, many of the troopers struggled up from their sick beds to join their comrades. But 400 men told their officers they were too far gone to make the march. Along the way, others collapsed and had to be left by the side of the trail, propped up against a tree with a canteen of water and a rifle in their laps. On Sunday, April 5th, General Wainwright came across the bay from Corregidor to take a look at Ned King's lines. He and his aide, Tom Dooley, arrived at King's compound as King and his staff were sitting down to breakfast. Dooley stared hard at the faces in the mess tent and thought, morale seemed very low. In my eyes, defeat was written all over them. Around 10:30 a.m., the Japanese resumed their attack and finally captured the center, in effect driving a huge wedge into the American line. Now all the enemy had to do was pivot left, like opening a door into a room, to outflank Ned King, then sweep south and east through one sector of the line after another, driving the Filipinos and Americans ahead of them through the jungle and cane fields and across the rice paddies and swaths of Cogon grass until they had their backs to Manila Bay. That night, Wainwright, King, and the other top American commanders decided to try to close the gap in the line with a counterattack. In the early morning dark on April 6th, the counterattacking 31st Infantry started forward. But before the Americans could form fighting lines, they walked right into Japanese patrols. A battalion of the 31st, moving forward with fixed bayonets, ran into the Japanese at a trail junction and crumbled. The men tried to save themselves, tried to disengage and pull back, but the Japanese, as was their custom, pressed their pursuit and chased after the Americans. In the black of night, with the enemy on their heels, the men of the 31st Infantry sprinted straight into a 5-foot-high barbed wire fence blocking the trail. And they panicked. A wild mob of American soldiers shrieking and wailing and dashing headlong into the dark jungle to save themselves. News of the failed counterattack reached Ned King sometime after first light, and he and his staff began to wonder how much longer their troops, more a muddle than an army, could put up a fight. Most units had disintegrated, and along the east half of the defense line, what was left of the force was being pushed back, and back again. King considered forming a new line in his rear, but he had no idea how many men he could count on to keep up the battle. At mid-morning he called his field commanders to his headquarters. Many of his men had simply disappeared into the bush, and the general asked each officer to gauge the effectiveness of the outfits that were still intact. What did the general mean by effective? One officer wanted to know. An effective soldier, King said, was one who could walk 100 yards without stopping to rest, raise his rifle to his shoulder, take aim, and shoot at the enemy. By that definition, the officers said, only 15 men out of every 100 were fit to fight. And at the moment, no one in the command shack could say exactly how many men were still under arms or in their fighting holes. The Japanese were now threatening the extreme east section of the line, sectors manned by the Air Corps, the flying infantry. Another enemy attack force, the Nagano detachment, was massing in front of them across the San Vicente River, and was getting ready to push south through the paddies and fields and down the old National Road. At 7 a.m. on April 7th, the Air Corps boys started to take incoming artillery, and in short order the Nagano detachment, some 4,000 well-rested Hohei supported by tanks, attacked across the San Vicente, overran the Air Corps' forward outposts, and prepared to strike the flying infantry from the front. Fix bayonets! On the other side of the San Vicente River, the 7th Materiel Squadron readied itself. Q.P. DeVore checked his sidearm and made sure he had extra ammunition for his automatic rifle. Stragglers from their sister Air Corps units were running through the 7th sector, yelling that the Japs were right behind them, which meant that the 7th had enemy closing in on it from the left flank and front. No way for them to hold now. Ben Steele heard an officer shout at them to pull out. "It's every man for himself," the officer said. But instead of joining the stampede, Ben Steele fell in with a group of men who had volunteered to hustle south and help man a new defense line. They marched in the jungle all day, through the night, and into the early morning dark. At last, some time before 5 a.m. on April 8th, what was left of the Provisional Air Corps Infantry, 1st Battalion, 7th Materiel Squadron, took up positions on the slope of a steep hill just south of the Alangan River. Some men scraped out shallow holes, but most, Ben Steele among them, just dropped where they stood. Ned King had been shifting his line south, trying to position what was left of his East Coast units along a river, any river. He had tried to stop the enemy east of the Pantingan, then at the San Vicente. After the main line collapsed and the enemy took control of the old National Road, he retreated again and formed a line behind the Mamala River. Now, midday, April 7th, he was dropping back one more time, this time to the Alangan. He had committed all his reserves. What was once a fighting force of 80,000 had been reduced to 2,500 effective men. The Japanese had turned his right flank and forced him back so many times that he had lost 7 miles of battlefield in 5 days, roughly half the area he had started to defend. In short, he had been ordered to conduct a defense in depth, and he was running out of both depth and defenders. So he asked himself a question that generals in extremis are sometimes forced to ask. Generals, that is, whose notions of courage include conscience. What military purpose would be served by further resistance? He could kill more Japs, make them pay for every yard of ground, lead them right up to the beaches at Maravelis. But to what purpose? What tactical advantage? Delay the enemy victory another 48 or 72 hours? And at what cost? The Japanese juggernaut had collapsed his line, turned his flanks, routed the 32,600 men on the east side of the peninsula, and now was rolling over every ad hoc group of troopers that King's officers could marshal to put in the enemy's path. In the end, and the end was clearly at hand, the enemy would annihilate him. His command would be destroyed, slayed en masse. Where, he wondered, was the military advantage in that? Still, he hated the idea of surrender, the stain it would leave on his family name, the ignominy history would assign him. Mazaeus at Babylon, Cornwallis at Yorktown, King at Bataan. Good commanders, however, are sometimes forced by circumstances, or the missteps of their superiors, to define duty differently. When that moment arrives, instead of the voice of authority, they heed a different call. His army was just about gone, Ned King's aides told him. From reports and estimates, they reckoned some 22,000 men lay sick or wounded in aid stations and field hospitals. Thousands of others had apparently chucked their arms, or were wandering vacant-eyed through the jungle, or, like refugees, were streaming south from Cub Caben down the old national road. Meanwhile, at the latest defense line, the one established along the Alangan, soldiers were poking one another to keep awake and pleading with their officers for food. When they didn't get it, many deserted, leaving parts of the line along the river unmanned. The Japanese had been shelling the river most of the day. At 2 o'clock the barrage lifted and Japanese infantry appeared, then tanks. It looked like the enemy was about to break through, and if they did, their line of advance would run them right into the largest of the American field hospitals, a sprawling open-air infirmary with thousands of unarmed patients, doctors, and nurses. Ned King had heard enough. He summoned his chief of staff, Brigadier General Arnold J. Funk, and ordered him to cross the bay to Corregidor to deliver a message to General Wainwright. "General King has sent me here to tell you that he might have to surrender," Funk told MacArthur's replacement. Wainwright had read the field reports and knew the situation was desperate. Like King, he too had been considering the unthinkable, giving up. Days earlier in his diary he had written that, if necessary, he would surrender Corregidor. But at the moment he could not countenance the capitulation of the main part of his army, the Bataan force. His standing orders, Washington's orders, were to fight to the last man. "You go back and tell General King that he will not surrender," Wainwright told Funk. "Tell him he will attack. Those are my orders." Funk tried one last time. "General, you know, of course, what the situation is over there. You know what the outcome will be." "I do," Wainwright said. At dawn on April 8th, in their new position on a small hill south of the Alangan River, the men of the 1st Battalion of the Flying Infantry woke up exhausted and hungry. When they looked around, they noticed the remnants of a field kitchen that had packed up and fled south, and in the debris was a barrel of boiled carabao meat. It smelled rank and had a white scum on top, But the men of the 7th Materiel Squadron gave in to their hunger and started to eat. A short time later, most of them, including Ben Steele, were retching. By late morning, Japanese fighter-bombers and fighter planes had found them. The bombing set the hill afire, and just then Japanese infantry appeared on a knoll behind them. "Must be 1,000 of them," Ben Steele thought. "They're coming in waves," Q.P. Devore said. The Americans took aim. The first volleys sent the Japanese to ground. But the enemy soon recovered and returned fire tenfold, and the Air Corps line started to break. Platoon Sergeant Brown, a well-liked foreman, was shot in the stomach, and Ben Steele and another man rushed to his side. They stripped off their shirts and fashioned a litter and began to haul Brown up the hill. The underbrush was on fire, and the litter-bearers had to soak their handkerchiefs and tie them across their faces to wade through the flames and smoke. Near the crest of the hill they paused for a moment to catch a breath and check on the sergeant. Brown was bleeding badly. "Go on," he said. "I'm done for." "We're going to help you as far as we can," Ben Steele said. By the time they reached the top, the sergeant was unconscious, and the litter-bearers set him down. Maybe he was breathing, maybe not. In the chaos, they couldn't tell. Ben Steele found a canteen and nestled it in Brown's hand. Then, without ceremony, he turned away and hurried up the slope after the others. In the smoke behind him he could hear the voices of other wounded, men they'd left behind. "Help! Help me, please! Don't leave me!" Ben Steele thought, that might be me after a while. Below, in the draw between the two hills, he could see the enemy beginning to advance up the slope to where he'd left the sergeant and the other wounded. "Wah!" the Japanese yelled. "Wah!" Soon all he could hear was the sound of his own hurried footfalls. At dusk, in the company of a few dozen other stragglers, Ben Steele and Q.P. Devore emerged from the bush onto the old national road. Now and then the big guns and pit mortars on Corregidor fired salvos at the Japanese positions, and the flashes from their muzzles lit up the bay and the sky and illuminated the press of soldiers and refugees crowding the road ahead of the advancing Japanese. The soldiers in particular were a sorry sight, uniforms torn and filthy, listless and lost in the flow, a few carrying their rifles, but most without a weapon, save a bolo attached to a string and slung over a shoulder, all moving south, away from the sounds of a battle that seemed to be catching up to them. At the turn-off to Lamau, Ben Steele and Q.P. Devore considered leaving the road to search for food and sanctuary. But as they started down a dirt track to the town, a Filipino emerged from the shadows. "The Japs, they are already in there," he said, gesturing toward Lamau. The only safe place seemed to be the bush and jungle, so the two men slipped back into the undergrowth with Q.P. in the lead. "Where are you going?" Ben said. "What do you mean?" "You're going the wrong way." "Yeah?" Q.P. said. "Yeah. You go that way and you're going right back toward the Japs. You better follow me." Soon they stumbled into a stream that was shallow and rocky and crowded with more stragglers, men busy dipping their canteens. "We better fill up," Ben Steele said. They worked quickly in the gloaming. Then, without warning, there was the clank of tank treads and the report of small arms, and the men in the creek ran helter-skelter for the trees. If a commander of military forces of the United States surrenders unnecessarily and shamefully, or in violation of orders from higher authority, he is liable to trial and punishment. United States Army Field Manual. By midday, April 8th, Ned King had made up his mind. The line along the Alangan had broken, and the small groups of men still able to fight were putting up minimal resistance. His army was in flight, and the Japanese were now within a few miles of one of the large field hospitals. King summoned his field commanders, his generals.
"There are 6,000 sick and wounded in the hospital ahead of us," he began. "There are 26,000 civilians in the way, too. Only 25% of our men are on their feet. I should send a white flag across tomorrow morning at daylight. I'll so notify Corregidor and General Wainwright." Then he gave them orders to destroy all their equipment and weapons, but spare all buses, cars, trucks, and gasoline to ferry the sick and wounded to prison camp. "Is there anything else any of you can think of?" he asked. He looked each man square in the face, paused. Then, as if he was thinking out loud, he said, "My career is over." "Is there any possibility of any help?" one of the generals asked. "None whatsoever," King said. Runners returning from the field reported that the old national road was jammed with bedraggled soldiers and terrified refugees, a mass of sheep straggling south. A half-hour later King called his chief of staff and his operations officer into conference. "Assemble the headquarters staff," he told them. At midnight, surrounded by his department heads and aides, he made the inevitable official. "I did not ask you here to get your opinion or advice. I do not want any one of you saddled with any part of the responsibility for the ignominious decision I feel forced to make. I have not communicated with General Wainwright directly because I do not want him to be compelled to assume any part of the responsibility. I am sending forward a flag of truce at daybreak to ask for terms of surrender. I feel that further resistance would only uselessly waste human life. Already one of our hospitals, which is filled to capacity and directly in the line of hostile approach, is within range of enemy light artillery. We have no further means of organized resistance." They had known, of course, that the end was at hand, but hearing their commander say it, looking into those dark, empathetic eyes, the news, as one of them put it, hit with an awful bang and a terrible wallop, for each of them had hoped against hope for a better end. And several had tears coursing down their cheeks as they walked out into the night to perform their final duties. 2 junior officers had volunteered to find the Japanese lines and deliver the general's proffer of surrender and his request to meet with General Humma to discuss terms. The others, meanwhile, issued orders to all units to destroy anything of military value. Field officers now told their men that in the morning they were going to lay down their arms. The senior ordnance officer, determined to keep Bataan's stores of dynamite and ammunition from the enemy, fired his fuses right away, and the tip of the peninsula convulsed with explosions as the magazines, ammunition dumps, and ordnance warehouses began to blow up, one after the other. Soon shells were shooting skyward, filling the black cope of night with ribbons and medallions of color, fireworks at war. At first the men marveled at the pyrotechnics, the 4th of July come early. Then, as the detonations crept closer, flak began to fall on the compound, and the final blasts stripped leaves from the trees and flattened the tar paper and bamboo buildings in the command post. The surrender party set out around 9 a.m. on April 9th in 2 jeeps, each with half a bedsheet, white ensigns of surrender, flying from a bamboo pole attached to the side of the windshield. In the first jeep rode the operations officer, Colonel James V. Collier, and one of the junior officers who had found the Japanese lines and returned to guide the surrender party. Behind them, in the second vehicle, with 2 of his aides and wearing his last clean uniform, was Ned King. As the jeeps turned onto the old national road, a flight of 5 Japanese fighters swooped down and started strafing them. The Americans jumped for cover. The planes rolled out of sight, and the jeeps resumed their journey. But the respite was only temporary. The planes were soon back, and for more than an hour the Japanese pilots played cat and mouse with the men in the jeeps, a game that left the general and his aides constantly scrambling for cover. Hunkered down under fire like that, a soldier's mind either shuts down or seeks distraction. Lying in the yellow dust by the side of the old National Road that morning, Ned King turned to history. On the same day in 1865, April 9th, General Robert E. Lee, one of Ned King's military heroes, surrendered the Army of Northern Virginia at Appomattox Courthouse. "There is nothing left for me to do," Lee told his staff, "but to go and see General Grant, and I would rather die 1,000 deaths." Now another son of the Old South, remembering that famous phrase, raised himself from the dirt of Bataan and went forward to give up his army. The surrender party had been traveling for 2 hours now, and they guessed they were well beyond what was left of their front lines. As they rounded a bend in the old National Road just south of the Lamau River Bridge, a platoon of Japanese infantry, bayonets drawn, jumped out in front of them on both sides of the road. One of the soldiers stepped forward and signaled them to stop. Close behind was an officer. Lieutenant Ryotaro Nishimura, commander of the 5th Company, 9th Infantry, 16th Division, had learned a number of lessons since landing at Lingayen Gulf. Foremost, an officer should always double-check his target before he orders his men to shoot. 3 times in 3 months he had been ready to fire on some distant target, a cloud of dust or some figures in a tree line, only to discover that the quarry was really another unit of Hohe. Now moving fast across Bataan, the vanguards of the various attack wings kept bumping into one another, so Ryotaro Nishimura was trying to be especially careful. More than once in the last few days he had worried about killing his own men. By April 9th his battalion had reached the old National Road. Another division had secured the road up to Lamau River Bridge. There they had established a command post in 3 small buildings fronted by a flagpole in a small park-like compound, an agricultural station just off the main road. Ryotaro Nishimura's company had been ordered to proceed beyond the command post, cross the Lamau River Bridge, and scout the next section of highway south. Almost as soon as they crossed the bridge into no man's land, the point man spotted a cloud of dust beyond a bend, and Nishimura halted his company, formed 2 columns on either side of the road, and moved his machine guns up front, just in case. The dust came closer. Perhaps a tank, he thought. Then closer still. The lieutenant raised his monocular to his eye, ready to order his machine gunners to open fire. Then the cloud stopped, the dust cleared, and the lieutenant spotted 2 small vehicles, American jeeps, one flying a large white flag. The point man signaled the jeeps to stop, and the occupants started to disembark. One of them, Ryotaro Nishimura noticed, a man much older than the others, had on a clean uniform. This man must be a very high-ranking officer, Nishimura thought. He looked at his face. He'd never seen an American before and could not read his expression. Then he shouted the only 2 words of English he knew. "Come here! Come here!" The Americans were wearing sidearms, and Nishimura watched carefully to make sure they kept their hands still. He wanted to speak to the officer in charge, and gave the group a thumbs up with his right hand, a gesture the Japanese used to recognize someone in authority. At length he made them understand they should follow him, and he turned around and led them back across the bridge to the command post where some staff officers and a translator took over. Curious, the lieutenant lingered nearby, trying to eavesdrop on the proceedings. But he could catch only snatches of what was being said, and later, after the Americans were escorted away, he spoke to the translator. "What was his rank? The one with the clean uniform. Who is he?" "It is General King," the translator said. "And did the Americans surrender or not?" "Hai," the translator said. "They surrendered." Colonel Motoo Nakayama,
senior operations officer of the 14th Army, had no intention of talking terms with Ned King. He would talk only with General Wainwright, he told King, and only about the surrender of all the forces in the islands, not just the Luzon force, the 76,000 men left on Bataan. Ned King tried to explain his position. He commanded only the troops on the peninsula, he said, not the forces left on Corregidor or in the southern Philippine Islands, and then pressed his terms. He wanted an armistice, wanted his staff to help arrange the stand-down, most of all, wanted to be able to truck his tired and sick men to prison rather than have them march there. Nakayama would not listen. If King did not have the authority to surrender all the troops in the islands, Nakayama said, the Japanese did not want to deal with the general. He could surrender his Bataan force to the division commander at Lamau, if that's what he wanted, but there would be no negotiations, no terms. "Will you treat the prisoners well?" Ned King asked. "We are not barbarians," Nakayama's interpreter said. "Then I will agree to the unconditional surrender," Ned King said. No American general had ever surrendered such a force, 76,000 men, an entire army. He put his pistol on the table. They had asked for his sword, but he'd long ago left it in Manila. Then he sat back in his chair, crossed his legs, and folded his hands in front of him. He had done his duty, the right thing for the right reason, as he saw it. But Ned King took no comfort in that stance. He had been a professional soldier for 34 years, and he could not shake the sense of shame that was beginning to settle on him. Q.P. Devore had lost his friend Ben Steele. When they scattered at the stream, he had gone one way and Ben the other. Now, at mid-morning on April 9th, he found himself atop a high hill among a large group of stragglers, strangers every one of them. Maybe Ben Steele had been captured, he thought. Maybe Ben Steele was dead. "I'm in this alone now," he thought. A lieutenant in the group suggested they form a perimeter and build a fire to cook some rice. But just as they were starting to forage for wood, a dark apparition emerged from the tree line waving a white flag. In broken English, the Japanese officer called for the senior American. The lieutenant went forward to speak with him, then returned to the huddle of men. "Jap officer says they've got us surrounded," he said. "They are going to give us a chance to surrender or fight on. I don't know what to do. Only thing I can think of is to take a vote." Far below, on the flats of the coastal plain, the cane fields and the rice paddies were silent. Even the big guns on Corregidor had stopped firing. "Maybe it's all over," one of the men said. And if that was true, what was the point of putting up a fight? If they gave themselves up, the enemy might feed them. This Jap officer seemed friendly enough. "Okay," the lieutenant told the Japanese officer. "We voted. We'll surrender. Lay down your arms and pile your ammunition," the officer ordered. Then he gave a whistle, and instantly dozens of Imperial soldiers, more apparitions, came rushing out of the jungle. "What the hell is going to happen to me now?" Q.P. Devore asked himself. The enemy soldiers stood the Americans in a line, made them raise their hands over their heads, and started to rifle their packs and pockets for valuables. A Japanese captain standing nearby noticed that one of the looters had tossed aside a string of rosary beads, and he picked them up and offered them to the next American in line, Q.P. Devore. "I'm not Catholic," Q.P. said. "I don't use rosaries." The officer offered again, this time at pistol point. Ben Steele had been running all night, and when he could run no more, he dropped to the ground and went to sleep. When he awoke on the morning of April 9th, he was among a small group of men on an old ammunition trail somewhere in the foothills of Mount Mariveles. He looked around for Q.P. He assumed his friend had been with him through the night.
but saw only a handful of strangers, boys from different units, and checking one more time, reckoned his buddy had disappeared or was dead. He was too numb with fatigue to feel any sense of loss. He had been running for days, days of bombing and shelling and small arms fire, running to the rear, always to the rear, living on handfuls of rice and rotten carabao, living on empty. Now he had stopped running, stopped thinking too. He looked neither forward nor back. He was breathing. That was his existence. He had his rifle, he had his helmet, he had his life. All at once up the trail the group heard the sound of tanks, and the handful of men, there were no more than 10 of them, dropped to their bellies in a small depression at the side of the trail. The clanking got louder and louder. Then from the trees the tanks came into view, 2 of them. No, 4, 6, 10 in a column, and with infantry. The Americans took aim with their rifles and fired. Spitballs against steel. The tanks returned the fire, and the Americans flattened themselves in their hollow. The tanks clanked forward, stopped, advanced again. They were very close now, close enough to lower their cannon and fire directly into the hole where the Americans lay. At that point blank, some of the stragglers decided they'd had enough, and one of them draped a white undershirt over the muzzle of his rifle and held it up to the enemy. The others, meanwhile, began to remove the bolts from their rifles and toss them into the jungle. Then, slowly, they rose to their feet and put their hands above their heads. The hatch of the first tank popped open, and a Japanese soldier emerged, carrying a machine gun. He climbed to the ground, settled himself behind the gun, and trained his sights on the Americans. This is it, Ben Steele thought. It won't be long now. He had always imagined he'd be afraid at this moment, but he felt nothing. That was the strange part of it. No terror, no sadness, no dread. He was tired, too tired to tremble. If he lived, fine. And if he didn't, it won't be long, he kept telling himself. He hoped for a bullet in the heart or the head. Maybe it would hurt, maybe not. Either way, he thought, I'm not going to suffer very long. He wondered about heaven. His mother believed in an immortal soul. His mother. He could see her face in his mind's eye, and was glad she could not see him. See this miserable son of hers standing with his hands raised above his head, waiting. The Japanese lined them up and started to search them. They looked like hard men, these enemy soldiers. Beneath their large helmets their faces were dark, their eyes implacable. The searching went on for a while. Maybe, Ben Steele thought, they weren't going to kill them after all. A soldier rifled his pockets, took his wallet, camera. When the looting stopped, one by one the Japanese slipped off their packs. "Kora! Kora! Get over here!" the Japanese soldiers yelled. Then they shoved their loads on their prisoners. The packs were bulging. Strapped to the outside were pieces of heavy equipment: artillery rounds, cannon wheels, caisson axles, mortar tubes. Each pack must have weighed 70 pounds or more. Enormous, unwieldy loads. The Americans had trouble shouldering the weight and started to stumble. "Hayaku! Hayaku! Hurry up!" the soldiers yelled, prodding the Americans with bayonets and rifle butts. To men whose muscles had long since been wasted by malnutrition, the load was crushing. "Oh, God," Ben Steele said under his breath, "this is torture." Like several of his comrades, he soon collapsed, and when he looked up, a Japanese soldier was standing over him, his leg drawn back. Ben Steele covered his head with his hands. His body shook with each kick. Some men pleaded for mercy. "No more, please." But the Japanese took these cries for quarter as a sign of weakness and, worse, insubordination. The more a man yelled, the more blows he invited. They're enjoying this, Ben Steele thought. He struggled to stand, gained his feet, and the great weight on his back started to propel him down the hill. He concentrated on keeping his balance. Fall again, he knew, and he'd get another beating. He stumbled down the trail and through the underbrush. Now and then a Hohe would come astride of him and scream in his face, kick dirt on him, bang him with a rifle butt. He was no better than a pack mule, he thought. A dumb animal. Bad enough they'd lost the battle. But this— good thing the home front couldn't see this. An American soldier as somebody's dog's body, somebody's slave. Making magic. Ben Steele heard Earl Snook calling for him. "Take the truck, Bud, and run on up to Will James's place and bring him back, will you?" Fall 1937, and Ben Steele was going to school mornings and working for wages afternoons. He had found a job as an errand boy at the Snook Art Company, a painting and glass contractor and purveyor of art supplies. He liked working there on North 29th Street, downtown. Pay was okay, 25 cents an hour, and some of the workmen were real characters, some of the artists, too. The owners, Earl and Eleanor Snook, had gotten real friendly with many of the quiet, serious-looking men who came in to buy sketch pads, canvases, pencils, and paint. In particular, a well-known illustrator and author of children's books who called himself Will James. Will James! The errand boy was excited. "I'll get on up there, Mr. Snook." Growing up, Ben Steele read everything Will James had written, all his stories of Montana and the West. He'd spent hours staring at the artist's illustrations, bucking horses that seemed so real that their riders looked ready to get pitched off the page. He'd always been fascinated by the magic of art. That's how he thought of it, magic. The way someone could pick up a stick of charcoal or a pencil or a paintbrush, and with just a few strokes on paper or canvas make a picture of the prairie or a cowboy running down a steer. He used to watch the itinerant artists who set up their easels on street corners in Roundup, a town west of the Bulls. He'd stand there for hours as they turned out their $3 landscapes. The blue sky, the purple mountains, the big green pines, Montana, in 20 minutes. At Hawk Creek he'd sometimes sit at the kitchen table with his mother while she painted flowers on her chinaware. He wondered, was there something of an artist in him, too? Now and then he'd tried to sketch horses, Warren always hanging over his shoulder. "That's good, Bud," his brother would say, "real good." Same thing in grade school during art hour. "Great horse, Bud," the kids would tell him, gathering round for a look. He didn't think so, not compared to Will James. He'd pawed through the author's bestseller, Smoky, so often the pages were frayed and falling apart. No, he couldn't draw like that, and likely never would. Art was like fishing. It was play, and he had to work. Still, he sure liked those books with their wonderful drawings. "Come on in," Will James said. The artist lived on a 5-acre spread snuggled against the rim rocks on the city's north side. By then his wife, worn down by his binges, had left. Most of his friends, save the Snooks, had given him their back. James had been in an automobile accident that month and couldn't drive. And Earl Snook sent his errand boy out there to fetch the great man to town for supplies. "You like art?" "I do, Mr. James." "Well, step over here." The artist settled himself behind his drafting table and picked up a length of charcoal and started to draw. His hand swept back and forth, this way and that, up and down across the page. And it wasn't long before Ben Steele could make out the shape of a horse. The back, the neck, the withers, the legs. A dozen more strokes, and suddenly there was a wild bronc bucking, snorting, and stomping in front of him. "What do you think?" Will James said. Magic, thought Ben Steele. Chapter 7. By noon on April 9th, most Filipino and American field commanders had gotten the word to give up, and the jungle hills and hollows of Bataan were speckled with the white flags of surrender. Like all men facing the dark, the defeated waited for the worst, convinced the worst wouldn't happen. They'd heard the stories, of course. Japan's reputation as a brutal occupier had been written across the world's front pages. The wholesale looting, the violation of women, the wanton murder of civilians, the execution of unarmed prisoners of war. But most soldiers thought such stories exaggerated, made up to sell newspapers, and they did not believe them, or did not want to believe them. So what if the Japanese were barbarians? They had to abide by the law, didn't they? The international law of land warfare that prohibited the mistreatment of prisoners of war. Everything is going to be all right, officers assured their men. Just stick together and don't worry. After they destroyed their gear and gobbled the food they had left, most men sat down where they were to await the enemy. They were beaten men now, trying to shake a growing sense of shame. Some told themselves that disease and hunger had defeated them, not the Imperial Japanese army. But they could not shake the feeling that they had just flat-out given up. And as they smashed their weapons against the nearest tree, the first of many acts of obeisance that would be required of them, some men wept. "The little bastards," said Corporal Brown Davidson of Denver, Colorado. "They've beaten us." A handful of Americans refused to surrender, and either disobeyed General King's order or sought leave from their superiors and headed for the hills, hoping to slip through Japanese lines and make their way north to the Zambales Mountains, a staging ground for guerrillas. Hundreds of Filipino soldiers tried to evade capture as well. They chucked their uniforms, borrowed civilian clothes from Batanese villagers, and passed themselves off as locals, or made their way to the peninsula's eastern shore and paid fishermen there to ferry them across the bay to Manila, Cavite, Bulacan. Private Humphrey O'Leary couldn't decide what to do: dissemble and disappear, or talk some sense into his buddy Phil Murray. O'Leary was the son of an American expatriate who had fought in the Spanish-American War and had stayed in the islands to marry a Filipina. When the Japanese invaded, Humphrey O'Leary quit his job at his father's construction company in Manila, and, since he held U.S. citizenship, joined the American 31st Infantry. He was taller than the average Filipino, skin was lighter too, and growing up he often passed for white, a puti. Now, sitting in a circle of American soldiers down by the beach, waiting for the Japanese, he watched his white comrades, his friend Phil Murray among them, smear their faces with sand and dirt. It was laughable, all this rubbing. Locos, idiots. What were they thinking? That they could pass as natives? Humphrey leaned close to his compadre. "Come on, Phil," he said. "Don't be foolish. You're too white. The Japs will see right through that." Murray stopped rubbing. "Tell you what," Humphrey said. "I'll stay, Phil. We'll sweat it out. We'll make this together." Confident his April offensive would bring victory on Bataan, General Hama had ordered his staff to prepare a plan to clear the peninsula of prisoners. The campaign for the Philippines was not over yet. Hama still had to take Corregidor, the American fortress and command center blocking access to Manila Harbor. Bataan was to serve as a staging area for the invasion, and the Japanese had to move their prisoners off the peninsula before they could use it as a base to attack the tiny island out in the bay. The evacuation plan stressed expediency. Guards were to marshal the prisoners in groups on the old National Road, the peninsula's main artery, then start them marching north to a railhead in San Fernando, 66 miles from the tip of the peninsula. Along the way, Japanese supply troops were to set up feeding and aid stations and provide trucks to ferry the sick and wounded. At San Fernando, the prisoners would be put on trains to Tarlac Province, disembarking in Capas, the station closest to their ultimate destination, Camp O'Donnell. A Filipino training post the Japanese had converted to a prisoner-of-war camp. Expecting the battle to last the month, the planners set April 20th, more or less, as the day to complete their preparations. Since their intelligence estimates were at best a guess, they could not say how many prisoners they would have to manage, but they guessed no more than 50,000. The plan seemed sound as far as it went, which is to say, like all military plans, it reflected the miscalculations, misjudgments, misbeliefs, and misintentions of its makers. Of course, at war, nothing runs true to plan. Within hours of the surrender, 14th Army Headquarters realized its estimates, and thus its plans, were worthless. Reports from the field indicated at least twice the number of prisoners and refugees Headquarters had expected: 76,000 soldiers and 26,000 civilians. Everywhere the Japanese looked there were prisoners, on the roads, in the hills, on jungle trails, squads, platoons, and companies of them, 20 here, 200 there, 1,000 at the airstrip in Mariveles. None of the Hohei had ever seen anything like it. What a spectacle! The scene reminded Private First Class Jinzaburo Chaki of a photograph in a Tokyo newspaper, a front-page picture from Malaya showing great masses of British prisoners at Singapore. "We have done the same thing here on Bataan," he told himself. Like all victorious troops, the Hohei at first were fascinated with their captives, eager to get a close look at the men who had been shooting at them. Private First Class Tasuku Yamanari thought the Filipino soldiers looked like children, hungry children, begging for the dry biscuits the Japanese carried in their kits. The Hakujin, however, the white men, struck many Hohei as oni, the devils they had been told about in training. Tall, hairy creatures with big noses and skin the color of a cadaver, ugly men, soft men, men without a fighting spirit, a will to win. How could they give up with this many soldiers? Sergeant Tozo Takeuchi asked himself. And how could a Hohei have anything but contempt for such men? They kept pushing him down the trail, and his pack became heavier with each step. But Ben Steele wasn't going to let himself fall again and take another beating. When the group of prisoners reached the old National Road east of Mariveles, the Japanese soldiers took their packs back, and Ben Steele and the other men were made to join a much larger mob of prisoners squatting in the sun on the side of a hill facing Manila Bay. He was glad to be rid of his load, but worried about what was ahead. These soldiers looked angry. Hate, Ben Steele thought. Hate is sticking out all over them. By late afternoon on April 9th, most of the captured Filipinos and Americans had been gathered at assembly points along an 8-mile section of the old National Road at the tip of the peninsula. Corporal John Emmerich of Norvelt, Pennsylvania, had been captured in the hills above Mariveles, and was herded down to the airstrip there, then forced into line with hundreds of other men. An interpreter was telling them to empty their pockets and spill the contents of their bags and packs on the ground in front of them. "You have guns, knives, anything," he said, "and we kill you. We kill you instantly. Right? Instantly." And then the searchers set to work picking through the men's pockets and rifling their clothing and gear. And it soon became clear that the search for concealed weapons was nothing more than a shakedown, a treasure hunt for cameras and flashlights and mechanical pencils and fountain pens, especially Parker duofolds. "Paka," the guards would demand. "Paka pen." Sunglasses, mess kits,
blankets and mosquito nets, safety razors and blades, terry cloth towels, extra clothing, rings and jewelry of all types, and, best of all, watches, American watches, that Hamilton or Bulova, that gold Lord Elgin with the jewelled works and pearl face. The prisoners were too exhausted to protest, and did not want to provoke the line of soldiers with pitiless faces holding those long bayonets. But as the Japanese stripped them of their possessions, many Americans started to seethe. To them the signet rings, wristwatches, and fountain pens with gold nibs were more than graduation or birthday gifts, or luxuries long wished for and purchased after months or years of putting money away. They were personal property, and property was an expression of the pursuit of happiness, one of their unalienable rights. A section of land, an automobile, a quarter horse, a watch, emblems of the opportunity, part of the freedom they had sworn to protect. The hell with the bastards. Some men dug holes in the dirt and buried their valuables where they sat. Others, in silent rage, tossed their keepsakes and curios from home into the bushes. Here and there a man ripped the cuffs of his trousers or the seams of his shirt, then worked some small keepsake into the secret space. Men with string or thread hung their watches and rings around their necks and down their backs. One soldier secreted a ring in his mouth and secured it to a molar with a piece of dental floss. Waiting to be searched, Tank Corps crewman Bernard Fitzpatrick of Waverly, Minnesota, watched out of the corner of his eye as two guards worked their way down a line of prisoners and stopped in front of a soldier wearing a wedding ring. "Wife?" asked one of the guards, smiling and pointing to the ring. The American nodded, and the guards moved on. And Fitzpatrick got an idea. He turned his college-class ring upside down so only the band was showing. The first guard passed by without noticing, but the second was suspicious and told him to turn his hands palm up. Bernard Fitzpatrick hesitated. He'd worked hard for that ring, 4 years of studying and classes, and he did not want to give it up. The second guard was shouting at him now, and the first was reaching to detach his bayonet from his rifle. "For God's sake, Fitz," a friend said, "give him the ring. They just cut some guy's finger off because he wouldn't." The Americans thought them thieves, thugs, crooked bastards. But the average Hohe was no more larcenous than his enemies. American pockets were full of souvenirs, loot taken from Japanese prisoners or stripped from the bodies of Japanese dead. "Get rid of your Jap stuff, quick." "What Jap stuff?" "Everything, money, souvenirs, get rid of it." The word went around quickly, and at the airstrip in Mariveles men began to toss away their spoils. Most men, that is. A Japanese private searching a young Air Corps captain found a few yen in the man's pocket. The guard hissed his disapproval and summoned an officer. The officer looked at the money, then forced the American to his knees. Some of the men standing nearby swore they saw a glint of sun on the officer's sword as he brought it down on the young captain's neck. Watching the officer wipe the blood off his blade, some prisoners started to think they'd gone back in time, awoken in another era. Who were these cold-eyed men who carried swords and cut off fingers and heads? Medieval marauders? A nightmare let loose upon the day? Anything can happen, Sergeant Richard Gordon of New York told himself. Anything. Gordon and another soldier from the American 31st Infantry, Corporal Elmer Parks from Anadarko, Oklahoma, had been hiding in the bush high on Mount Bataan. When surrender came, they started down a trail to the old national road. Along the way they came upon an abandoned truck, cranked it up, and continued down the mountain. Parks was driving fast,
and almost ran over a Japanese soldier who jumped out from behind a banyan tree. "What the hell do we do now?" he said, as the truck skidded to a stop. Gordon glanced around. The Jap seemed to be alone. They could shoot the bastard, run him over maybe, and hightail it into the bush. All of a sudden Richard Gordon heard a rustle. More Japs, a lot more, surrounding them, hands reaching up and yanking them out of the truck. They started on Parks first. One clown hit him on the head with a rifle butt and sent him sprawling, and the rest joined in with their fists and boots. Now it was Gordon's turn. The first blow caught him in the face and filled him with fury. He had come of age in the streets of New York, a rangy kid from Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen, and when the punch landed square on his nose, he thought, "Son of a bitch! I've never put up with this kind of crap in my life, and I'm not going to start now." They hit him again and again, and he thought, "Okay, so you take a beating. You take a beating, and you live." They seemed to go off without warning, stoics one moment, lunatics the next. They beat the prisoners as viciously as their sergeants and lieutenants beat them, slapped them, punched them, kicked them, boxed their ears, bashed their skulls, broke their bones. They beat them for looking this way or that, for moving or not moving fast enough, for talking or keeping still. Beat them for everything and for nothing at all. It was their duty to beat the prisoners, and for some, their pleasure as well. The same sadists who had turned the training barracks back home into crucibles of cruelty roamed the lines of helpless Horeo, inveighing them with orders they did not understand, then slam-banging them for being bacana, stupid. Army medic Sidney Stewart, standing in the ranks at Mariveles, waiting to be searched, watched a guard coming down the line punch a soldier in the face. The soldier was young, a fledgling, and afraid, and he cried out in pain, a form of protest, as the Japanese saw it, that always invited more punishment. The guard raised the butt end of his rifle and bashed the soldier in the head. The boy sagged to his knees, groaning, and the guard raised his rifle for another blow. This time he split the boy's skull. The American twitched and shuddered in the dirt for a few moments. Then he was quiet and did not move again. Watching this, Sidney Stewart felt a black hatred begin to boil in his brain. He had thought himself a Christian man, small town, Watauga, Oklahoma, and full of faith. His religion had carried him through the bombing of Manila and the Battle of Bataan. But this, standing there watching a guard bludgeon a comrade to death, this seemed to mock and reprove his piety, and the urge to tear his enemy limb from limb, to kill for the sheer pleasure of killing, overwhelmed him. April 10th, the day after surrender, the Japanese started their prisoners walking. Groups of 100, 200, 300, and more were herded into lines or loose formations, sometimes flanked by a brace of guards at either end, sometimes not, and told to get on the road. The ragged, disorganized groups of men set off at intervals. Half the 76,000 captives began the trek April 10th near Mariveles, at the tip of the peninsula. But every day for some 10 days thereafter, at various points along the 30 miles of road between Mariveles and Balanga, the provincial capital, roughly halfway up the peninsula, yet another rabble of Filipinos or Americans would come down from the hills or emerge from the jungle, and the Japanese would gather them into groups and head them north up the old national road. To label the movement a march, as the men took to calling it, was something of a misnomer. During the first few days of walking there were so many men on the road, one bunch following closely behind another, they appeared a procession without end, prisoners as far as the eye could see, mile after mile after mile of tired, filthy, bedraggled men, heads bowed, feet dragging through the ankle-deep dust. They walked the 66 miles in stages. For those who started at the tip of the peninsula, Stage 1 was a stretch of road that ran east 9 miles to Kabkaben. There the road turned north and proceeded along Bataan's east coast some 27 miles, passing through the town squares of Lamau, Limay, Orion, Pilar, Balanga, Abukai, Samal, Orani, and Hermosa. At Hermosa, the old national road turned west toward Layak Junction, then northeast for 11 miles across a torrid, sandy plain to Labao, then continuing northeast to San Fernando. In all, from Mariveles, 60 road miles, 106 kilometers, 140,000 footfalls. Some days the prisoners trekked 10 miles, other days 15, 20, or more. And hard miles they were. More than half the old national road on Bataan was a rural road, its base stone and crushed coral, its surface fine sand, built for the light traffic of the provinces. 4 months of army convoys had churned up the hard pan, leaving potholes and sinkholes that tripped the men and shards of gravel that sliced up their shoes and boots. They walked in the most torrid time of year, tag-init, the Filipinos called it, the days of dryness, the season of drought. From March to May the sun hung flame-white and unshrouded in the Philippine sky, searing everything under it. By early afternoon the air was an oven, the hard pan as hot as kiln bricks. Lieutenant Samuel Goldblythe of Lawrence, Massachusetts, started walking at Mariveles with a full pack, an extra uniform, underwear, socks, blanket, raincoat, shaving kit, stationery, mess kit, canteen, and a pink cotton towel, a keepsake from his wife's trousseau. It wasn't long before he had pitched everything save his canteen, mess kit, and Diana's pink towel, which he used as a mantilla to keep the sun from baking his head. Goldblythe guessed he was bound for a prison camp somewhere in the islands, but where he could not say. One rumor had them being interned in Manila's Bilibid prison. Another had them bound for the railhead at San Fernando. But this information was of little use or comfort, since few men were familiar with the local geography, and had no real sense of the distances involved or the difficulty traversing them. They were walking, that's all they knew, walking in the heat and dust, eyes burning and throats parched, wondering where they were going and when they would get there. Richard Gordon happened to be walking in a group that included Brigadier General Clifford Blumell. Gordon had seen Blumell in action and remembered him as a spicy little bastard. Somewhere between Mariveles and Kabkaben, the Japanese had grabbed the general and started him walking, and along the way some of the guards decided to have a little fun. They circled the general, then made him squat with his fingers locked behind his neck, and started turning him in circles. When he lost his equilibrium and toppled over, they laughed. Oh, how they laughed! And when he fought to keep his balance, his poise— the man is a tough nut, Gordon thought. They kicked his feet out from under him and howled that much harder. The looting went on as well. Units of Imperial infantry were encamped beside the old national road, awaiting new orders and watching the parade of prisoners. Though most prisoners had been stripped clean by the time they reached Kabkaben, now and then a Hohe resting along the road would get curious. Sergeant James Gautier, an Air Corps mechanic from Moss Point, Mississippi, felt a hand grab his shirt and pull him out of formation. Another shakedown, he reckoned. All he had left was his wallet, and the Japanese was flipping through the folds, looking for something of value when he came upon a snapshot of a woman. "Waifu? Waifu?" the Japanese soldier said. Gautier nodded. Then the soldier dropped the picture in the dirt, stepped on it, ground it with the heel of his hobnail boot. So this is what it meant to be a prisoner of war, thought Robert Levering, a Manila lawyer from Ohio who had volunteered to serve on Bataan. This is what it felt like to come to the end of civilization. Past Mariveles that first day, the highway ran flat for a few miles, then rose sharply in a series of steep switchbacks that had been cut into the side of an escarpment. The precipitous switchbacks were known as the zigzag. Unfolded, this accordion section of road was less than a mile, but its angle of ascent, 520 feet in less than 2/10 of a mile, was so acute that the back-and-forth climb was a tough one, especially at the height of the hot season. And for men left weak and exhausted by disease, hunger, thirst, and fear, the ascent was torture. One hairpin turn after another blocked the marcher's view and made the climb seem endless. Another incline, another turn, another incline, up, up again, up some more. On the outside turns the road dropped off sharply into deep ravines, stories deep, many of them, with boulders, stumps, trees, and tangled underbrush waiting at the bottom. The labor of climbing the switchbacks under a tropical sun left the men gasping with each step, and it was not long before some of them began to collapse and crawl to the shoulder of the road. The guards accompanying the first columns climbing the zigzag seemed to ignore the dropouts, but prisoners in later columns began to spot bodies at the bottom of the ravines, bodies wearing familiar uniforms. From the top of the zigzag, the road ran flat and east, 7.5 miles to the seaside town of Cabcaben on Manila Bay. Along this stretch, the marchers now began to encounter an increasing number of Japanese trucks, tanks, and horse-drawn artillery, all moving south to stage for the invasion of Corregidor. Many of these trucks carried troops, and as these vehicles passed the columns of prisoners, Japanese soldiers would lean out with a bamboo staff, or a length of wood, or the butt end of a rifle, and, like a polo player bearing down on a ball, swing their cudgels at the heads of the men marching along in the crowded ranks on the road. They fractured a lot of skulls, smashed a number of jaws, dislocated scores of shoulders. Now and then a truck would swerve sharply toward a column, and the Japanese riding shotgun would throw his door open to catch a marcher flush in the face. "Let's stay on the inside row in the column," Humphrey O'Leary told his friend Phil Murray. "If we march on the other side, the Japs will bash us in the head." Here came a truck full of soldiers holding lengths of rope as long as whips, lashing laggers on the road. One whip caught a prisoner around the neck, and the Japanese in the truck started to reel him in as the truck kept going. The poor man was twisting this way and that, dragging through the cinders. About 100 feet later, he was finally able to free himself, and he got to his feet, clothes shredded, skin lanced and bleeding, and looked back down the road. "You bastards!" he yelled after the truck. "I'll live to piss on your graves!" A mile beyond the top of the zigzag, the columns of prisoners passed the entrance to one of the large American field hospitals, part of the headquarters and service area that had been tucked in the American rear. The Japanese had bombed and shelled the service area often during their second attack, fire that left the hospital in ashes. Now wandering among its charred ruins were scores of wounded Filipino soldiers who had been treated there. Many were still in their hospital pajamas or bathrobes, grimy now with dirt and soot. Their wounds and stumps were beginning to suppurate, and their bloody bandages and dressings needed changing. Major William Ed Dias of Albany, Texas, an Air Corps pilot in the line of march, watched Japanese guards herd the sick and wounded Filipinos out of the hospital grounds and set them walking. To Dias, these bomb-shocked cripples had the look of hopelessness in their eyes.
and they stumbled along stoop-shouldered for more than a mile before their strength ebbed, and they began falling back through the marching ranks and to the side of the road. Zoeth Skinner of Portland, Oregon, came astride a Filipino amputee hobbling along on crutches. Japanese infantrymen camped along the way, yelled and laughed at the cripple, poked him with sticks, tried to make him stumble. A while later, farther up the road, Skinner noticed a tail of white gauze dragging in the dirt ahead of him. At the other end of the tail, 20 feet forward, was a man with a bandaged leg, struggling against his wound, his dressing unraveling as he walked. At first the marchers tried to keep their sense of society, their culture of comradeship, and help one another. The lucky ones, men like Humphrey O'Leary and Phil Murray, were able to buddy up and watch out for each other. But in the chaos of the surrender and the first commotion of captivity, friends became separated, and men like Ben Steele and Richard Gordon and Dominic Jontonio of Hartford, Connecticut, found themselves in the ranks of strangers, lending a hand when a hand was needed. "Get up! Let's go! Don't fall, they'll get you." Against despair, however, each man had to struggle alone. Ed Dias got a sort of sinking feeling every time he saw a Ford or Chevrolet truck bearing Imperial Japanese Army insignia, pre-war American exports, or a little piece of home as Dias saw it, packed now with enemy troops who jeered at him as they passed by. Colonel Richard Maloney from Utah was a veteran of the old horse-drawn artillery, and when he felt low he distracted himself by studying the equipage of his Japanese counterparts. Each time a horse-drawn limber and caisson came along, Maloney noted the condition of the animals. Were they in good flesh, well-groomed and properly harnessed? And the bearing of the men riding them. Lester Tenney of Chicago set goals for himself. Make it as far as the next bend in the road, he thought, or up to that herd of carabao in the distance. He also had a dream. Without a dream, he figured, his resolve would weaken. A dream of home. He held hard to the image of his wife, Laura, his reason, he told himself, for living. And, to keep his dream safe, he tucked a picture of her in his sock, telling himself it gave each step purpose. The sun was inescapable. It blistered their skin, baked their shoulders and backs, beat on their heads. Some men had managed to keep their helmets. Some wore hats or caps, or took rags and handkerchiefs and knotted the ends to fashion a sort of cap. But many men had no cover at all and walked bareheaded under the blazing sun. The sweat soaked their clothes and streamed down their faces. It mixed with the thick dust and created a kind of gray sludge that ran into their eyes, stuck in their beards, caked on their clothing. They looked like ghosts of themselves mantled in gray, tramping along in a pall. As each ragged group of men reached Cab-Caben, the southernmost town on the peninsula's east shore, and the place where the old national road turned north up the coast, they were halted and put in a holding area, a dry rice paddy, field, or section of runway at Cab-Caben's jungle airstrip. From what the men could tell, there were a number of these marshalling yards in Cab-Caben, places where the disorderly processions of prisoners from Mariveles were reorganized. In the holding areas the men were made to sit feet to back for hours at a time before moving on. The sun treatment, they came to call it. At last, when they were ready, the guards rushed in among them, screaming, kicking, and flogging the men to their feet, then herded them onto the road, where they were arranged into regular marching columns, 3 or 4 ranks across, 100 to 400 men in each column, with a handful of guards assigned to walk the flanks and bring up the rear. By now the prisoners' hunger was starting to gnaw at them. They had been half-starved before surrender, and most had not had a scrap of food since. Even more pressing was their thirst. In the chaos at Kabkaben, only occasionally did the Japanese allow the prisoners to fill their canteens from a nearby stream. Most went without water, and they rapidly dehydrated and began to suffer heat exhaustion. Their temples pounded with pain. Their heads felt afire. They became disoriented and wobbly with vertigo. Back on the road, the guards yelled at them to pick up the pace. "Speedo!" they shouted, walking or riding bicycles beside the formations. "Speedo! Speedo!" Some guards, laughing, started their columns running. Ben Steele was watching for socks. Men were starting to blister. Big blisters, the size of a $50, blisters in clusters, breaking and bleeding with every step. Some men used sharp rocks to make slits in their shoes and boots, makeshift sandals. But their feet were so swollen the skin just bulged painfully through the openings. Others removed their footwear and walked barefoot, wincing with every step. He had to find dry socks, or soon he too would be hobbled. Ben Steele pawed through packs and bags abandoned along the road. Finally, somewhere north of Kabkaben, he saw what he'd been looking for. A corpse lay on the shoulder just ahead. The dead man was wearing garrison shoes, low quarters instead of work boots, and the laces were untied and loose. Ben Steele removed one of the shoes, stripped off the sock, and was reaching for the other foot when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a guard headed his way and dashed back to his place in the column. "What the hell were you doing back there with that dead guy?" said one of his fellow marchers. "You got to take care of your feet," Ben Steele said, "or you're not going to get very far." Men had been falling by the wayside since the zigzag, but the guards had been so busy collecting all the captives and getting them on the road that they had paid the dropouts little attention. After the prisoners were put in columns at Kabkaben, however, the guards in charge of each formation started watching their prisoners more closely. And now, when a man went down, a Japanese was soon standing over him. "Hayaku tate!" The order was unintelligible, but the meaning of the kick that followed, the hard toe of a hobnail boot, was clear. "Get up! Get up immediately, or—" The fallen tried to raise themselves, tried to pull their knees under them, push up on all fours. But their heads, thick from fever, pulled them down, and their muscles, wasted by months of malnutrition, collapsed under them. "Hayaku! Hayaku!" The Japanese Type 30 bayonet was 20 inches long overall, with a 15-inch blade. The weapon looked more like a Roman sword than a knife bayonet, and when it was fixed to the end of a 50-inch Arisaka rifle, it gave the Hohei a kind of a pike, a 5.5-foot spear. The average Japanese foot soldier prized his bayonet. It was a symbol of his office, a 20th-century warrior nodding to his samurai forebears. He would wear his bayonet home on leave in a scabbard. No other modern force spent so much time practicing with cold steel or developing in its men the stone heart to use it. If a prisoner was straggling, lagging behind the formation, or slowing it down, most guards would just jab him in the lower back or buttocks. A quick poke deep enough to hustle him along and make him rejoin the formation. After a guard stabbed Sergeant Ed Thomas of Knox, Indiana, in the right buttock, he told himself he could run all the way to Manila if he had to. If a man failed to raise himself, however, he usually got the blade to the hilt. A young American in Sergeant Tony Aquino's group had fallen face first to the gravel roadbed, and a guard at the rear of the column ordered the marchers to halt. He kicked the young American in the ribs and shouted at him to stand up. But the soldier got only as far as his knees before he collapsed again.
The guard kicked him harder. "Come on, compadre," Aquino thought. "Get up. Get up." The young American raised his head. Aquino could see blood spilling from the man's mouth, and reached out, as if to ask the guard for help. The guard put his bayonet to the man's neck, shouted, and drove the blade home. The American rocked back on his heels and rose up on his haunches. Then the guard jerked the blade free, and the boy toppled over in the dirt. So it was going to be a death march, Aquino told himself. Death on the road to nowhere. Falter and fall, he thought, and there you will stay. When a sergeant in Joe Smith's column fell to the road, 2 of his comrades broke ranks to help. A guard from the rear of the column came running and shouting, and he beat the Samaritans back into line, then wheeled about and bayoneted the man on the ground. As Smith came abreast of the scene, the guard was struggling to free his weapon. He had driven the blade so deep that he had to put his foot in the small of the man's back and pull the rifle with both hands to wrest it free. Thirst is a warning, the brain reminding the body that its essence is being spent. On an average day, an average man requires 2 to 3 quarts of water. The body is liquid, 60% of the chemical equation of life, and the brain is always metering the balance. If the level drops just 2%, the hypothalamus sends out an alarm, the urgency for water, the craving to drink. The men on the death march were drying up. As their bodies tried to conserve fluids, they stopped sweating and urinating. Their saliva turned adhesive, and their tongues stuck to their palates and teeth. Their throats started to swell, and their sinus cavities, dry and raw from the dust and heat, pounded with a headache that blurred their vision. Some men got earaches and lost their hearing. A guard could shout, "Hey, Cora!" all he liked. But a man down from dehydration, dazed and deaf with heat fever, would never hear the warning or sense the watchman's fatal approach. There was water all along the route, plenty of it. On the way to nowhere, the men on the death march passed one artesian well after another. In the towns, the wells had spigots. On the outskirts, they flowed freely from an open pipe, usually within 100 feet of the road, where parched men could see the water gushing in the air, see it bubbling, smell, or so some imagined, its fresh scent. The guards were under orders to keep their columns moving. They might stop to make way for one of the convoys headed south, or they might pull up at a certain point to wait for their relief. But unless a superior had ordered them to stop, or they had covered the distance assigned them that day, they dared not allow their formations to line up for hours at a bubbling pipe. Japanese section chiefs patrolled the road, and any guard who failed to enforce marching discipline was yanked aside and beaten on the spot. So the marchers had to sneak a drink on the run or during a rest break, and the only water within easy reach lay in the bottom of the drainage ditches, carabao wallows, and small stagnant pools beside the old national road. During a rest, a Japanese officer watching Ed Dias's column allowed a few men to collect their comrades' canteens and fill them from a wallow. It was a foul drink, putrid and brackish. Gnats and flies swarmed above green scum on the surface, and the water gave off a nauseating reek that made the men retch. But Dias and his comrades held their noses and drank all they could get, aware that what they were gulping would likely lay them low. From their first days in the islands, soldiers were warned not to drink from pools of standing water or slow-running streams, mediums for the pernicious microorganisms that cause dysentery. Some knew that tincture of iodine rendered the water safe, but only a few medics and a handful of others had a bottle of the disinfectant. The rest simply ignored the risk. And on the road north from Kabkaben to Balanga,
It was not unusual to see soldiers crazed with thirst on their bellies around some stinking sump or muddy cistern. Just like cats, thought Richard Gordon, lapping up milk from a saucer. Some men were so dehydrated the neurotransmitters in the brain started to shut down. In the pathology of dehydration, they became functionally deranged. A few developed visions, hydro-hallucinations, the cool mountain spring, the pristine waterfall. Most simply lost their minds, their sense of reason. Only a madman would ask the enemy for water. Robert Levering thought one of his guards seemed a little friendly, so he pointed to his mouth and mimed drinking from a canteen. "Misunai!" the guard shouted. "No water!" and gave Levering a good smack on the side of the head. Men who begged for a drink were clubbed with rifle butts, wooden cudgels, or golf clubs the Japanese had looted along their way. And it soon became clear to those men who had any sense left that the key to survival was not in finding a drink, but in controlling the urge to seek one. Ben Steele was drying up. His tongue was swollen, and he felt himself gagging on it. He looked at the sun. Not a prairie sun, he thought. This one was hotter, less forgiving. No trees, no buildings, no shade. He stripped off his T-shirt and draped it over his head. Somewhere north of Kabkaben he got his first sun treatment in an assembly area. Must have been more than 2,000 men sitting in that damn field. Why the hell were the Japs doing that? Didn't make any sense. Mean bunch of bastards. Back on the road he was choking again. Man next to him had some water. "Hey, give me a drink, will you?" Ben Steele said. The man kept walking. "Come on, buddy. I'm in bad shape. What do you say?" "Here," the man said, relenting. "Don't take it all, you understand." Farther on, walking in the first rank at the head of a column, Ben Steele caught a glimpse of something at the side of the road. A half-gallon tin can. And it was half filled with water. An offering from one of the locals, he guessed. Now he was the one with the drink, and other men began to pull at his sleeve and implore him. "Water! Come on, water!" When the can was empty, he would dip it in a rice paddy, a wallow, a drainage ditch. He didn't share with everyone, just those he couldn't ignore. "Give me some water, dear God, please." "Here," he'd say. "Don't take all of it." They'd been warned. Interpreters had addressed the columns. "You must maintain your organization. You must keep your position. No break. No break without Japanese permission." But at almost every artesian well along the way, some soldier, insane with thirst, would break formation and run for the pipe. Sometimes a guard would raise his rifle and drop the miscreant on the run. And sometimes he would wait and put a bullet in the prisoner just as the man reached the pipe and was bending down to the clear, bubbling water. When the men in Sidney Stewart's column came upon a cool mountain stream, their guards shouted for the formation to stop. Stewart took a deep breath. The ground along the river bank smelled mossy and wonderful, and the water looked so dear, so cool, so delicious. "If only I could throw myself down into the water and lie there feeling it rush over my body," he thought. The prisoners waited for the guards to tell them to drink. Waited and waited. After a time, one man could wait no longer. He ran from the ranks, plunged his face into the stream, and in an instant a Japanese sergeant was standing over him, unsheathing his sword. What happened next happened so fast that Stewart caught it only in flashes. The sword clearing its sheath, the sound of a blade descending. A quick, ugly swish.
the head rolling down the bank into the stream, bloodying the water that hundreds of men were waiting to drink. North of Cab Caben, the old national road had been part of the battlefield, and the land on either side of the road, once lush with nipa palms and shady naras, had become a waste of black stumps and brown bomb craters. Littering this charred landscape were the incinerated hulks of tanks, smashed trucks, and twisted cannon. America's material advantage, now a melancholy reminder of America's worst defeat. Dead men and animals littered the field as well. More often than not, the corpses lay where they fell, marking their last stand. During a rest, John Olson happened to glance at an embankment and saw the body of a Philippine scout, helmet still on, frozen in the act of climbing through a bush. Whatever had killed the soldier had caught him in mid-step, and there he stood, in suspended animation, Olson thought, one hand holding on to the bush, the other reaching through it to clear the way. A number of these remains were floating in the rivers and streams or lying half submerged on the banks, decomposing rapidly in the heat and defiling the water. Still, men stopped and drank with the dead. Even water polluted by a corpse was better than no water at all. The bodies reeked and were so bloated their skin was beginning to split. But Zoeth Skinner drank his fill, and so did Robert Levering and James Gautier and Preston John Hubbard. They held their noses and looked away from the grotesques floating nearby, swollen black from lying in the sun, and they drank that awful effluent by the canteen and bucketful. James Gautier forced himself to stick his head back into the water for a second drink. "Lord," he prayed, "keep me from getting sick." By the third day of the march, men were regularly dropping to the road or staggering out of formation. Men with fever, men with dysentery, men too weak to go on. Now, however, instead of rushing up to dispatch the dropouts, the guards on the flanks started to ignore them. Why, Sidney Stewart asked himself. Why are they leaving them when they had killed them before? The answer was soon apparent. Stewart heard the report of a rifle behind him, at the very back of his column. Then he heard another shot, and a third. In other columns, prisoners began to notice the same thing. Soon the men marching at the rear of those formations confirmed what their comrades were beginning to suspect. Some of the guards had formed clean-up crews, or, as the marchers took to calling them, buzzard squads. "Oh, God, I've got to keep going," Stewart thought. "I can't die like that." By that point the old national road was lined with fresh corpses. Hundreds of dead sprawled on the shoulders, strewn in the drainage ditches. First Lieutenant Ed Thomas of Grand Rapids, Michigan, caught sight of his captain and company commander lying in a ditch, dead from a bayonet wound. His marching days are over, Thomas thought. And Bernard Fitzpatrick kept passing corpses clad in faded blue hospital pajamas. Filipinos mostly, the cripples and amputees who had left their beds in the field hospital after the Japanese had assured them they were free to walk home. In the heat the bodies began to rot, and it wasn't long before great swarms of flies were feasting on them. During the day dogs and pigs joined the flies, and at night the smell of death lured large carnivorous lizards down from the hills. But it was the crows that commanded the carrion, crows standing wing to wing on the bloated bodies, tearing at the flesh, crows roosting patiently on the wire fences along the road, or, as Private Wentz Tennessee Soulsby noticed, always circling overhead, waiting for their next meal to drop. "Y'all go away, big birds," he said. "I'm not fixin' to die yet." The bodies also attracted the attention of Japanese tank and truck drivers. Murray Snedden of Glendale, California, watched a convoy of trucks bear down on two bodies in the middle of the road. The first truck struck the first body with its right front wheel and left an imprint on the corpse. The trailing trucks followed the same line, and after they had passed, all that was left were two silhouettes in the dirt, outlines that hardly looked like men. It won't be long, Snedden thought, before those bodies will be nothing more than oil spots. Richard Gordon stood horrified as a column of tanks crushed an American sergeant who had fallen asleep on the shoulder. And Brown Davidson came upon remains that had been run over so often. All that was left intact was a hand lying nearby. To Ray Hunt of St. Louis, the remains on the road looked like wet sacks. Major John Coleman of Wellington, Texas, thought them swatches of cloth, khaki cloth, until he stepped on one and slipped. "Good God," said Marine Private Irwin Scott of Dallas. "We're marching on our own men." Ben Steele believed in God, but he did not think of himself as a man of faith, a religious man. Back home he rarely spent Sundays in a pew, and never wandered out to the prairie to listen to the tub-thumping evangelists call the Holy Spirit into their tents. The Holy Spirit, he noticed, was nowhere in evidence on the old national road. How many of the men begging for a drink had gone to their deaths with the words, "Please God," still on their lips? He wasn't angry at the Lord. He was just being realistic. Faith wasn't going to feed him or slake his thirst. He had to focus on the next wallow or well, or that guard, the one up ahead there, raising his rifle and aiming at a Filipino who had broken ranks and was running to a stand of sugar cane. The bullet caught the poor kid in the back and sent him sprawling, and the guard, over him now, was pulling the trigger again. Ben Steele thought, "Okay, this may happen to me, but all these other guys are alive, and I'm not any worse off than they are. So I'm going to hang in there as long as I can. If there's going to be anybody left alive from this, I'm going to be one of them." By the fourth day of the march they were desperate for something to eat. Ray Hunt's hunger was textbook. The first day he felt empty, barren, vacant. The second day he had sharp pains in his esophagus. The third day he was obsessed with thoughts of food. The fourth day he felt nothing, a sure sign he was starting to starve. The men in James Gautier's column, resting in a field during a change of guard, started digging with their fingers for derelict vegetables, camotes, a native tuber, and radishes. They dug like dogs, pawing at the dirt. Dug here, dug there. Dug so many holes the field looked like it had been freshly plowed. Army Doctor Paul Ashton of San Francisco was dubious when the men around him got the idea to eat a banana plant and started tearing away the stalk's leaves and outer layers to get at its core. The meat of the plant looked a lot like celery, but tasted bitter like tree bark. Worthless, Ashton concluded. Might as well eat cardboard. Captain Sam Gracchio of Spokane, Washington, and his marchmates made a meal of some horse feed. Oats a Japanese hostler had chucked because they were crawling with weevils. As their formation passed stands of sugar cane, a few of the men around Sergeant Charlie James of New Mexico managed to snatch some stalks from a nearby field. Later, James noticed that after he had chewed a hunk of cane and spit it out, the men marching behind him would scoop up the masticated mouthful from the dirt and chew it again. The Japanese, meanwhile, were feasting on captured American food. A number of Imperial infantry units were garrisoned along the road between Balanga and Cab-Caben, and at intervals they had established what appeared to be food dumps, stacks of crates and boxes bearing American brands. Ed Dias's formation stopped across from one such cache, and an aging colonel boldly crossed the road, pointed to the piles of food,
and in sign language he asked the guard for something to eat. The guard grinned for a moment, then picked up a can of salmon and smashed the colonel in the face, laying his cheek open to the bone. Passing through Pilar, Paul Ashton spotted a food dump piled high with cases of Vienna sausage. Wasn't that thoughtful of the rear echelon boys, he thought. The American Quartermaster Corps had been hoarding all that food during the battle, saving it, as it turned out, for the Japanese. They lived in their keeper's world now, a world of conformity. "Derukui wa utareru," Japanese mothers warned their children. The nail that sticks up gets hammered down. Don McAllister was obviously doing something wrong. Each time a convoy passed his column, the Japanese in the trucks tried to hit him or kick him in the head. He seemed to be doing more dodging than most of the men around him, and he wondered, why are they kicking at me? Then his friend, Brown Davidson, noticed something. Circling the crown of McAllister's campaign hat was a bright red braided cord. "Take that damn thing off your hat," Davidson said. "It gets their attention." Private Saturnino Velasco and his pal Corporal Freddie Burgos were also attracting more notice than they wanted. Mestizos, half white and half Filipino, they were conspicuously taller than their countrymen, and the guards had been hammering them. Velasco was getting the worst of it. He had been a student at Ateneo de Manila University when the war broke out, and to distinguish himself from his classmates he had grown a beard, a thick red beard. Now at every change of the guard some incensed Hohei would confront him. "Cora! America Jin?" "No, no," Velasco would say. "Filipino. Filipino. Filipino? No beard," the guard would come back. And Velasco would get another thumping. Then he got an idea. The next time he saw an angry guard headed his way, he yelled, "Spaniard!" The guard was suspicious. "You? Spaniard?" "Yes, yes," Velasco said, nodding vigorously. "Spaniard! Spaniard!" And he would snap to attention, shout, "Viva Franco!" and give the phalangist stiff-armed salute. He gave this performance several times a day, until at length he found an old razor and hacked the rust-red whiskers from his face. So they learned to dissemble. Men who since birth had been taught to stand out and distinguish themselves now were careful to conform, conceal, sublimate. "Don't attract attention," they told one another. "Keep your head down. Keep your mouth shut. Just keep moving." Ben Steele had a cowboy's constitution and a camp tender's legs. All those Montana mornings, running miles after some horse he thought he'd hobbled the night before. And now, as he pushed himself forward, he reminded himself of all those years of hard work on rough ground, and found it easier to keep on his feet. As a rule, he stayed at the front of the column, often in the first rank, a good vantage point to spot trouble or look for food and water. Watching the guards on the flanks, he soon noticed they were leaving a lot of space between them. It occurred to him that at those distances a guard would have to be a hell of a shot to hit a man. So from time to time he broke from the line of march to run for water or stalks of sugar cane. He thought of trying to escape, too, but where would he go? Into the malarial hills? The jungle? Wander around lost until some Jap patrol bagged him? Early afternoons were the worst. The blistering heat left him heavy-legged. "Concentrate," he told himself. Left, right, left, right. When the guards stopped the column for a rest, he'd fall into an instant sleep, like many of the others, only to be stomped awake by the heel of a hobnail boot. The prisoners were Teikokujin, the enemy, and the Japanese hated them. gabbing in the shade of a tree or gathered around a pot of boiling rice beside the road. The Hohe in bivouac, waiting to go back into battle, jeered as the prisoners passed by. "Kuda!" they yelled. "Worthless dogs!" Then they pelted the marchers with rocks and gravel and handfuls of mud. Sometimes a group of Japanese soldiers would drop what they were doing, form a long gauntlet on the road, and force a column of prisoners to run single file down the middle, shoving them back and forth and pummeling them so hard with axe handles and bamboo cudgels the prisoners could hear bones breaking. One night on the road, Corporal Aaron Drake of Carlsbad, New Mexico, heard a commotion in the dark ahead of him, and a few minutes later the column came abreast of a burly Hohe stripped to the waist, standing in the middle of the road, slugging every man in line square in the face. The blow that caught Drake, he thought, damn near fractured his cheekbone. The Hohe were especially hard on the Philippine Scouts, the elite regiment of Filipinos that had mauled them in battle. The Scouts were known as dead shots, and someone in the Japanese chain of command reckoned that the best way to call them from the ranks of their countrymen was to examine the trigger finger of every Filipino captive. And for a time Japanese guards made the Sundalos extend their hands for inspection. When they found a man with a muzzled forefinger, no doubt a carpenter, mechanic, pipe-fitter, or anyone else who made a living wielding a wrench, squeezing a pair of pliers, or gripping a hammer, they beat him bloody, beat him for being what he likely was not. In the American columns were a number of officers 40 and 50 years old. Those who had been in the field were accustomed to the hardships of combat, and could keep up with the younger men. But those who had worked as rear-echelon adjutants or staff, plump majors and colonels, many of them, began to drop to the road or drift back toward the rear, the domain of the buzzard squads. Zoeth Skinner couldn't help himself. Ahead of him in the line of march was an aging, overweight officer struggling to keep up, a major from the Quartermaster Corps. Like all front-line troops who had gone hungry during the battle, Skinner was sure the quartermaster had been hoarding rations, and he hated the niggardly bastards with a purple passion. Look at that old fart hobbling along, he thought. The idiot had on dress shoes, for Christ's sake. Falling back and back again, the man was soon walking beside him. His eyes were bloodshot with anguish, and Skinner softened. What the hell? They were all suffering, he thought. He offered to take one of the 2 musette bags the major had slung on his shoulders. The bag was heavy. "You're going to have to do something here," Skinner told the officer. When they stopped for a break, Skinner spilled out the contents. "Okay, Major," he said, "let's see what the Christ you got in these goddamn musette bags you can't live without." And there, among a pile of clothes and shoes and toiletries, was a marble desk set, 2 pens and a brass inkwell set in a piece of inch-thick stone a foot long, all mounted to a lead base. "Sir, there's got to be 2 pounds of lead in this friggin' thing. This baby is going right now. I ain't packing that thing another inch." The officer looked upset. "Geez, that was given to me back in '35, and—" "I don't give a shit when or why you got it," Skinner said. "You ain't going to be doing any writing where we're going." Sergeant James Baldassar of Boston was walking with a couple of colonels named McConnell and Manganson. As they neared the town of Orani, McConnell staggered out of formation and up to a house hard by the road. "Where you going, Colonel?" Baldassar asked. The man looked gone. "I can't make the hike, Jimmy." "Let's go, Colonel. You'll be shot." "I've got to take a chance, Jimmy." And, just as he started to mount the steps, a guard raised his rifle, pulled the trigger, and put a bullet in the colonel's head. A while later, Baldassar came upon the other colonel sitting in a drainage ditch, pulling off his shoes. His feet were sore, he told Baldassar, so sore he could not manage another step. A guard had spotted them and was running their way, and Baldassar, getting up to move, pleaded with Manganson to follow him. But the officer wouldn't budge. The round hit him in the chest. His eyes were still open when Baldassar knelt down next to him. "Keep going, Jimmy," he said. "I'll be all right." They walked on rumors and expressions of hope. "When we get to Balanga, we're going to be put on ships to Manila, then traded for Jap prisoners, and we'll be home by Christmas." The promises were always empty. "Tonight you eat," a guard told the men in John Coleman's column as the formation approached the outskirts of Balanga, Bataan's capital city. How often had they heard that before? Some Jap guard pointing up the road toward the next town, pledging, "Tabemono, tabemono, food, food there," only to find nothing waiting but more grey dust and the rank water of the wallows. And yet, sure enough, when they reached Balanga, or Arani, 9 miles north, they saw feeding stations, cauldrons and wheelbarrows and oil drums filled with steaming rice, sometimes tea. Corporal Bill Simmons of Commerce, Missouri, was asleep in a compound in Balanga, dreaming about food, a table of heaping platters and a large glass of ice water, when someone shouted, "Hey, I smell rice cooking." The men charged the pot like wild, starving animals. Then someone yelled, "For some kind of organization," and 2 men started ladling the porridge. Men without mess kits lined up with anything they could find: old cans, palm and banana fronds, their helmets, their bare hands. Richard Gordon offered his cupped hands to a guard serving from an iron pot, and the guard laughed as he slopped the scalding mush into Gordon's naked palms. Each man was given a cup of rice, a pinch of salt, and a half-liter of tea. The rations were tasteless and too scanty to sate them, but to Simmons and his starving comrades even this bitter pittance seemed like a Thanksgiving dinner. Many of the marchers, maybe a third of the men who passed through Balanga and Orani, maybe more, got no food at all. For the Japanese, chronically undersupplied, habitually unprepared, and stoically indifferent to the distress of men who were their sworn enemies, simply could not, or would not, feed them. On the 4th or 5th day of the march, the Japanese appeared to abandon their original plan and were operating ad hoc. Many of the guards seemed confused now. Some marched their columns south, as if they had no sense of direction, then, realizing their mistake, turned them north again. Others kept reforming their columns, as if shuffling men around would accomplish something. Orders were issued, countermanded, reissued. There were simply too many Horio. Balanga, in particular, was in chaos. Columns of prisoners converged on the city from 2 directions: the thousands who were marched up from the south, from Maraveles, and thousands more who were pushed across the east-west road from the far side of the peninsula, from Bagak. In all, 76,000 captives, passing through a staging and rest depot set up to handle less than half that number. In Balanga they at first left the prisoners standing around in the dusty streets, throngs of milling tatterdemalions staring with blank eyes at the rubble around them. Then guards began to confine the arriving columns in empty buildings, or penned them up in barbed wire enclosures and compounds on the outskirts of town. Soon it seemed as if every schoolyard, warehouse, granary, cockpit, tin pavilion, and factory shed in Balanga was bulging with Filipino and American POWs, and the fields and rice paddies outside of town began to resemble the stockyards of Kansas City or Chicago. Guards packed the prisoners so tightly they had little room to sit or lie down. During the day they sat shoulder to shoulder with their knees to their chests, legs against the back of the man in front of them. At night
They lay in the dirt elbow to elbow like canned fish. For the first groups of men the compounds were a respite from the road. But after several days, and many thousands of men, the overpopulated holding pens of Balanga and Orani had turned into cesspools, and a noisome stench greeted the weary, thirsty, and hungry prisoners who filed into them. Entering Balanga, Bernard Fitzpatrick thought, "The whole town smells like a sewer." Thousands of men were suffering from dysentery, and the ground where the prisoners were forced to sit and sleep became coated with layers of excrement, mucus, urine, and blood. Japanese sanitation units had dug slit-trench latrines, but so many men were sick that the open pits, some 8 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 4 to 5 feet deep, filled after a day or so and started to spill over the edges. Hundreds of men, meanwhile, never made it to the latrines. They stumbled into the compounds, too enervated, too far gone to take another step. Helpless against the exigencies of the disease, the wrenching cramps and resistless urge to evacuate, they soiled themselves where they stood right through their clothing, then lay down half-conscious in a pool of their own filth. Bud Locke of Hooksett, New Hampshire, looked in vain for a clean spot to bed down for the night. Before long, he thought, everyone is going to be a filthy, dust-covered, crap-smeared, stinking specimen of humanity. The compounds baked in the tropical sun, and by midday the stench was so overpowering the men could taste it. Some heaved and retched, covering themselves in vomit. Others walked around hawking and spitting, as if they could expectorate the unspeakable taste that had settled on their tongues. The stench brought the flies, of course, so many the air became dark with them. They swarmed the men who had fouled themselves and settled on the surface of the slit trenches. Colonel Ernest B. Miller entered a compound where the brimming trenches and surrounding scum wriggled with a constantly moving sea of gray maggots. To many the degradation of those fetid pens was worse than any hunger or thirst. In one compound, Murray Snedden waded through excreta of every type and kind. Already men had fallen to the ground and fallen asleep wherever they could stand the stench. The next morning, rising with the sun, Snedden noticed right away the foul-smelling mud had thoroughly penetrated his uniform during the night. Getting to his feet, he felt some of the wetter ooze slowly flowing down inside his pants on his bare skin. And as the guards came through to marshal the prisoners back on the road, he imagined himself a medieval leper, required to notify all of his approach by crying, "Unclean! Unclean!" Alvin Powellite, a major from Kentucky who spoke Japanese, pointed to the compound his column was about to enter and told a guard, "Oki Benjo, big toilet." The guard laughed. "Oki Jodan," he came back. "Big joke." Feet blistered, muscles worn from walking, most men sought sleep right away. But a few, dysphoric from hunger and thirst, wandered aimlessly about the compound, calling for food and water, and trampling the recumbent comrades at their feet. "Bastard!" the trodden would yell. "Watch where you're walking, you son of a bitch!" Here and there, others huddled in small circles, talking in whispers about what they'd witnessed on that day's march. The sergeant crushed by a tank. The colonel bayoneted belly to back. The nights were cool, and in their clammy, sweat-soaked rags the men shook and shivered. Bone-weary, Bernard Fitzpatrick fell into sleep as into a coma. The sick and injured, meanwhile, lay there babbling or hallucinating, flies grazing the length of them and feeding on their wounds. Most men moaned in their sleep, a night song of torment that continued until dawn, when guards came rushing into the compound, swinging their wooden spirit sticks and kicking the men awake with their hobnail boots to resume what Ray Hunt had come to see as the man-killing march. "Bongo! Bongo!" the guard shouted. "Get up! Count off!" Getting to their feet, they ached. The damp ground left Ed Dyas so stiff his leg muscles had set like concrete, and he could hardly straighten himself to stand. Looking around and taking stock, the men who survived the night began to count those who had not. 10, 15, 30. Dying in their sleep, the survivors agreed, was the only kindness any of them were likely to get. Dead from dysentery, exhaustion, dehydration, and malaria, the bodies lay in heaps. Flies, roundworms, and maggots picked at their eyes and crawled in and out of their mouths and noses. "Oh, God," said Lester Tenney, shuddering at the sight, "please have mercy on their poor souls." In many compounds, the Japanese left the bodies where they were, and it wasn't long before they started to decompose. By the time the next group of prisoners arrived, the reek of these rotting grotesques had mingled with the stench from the swamped latrines, and the compounds became unbearable. "For sure, I'm going to go mad," Richard Gordon thought. In other pens the prisoners were ordered to bury their dead, but as the gravediggers started to collect the inert figures from the muck, they discovered that many were still drawing breath, men too wasted to move or speak, the near-dead, blank-faced and empty-eyed, unconscious and slipping away. At a compound in Orani, a burial detail came upon 3 of these comatose souls and started to carry them to a nearby shed, a makeshift infirmary. A Japanese sergeant, standing next to a row of freshly dug graves, halted the litters, tipped the stretchers into the open holes, and ordered the prisoners digging the holes to bury these men along with the dead. Suddenly one of the unconscious men came to his senses, and when he realized what was happening to him, he reached up, grabbed the edge of the hole with both hands, and pulled himself to his feet. One of the guards barked an order at one of the grave diggers, a Filipino, but the digger just stood there. Angry now, the guards put their bayonets to the Filipino's throat. Then, as Ed Dyas watched, the Filipino brought his shovel down upon the head of the man in the hole. The man toppled backward to the bottom of the grave, indifferent now to the dirt the diggers were throwing on top of him. Captain Burt Bank of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, was forced to bury a man alive, and so was Robert Levering. Bernard Fitzpatrick watched 2 Americans inter an unconscious friend, and Murray Snedden looked on as 2 of his comrades were forced to drag a delirious Filipino into a grave. In Lester Tenney's group, when 2 diggers refused to bury a malarial comrade alive, a guard shot one of them, then ordered the other man to bury the malaria patient together along with the man who'd just been shot. When he felt the dirt hit him, the sick man started screaming. Lester Tenney watched all this as long as he could. Then he hid his face in his hands and threw up on himself. "Is this what I'm staying alive for?" he thought. North again. All was north. No sense of time, no sense of place, no sense of purpose. On the road all that mattered was to keep moving, 1 foot in front of the other, left, right, left, until the guard yelled, "Yosa! Stop!" Even the strongest and most fit among them felt enfeebled, and as they marched from Balanga north to Orani, they stumbled along, shifting their weight from 1 foot to the other, the columns yawing to and fro in unison, automatons in slow step. By mid-morning the sun was on them again, baking their brains and filling their eyes with an aura. It was like looking through a fog, they said, or a veil of tears. The heat left them dull-witted, etherized.
Men would find themselves passing through this town or that with no sense, no memory at all, of how they had gotten there. And these blackouts, these stupors, frightened them. Were they just sunstruck, hallucinating from the heat? Or did the spells of catatonia suggest something much more serious? They dream-walked, many of them. Murray Snedden shut his eyes and imagined himself on a clean mattress with snow-white sheets. Many a man envisioned a waterfall spilling over rocks, or a cool green valley filled with wildflowers and meadowlarks. Such drift was dangerous. A few cataleptics came to at the point of a Japanese bayonet. So some of the men played mind games to keep awake. Ernie Miller pictured a calendar and started checking off the days. January 1st, 1942. January 2nd. Always pausing to reflect on the holidays or days with special meaning. By the time he got to September 1st, the sun was setting, and that day's walking was done. Lester Tenney concentrated on the image of his wife Laura. He still had that photo tucked in his sock. Robert Levering had grown up on a farm in Ohio, and as he walked the blistering road, he imagined himself a boy again, following behind a plow, his bare feet enfolded in the fresh, cool furrows. Ben Steele would not allow himself to drift. This was no nightmare with bugbears chasing him up the road. The beatings, shootings, and stabbings were real, and he knew he wasn't going to wake from them. Here was a blond-haired boy half collapsed on the shoulder, desperately trying to push himself to his knees, and here came a Jap to finish him. The boy groaned, that's all, just groaned, as the bastard stuck him in the back. Turn away, Ben Steele thought. Turn away from the horror and hurt of it. Just another corpse by the side of the road. No room for loathing or hate. A Jap spits in your face? So what? To hell with the bastard. Just keep walking, he told himself. Make the best of it. Men were still clawing at him for water, but by the time he had reached Balanga, walked some 30 miles, he'd become selfish with his can. Sure, he could sympathize with a guy and want to help him, but he'd been carrying that water all day, careful not to spill a drop of it, and the can held only enough to last a couple of hours. It's survival of the fittest, he thought. You gotta look out for yourself. When war came to Bataan, the Tau, the local people, at first fled and scattered. Some wanted to stay close to their herds and crops, and hid in the fields and fish ponds, until the shooting stopped and they could return to what was left of their homes. Thousands of others abandoned their barrios and fled south down the old national road to an evacuation center that the Americanos had set up at Maraveles. The rest of the people, townsfolk, most of them, packed what they could carry and headed for the hills. A few had a rough idea where they were going, but by and large the rugged hill country was terra incognita, and they soon became lost. The Japanese are there. Walk this way. No, compadres, you will run into the Japon if you go that way. So they just kept hiking, kept climbing into the wooded hills, until they were sure they were safe. They built lean-tos, or sought shelter in caves and under outcroppings. In the morning half-light, they came out of hiding to cook a meal over a campfire, then slipped back into their warrens until dark, when they could emerge again and sit together in a circle, staring at the stars and the explosions that were lighting up the night. In the hills they had little to eat, banana stalks and papaya leaves cut into strips and boiled, and rice, dirty rice, they made into lugao, a kind of watery gruel. They got sick in the hills, dysentery at first, then malaria. The little ones suffered the most. At first they were colicky, then listless, then still, very still. Their parents cried over the bodies, quietly, said prayers, wrapped them in rags, and buried them there. No funeral mass, no burning incense, no stone to mark the grave. Bahalana, they told themselves. Come what may, they would leave it to God. The thousands of refugees who had fled south to the evacuation center at Maraveles fared no better. Their crowded camp was in the open, and they were bombed by the Japanese. So many were killed. How many, no one could say. It took 4 days to gather the dead. After surrender, the Japanese ordered the refugees out. Go home, they said. Walk north up the old national road. The road was crowded. Long columns of prisoners, Sundalos, on one side, a steady stream of refugees on the other. The parade of people was so long, Rosalina Cruz could not see either its beginning or end. Ay, sus Mariosa! Oh, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, she said, crossing herself. There were so many of them. When war came to her home on Bataan, Rosalina Almario Cruz was 16 years old and pregnant. She and her young husband lived with her family, her father, mother, brother, and 5 sisters, in Bagac, a seaside town on Bataan's west coast. Her father and husband were away when the shooting started and were cut off from home. So Rosalina's mother, following the lead of her neighbors, took her family into the hills. Then, a few weeks later, led them south to the evacuation center. Now they were walking north toward Orani, 33 miles up the old national road, there to find a boat that might take them to Manila and the rest of their kin. For the most part, the Japanese ignored the refugees. They were allowed to stop at will, eat if they had food, drink from the artesian wells, nap in a field off the road. 6 months pregnant and weak from malaria, Rosalina Cruz found the walking hard. But her misery seemed small compared to the suffering of the Sundalos marching beside her. She could not look at the stumbling line of prisoners across from her without being overcome by a feeling of tenderness. She had never seen men so low, so miserable. The tattered clothes, the sad eyes. I pity their suffering, she thought. And they in turn pitied her, the pretty young girl holding her belly and gasping for breath as she walked. "Can you make it?" they would say. "It must be so hard for you." When she was able, which is to say when the guards were not watching, she would pour some water from an earthen jar into a coconut shell and slip it to one of the men begging for a drink. She was very afraid doing this, for the guards had no feelings at all. They stabbed the soldiers who fell. Whenever she saw a guard running up to a man who'd gone down, she would look away and say to herself, "I should not remember this." She knew they might stab her too, but she could not stop herself from filling the coconut shell and passing it to one thirsty man after another. "Please, please, can you give us something to drink?" Ay, Dios! How could she refuse? After a while, the Americans began to hand things back, or tossed them at her. Jewelry, money, anything of value they had managed to hide from their swag-seeking captors. At first, Rosalina Cruz could not imagine what they were doing, and was afraid to pick up the rings and gold chains and wads of pesos. Then she thought, I guess they are throwing those things because they think they will not be needing those things any more. And that only deepened her awa, her pity for them. They think they will be killed, she told herself. So when an American soldier, a pleasant but sad-looking man, tossed his bank book at her feet, Rosalina Cruz bent down and picked it up and brushed it off. She said nothing to the man, but made sure he could see she had hold of the little ledger, the record of his life savings, and hoped he saw that she meant to keep it safe. Within a day of the surrender, word spread across Luzon that the Japanese were marching Filipino and American prisoners of war up the old national road out of Bataan and through Pampanga province to the railhead at San Fernando. Now from provinces near and far, Filipino kith and kin began to make their way to Bataan
and take up positions along the road, hoping for a glimpse or perhaps a word with their soldier. In the neighborhood of Batak, in the town of WWII, Armando Pabustan, 9 years old, stood next to his mother, Rosalina Maxali, behind a long iron fence that fronted the Batak Elementary School, a white, one-story building next to the road. They'd gotten there early, an hour before dawn, to wait in the cool and dark. Now, with the light, came the columns of men. The boy was hoping that his father, Damian Pabustan, a soldier in the Philippine Army, had survived the fighting and was among the long lines of soldiers passing in front of him. His mother told him to watch carefully. There were so many men, all wearing the same thing, all dirty and tired. They would have to study each face, note each man's way of walking. They would have to hope, and they would have to pray. They kept coming, the men, one group of Sundalos after another. They were so payat, thin and haggard, hanging on to one another as they walked, the guards punching, kicking, and beating them. Whenever Armando looked at his mother, she was crying, and the boy became convinced his father was dead. But he continued to search among the faces coming up the road. And then, "Aye! Aye!" There was his father in the middle of a column of soldiers. He crossed the yard, rushed through the gate, and threw himself into his father's embrace. His tatai felt thin. He must be sick, the boy thought. "Where is your mother, Armando?" The boy pointed toward the fence. "You must get away from here now," his father said. "Go back to your mother." But he did not want to go. He was holding his father around the waist, hugging him, and he would not let go. "Have you eaten anything, father?" "I haven't had any food or water for 3 days." His father glanced at the fence again. "Go over to your mother," he said. But the boy wouldn't move. A guard who'd been watching came over to break them apart, and Armando buried his face in his father's midriff. Suddenly he felt a pain in his back, the toe of the hobnail boot. And here came a second guard, grabbing at him, catching the scruff of his shirt, pulling him from his father, and tossing him to the road. "Kora! Kora!" the guards shouted, shoving his father back into line. "Take good care of your mother," his father yelled back to him. Then the column of men moved on, past the fence, past the school, down the road, out of WWII, out of sight. There were thousands of them waiting, townsfolk from the dusty burgs and barrios along the old national road, waiting to do whatever they could for the men slogging their way north. They filled tins and earthen pots with water. They made rice balls stuffed with meat and vegetables and wrapped them in banana leaves. They boiled eggs and picked fruit and collected panocha, small cones of dark brown sugar. They set the water beside the road and at first tried to hand the victuals to the soldiers as they passed by. Soon the guards had had enough of this, and they started to beat the people off with clubs and rifle butts. So the people started tossing their treats into the columns. In Lubao, where there were a number of 2-story buildings, people packed the upper windows and rooftops and showered the soldiers with hunks of bread and rice balls and cookies and chocolate bars. Enraged by the disruption, the guards stomped the food into the dirt and beat the prisoners who stooped to retrieve them. But there were too many Tao and too few Hohe to stop them. From the side of the road, children would dash into the columns, shove something into a soldier's hand, a banana leaf full of rice, a small melon, a sugar cookie, and dash off before the guards could kick or club them. After a while, some of the guards relented. As long as the columns kept moving, they let the men shag what they could. North of Orani, Bernard Fitzpatrick spotted a Chinese man in a dark chifu standing beside the road with his arms crossed, hands hidden in the robe's wide sleeves. Now and then, when the guards were not looking, the man would pull something from a sleeve, a sugar cake or banana, press it surreptitiously into a prisoner's hand,
not a greeting, then fold his arms again and wait for the next column to come along. As Fitzpatrick's formation passed into Pampanga province, a small boy gave him a piece of sugar cane, and an old Filipino handed him some panocha. "Vaya con Dios, compadre," the old one said. Richard Gordon loved the army, the good order and discipline, the clean white sheets, starched uniforms, and stacks of pancakes at morning chow. He felt more at home in a barracks than he ever had growing up in a tenement in New York's Hell's Kitchen. But now, dragging himself along in a ragged column of defeated men, he began to think that the training he had gotten coming of age in Manhattan's gritty Irish ghetto might keep him alive in the dog-eat-dog world of the prisoner of war. By the third day of the march, Gordon noticed that his comrades had lost all respect for authority. At a well or water hole, if an American officer tried to organize things and ensure every man a drink, the officer was either ignored or knocked down in the rush. He wasn't part of an army anymore, Richard Gordon told himself. He was a member of a mob. Gone was the close society that had given him so much comfort. Now, when he watched soldiers fighting over a filthy scrap in the road, or clawing one another to get a drink, he was embarrassed for them. Perhaps it was this feeling that moved him one morning to take a chance and leave the line of march to answer the appeal of an aging colonel calling out from a stretcher beside the road. The colonel was desperate. His legs were broken, he said, and his litter-bearers had abandoned him the night before. He'd survived the night, but he knew the buzzard squads would be out in the morning. So at first light he started pleading with the passing columns for help. "Please," he yelled from his litter. "Please, someone." Hundreds of soldiers had passed him by, he said, pretending not to hear or see him. "Come on, fellas," Richard Gordon was yelling now. "Come on, some of you Joes, give me a hand." But each time a man started to leave the column and head toward Gordon and the litter, the other marchers jeered him. Had they come to hate their officers that much, Gordon wondered? He kept up his pleading and finally found a volunteer. Then another and a third. Their load was bearable at first, but the stretcher became heavier and heavier. And by noon the 4 sweating Samaritans were imploring others to spell them. That night, after they had settled down in a compound, 2 of Gordon's helpers snuck off. The next day he found replacements, but that night, Gordon's second with the colonel, they too abandoned him. Gordon was tired. That afternoon he'd almost passed out carrying the colonel, and now, in the early morning dark, he was worried about his own health, his own chances. Some time before first light, his conscience surrendered to his instinct to survive, and Richard Gordon walked away from the stretcher before the colonel awoke, slipping into an anonymous mass of men moving slowly toward the road. To keep himself going, to make sure he didn't fall back to the buzzard squad, Zoeth Skinner tried to distract himself by counting the dead, the corpses that were accumulating in the drainage ditches and along the shoulders of the road. 9, 18, 32. At first he thought himself demented. 54, 107. But he kept counting anyway. 226, 415. He counted Filipinos and he counted Americans. Sometimes he recognized a patch or an emblem on a uniform,